The HCS Global Invitational is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie.
Good morning, Halo fans, and welcome to your Championship Sunday here at the HCS DreamHack Dallas Global Invitational. Only 3 teams left to compete for the trophy, but plenty of stories to tell along the way. And boy, oh boy, have we had some storylines emerging from this weekend already. Absolutely crazy stuff happening on our screens all weekend long. And I'm probably betting that day 3 is going to get even crazier. And I think I've said it along the entire way here, that this is the highest level of competition we have had in quite some time. So many close games, so many upsets. I think a lot of potential that we're also seeing emerging so early on in this year as well. Clutch, welcome to Championship Sunday. Are you excited? Expectations on the day?
Expectations couldn't be higher for these guys, right? But I'm so excited for today strictly because the 3 best teams are still in the tournament. And that's not what we can say throughout really all of Halo Infinite up until this point. OpTic, SSG, and FaZe have all figured out their ways to make it to this point. Now we're going to decide who's the best team in the world.
We certainly will indeed. And yesterday brought a lot of tension, a lot of competition, and I think a lot of heartbreak as well. I think heartbreak in Europe, heartbreak pretty much all over the event. And Brav, there were some crazy moments happening, you know, for a lot of our teams also getting knocked out of the tournament, but we can talk about the likes of Quadrant and Native White managing to really boost their potential here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive performances across the board from so many of these squads, and I think they all made incredible runs. And really just the fact that we had such bracket shakeups are testament to that fact, without a doubt. I mean, the reason this weekend has been so crazy is because your teams that are right around that 4 through 6 trending top 8 spots, the ones you mentioned, Lot, and a few others as well, put up a great fight against our big 3. But as Clutch said, at the end of the day, all roads led to one thing, and it was our big 3 here on Championship Sunday.
Talking about the big 3, OpTic had to also pull over the big 3 on the main stage because what a run they had to do yesterday. One slip up made them play so many matches on that main stage and get tested time and time again against teams that were really out to get them and were putting everything on the line for this. Clutch, talk to me about the resilience OpTic Gaming have shown, especially day 2, and why that actually is going to bode well today. I
mean, wouldn't it be something special if OpTic Gaming came out and won this whole thing for the 4-peat? They've won a tournament in so many different ways so far throughout their tenure as a team, and for them to take this road for the hardest championship, I would say it's something special to watch. But in order to do so, they're going to have to come with a whole nother level of play to take down teams like SSG and FaZe. To answer the question in short, Watt, I think like this team, because they played so many matches this week, have a little bit of a benefit coming into Sunday because they are ready. They are tried, true veterans at this point.
They certainly are indeed. I've got to say, we really have seen every shape and form of OpTic Gaming, certainly this weekend, especially when hardships start to happen for the squad. Things aren't quite going to plan. The fact that they can still close things out where it really matters most. Of course, history hoping to be made today for OpTic Gaming with that 4P on the cards as well. But folks, we need to get things set up for Championship Sunday, and it starts right now.
What's up, Halo fans? It's Championship Sunday, and it's time to crown a winner. And what a tournament it's going to be. Our 3 best teams remaining. Where my SSG fans at? Where my FaZe fans at? Where the OpTic Gaming fans at in the crowd? Only one can win. And it looks like our first matchup on the stage is ready to go. But today is full of surprises and one special thing as well for all of you out here in the crowd. If you want to play Season 4, where you can, right over there towards the booths. We're going to have it set up for you guys. So if you want to have some fun in between games, make sure you check it out. But that's going to do it for me on the stage. Lottie, let's get this kicked off.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It looks like Blaze might be kicking a few things there as well. He looks like he's ready to fight, as are our teams on that main stage as well.
That was good. Absolutely.
He's definitely got the mobility, and I don't even know what to call the thing he's wearing, but he's got the mobility.
Yeah, it looks like a taekwondo suit, but honestly, like, Blaze can pull anything off, quite frankly.
It's honestly
fantastic.
True.
He really does.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't hate is, of course, the lineup that we have coming our way today. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Of course, 3 teams left in the standing. But if your team hasn't made it on the stage, don't worry. You guys can still support them right now in the Halo Infinite main store. Make sure you go and pick up all of these skins here, folks, because they're 20% off, and it is the only time they're going to be discounted for you guys. So make sure you're picking up that Na'Vi skin looking fantastic. And, of course, this Space Station skin. They're going to need all your help right now on that main stage. They need that support behind them. So if you are playing to get that Battle Pass completed and ready to go for Season 4, make sure you buy that Space Station skin and the Na'Vi skin and pick it on up, folks. You also do get bonus XP. So if you are playing the game and you are trying to complete your Battle Pass, you do get that bonus XP this weekend. So make sure you're in game. Make sure you're playing. Clutch, is not a better time to do it right now, right? Because we have Season 4 around the corner.
Almost the end of the weekend, too. So if you haven't started, now's the time to do it.
Yep.
Now certainly is the time. Well, it is time to talk about the competition, folks. And that, of course, brings us to the bracket. And I want to see the journey that these guys have been on. Because as you can see, in the winners bracket, things were getting very, very dicey. Some really interesting game 5s that were occurring. I mean, even FaZe versus Hive that morning on day 2, the 3-2, the nearly
I don't know what that was.
upset.
What was going on there?
I didn't see the first 2 games, but FaZe was lucky to win game 3. I know that. And the fact that they find themselves in the winners bracket finals after all that chaos, I mean, they've obviously steered the ship in the correct direction, but a little bit of concern still even from that series.
Yeah, I suppose a little bit of concern, but then I think Brav looking at the semis number 2 against Native Red, that honestly was a fully firing FaZe Clan roster we saw against Native Red.
Yeah, I think they look really good against Native Red. To be honest, both series should have been 3-1, maybe 3-0. But however, I think FaZe is going to be very happy with the fact that they are here. They've got to the place that they expected and wanted to be. And I think they're going to have both of those not only in the rear view, but they probably broke the rear view mirror straight off of the car, and they're just only going to look forward here for the winners finals.
Couldn't agree more. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket and find out how our teams got to where they are right now. And of course, Native Red did get knocked out by OpTic Gaming yesterday on the main stage. They had a grueling battle, but OpTic, they really had a lot of work put in front of them, and boy oh boy did they deliver a 3-0 to end the night, and they find themselves in the elimination finals, hoping to bounce back up into that grand finals position. It's a difficult road to be on in the elimination bracket, and just for folks at home who are wondering, you have to win 2 best-of-7s if you do end up in that grand final spot once again. So there's a large, tall order in front of you if you are in the bracket, excuse me. But I think OpTic, I think actually any one of our 3 could actually do that. So I think we're in for a real treat today in terms of series and how those are going to go. Let's actually talk about the series today. Let's have a look at our schedule. We do indeed have our winners finals coming up first on the main stage at Space Station Gaming versus FaZe. Our elimination final after that one, so whoever doesn't manage to win that series will go down and meet OpTic Gaming, hoping to bounce back up to the grand final. And as you can see, there are 2 slots there for the grand final because there is hopes of a bracket reset for our elimination final winner, and we'll see who will take that trophy eventually. But let's move on to our 2 teams. FaZe versus SSG. These guys always have grueling battles, always a hell of a series every time they play each other. The last time they actually played each other on LAN, we saw FaZe quite comfortably taking Space Station Gaming and managing to take the series every single time, twice in Charlotte. But it has changed a little bit since online. Since all of our online qualifiers, things have been chopping and changing. The big question is, how much do you read into the LAN environment that FaZe brought against SSG and to the most recent, I think, dominance that SSG have shown?
Well, there's a lot of factors that also changed amongst those, like the meta shifts, the tuning changes, the equipment changes that have come in with Season 3 and everything since then. So these 6 months have left a lot on the table for these guys to really manipulate their favorite over one another. I think SSG is going to come in confident, even though they got 3-0'd by FaZe the last time these 2 teams played on LAN. How dominant SSG beat FaZe in that FaZe tournament online for the qualifier to get here to win the #1 seed was a statement that I felt personally SSG made to the entire league. Hey, we are putting everyone on notice. We can dominate at our best. I need to see that out of SSG this weekend if they want to take home the trophy.
Yeah, like you say, Wes, a lot has transpired since Charlotte. Worth noting, though, at Charlotte, FaZe, of course, 6-1 across those 2 series against SSG. Bound was the only one positive across those 2 series on the SSG side. On the other side, Renegade ends the whole battle between the 2 series with a 1.25 KD. Worth noting, though, that things are quite different here. Not only is SSG coming in with the first seed, but of course Stellar and Eco, who had less than stellar, pardon the pun, KDs in the first series there in Charlotte, are on much better numbers, unsurprisingly, here in Dallas.
Let's not forget how we got here, everybody. Bound having to join this roster of Stellar, Penguin, and Eco. Why? Because Renegade left them for FaZe. FaZe picked up Renegade to try and win championships. They have not been able to do so with the only opportunity that was Charlotte was. But there's so much bad blood between these two. They know what's at stakes here. Bound wants to make his name the best in the world. SSG won a championship. FaZe made the decision to get rid of their dynasty team with Lethal for an opportunity at another potential dynasty, but that has yet to be kicked off. So there's a lot of pressure coming into this series.
So I want to move on to talk about this man on our screen right now, Penguin. Penguin has really got that adapting role for his team. He's very, very flexible in terms of what he needs to do here. And Brav, what have you noticed about his gameplay recently this weekend? Yeah,
some really interesting stuff. We'll have an oddball in this series. We'll talk about the series layout in a moment, but some really interesting stats coming back into the fold for Spacestation Gaming. You might remember last year we were talking about how Penguin had a really uneven distribution of objective stats, essentially running a lot of the flags, 80% of the flagpoles, and some pretty big outlier stats. That's actually back in Oddball. They've played 2 games of ball this weekend, and Penguin has nearly 80% of the ball time across both games. Now, as you'd expect on FaZe, that's distributed much more evenly. Something like Snakebite having the most, maybe around 28 to 29% or so of the oddball time. However, looks like Penguin is kind of back on that track with a little bit more objective play, and I'm curious if they'll be able to do that in this series, because FaZe is really going to test if you can have a dedicated objective player.
Yeah, 100%. But you know what? I think with these 2 teams, I think it's always just going to be just bloodthirst on that main stage. They always have had it out for one another. They want this so badly, both of these teams. And I think legacies are on the line. You know, people want to lift that trophy. You're not in the top 3 and rotating, you know, comfortably between those spots for nothing, right? You are making sure that this happens here and now, especially at LAN when you have the chance. Looking at the series layout here, I want to know, Brav, you know, while I have you here and you have all the stats at hand, you know, what's going to be going on and what are some of the differences between here and Charlotte? Yeah, this is a really interesting series layout. You let me know when I have to stop talking, because there's a lot of exciting things here. I think most importantly, neither of the teams have played several of these game types here in Dallas, which is important. So there's no precedent in terms of the direct matchup or the historical stats over days 1 and 2. CTF Argyle, neither of them played it. However, they're both undefeated in CTF. Neither of them have played Slayer Recharge here in Dallas. However, 5-0 in Slayers for SSG, 5-2 in Slayers for FaZe. The last time that we saw FaZe play this was actually a 50-48 over OpTic in Charlotte, so that'll be interesting as well. As I said, ball, the biggest thing I'm watching is if we're going to be able to see SSG run that, and to be honest, Stronghold's live fire and both the last Slayer are trending towards SSG records. So if FaZe overall, I think the takeaway is if FaZe wants to win this, the best way they can do it is in those first 3. Maybe go to 4, but you don't really want to go to games 4 and 5 if you can avoid it if you're FaZe. There you go, folks. You know how that one is hopefully going to run down for both of our teams, and we'll find out how they convert it into a win on either side. It is time to head on over to our 2 casters to kick this winners final off. Gaskin and Shurzy, it's over to you.
Thanks so much, Lottie. It's winners finals time. Dan, I cannot wait to get into this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. I mean, it's the first time we've not seen OpTic in a winners final in the entirety of Halo Infinite. Instead, we get the classic. We've got SSG, we've got FaZe, a Taylor's oldest time, 2 teams who have duked it out for years. And there's been a few team changes here and there. I mean, Renegade, I mean, this is an exciting one to see what he's going to do, and I can't wait to get into it.
Well, something else we have to talk about is both these teams on the stage here haven't won a championship in over a year. Is the drought to end this weekend? Well,
I mean, at the moment, form would certainly suggest that. From what we've seen over the last couple of days, it's been about SSG, it's been about FaZe, it's been less about OpTic, but there is still that elimination bracket waiting in the wings, and OpTic, I'm sure, will be ready to try and take down whoever would drop there. But first, we've got to get through a best of 5 with 2 of these absolute giants in the Halo Infinite scene. And as of course I mentioned, you've got a little bit of rivalry there. You've got Renegade, who used to be on this squad. Now he's on his new look FaZe roster, who wanna be able to take them down.
It's Championship Sunday time. It's winners finals. It's FaZe. It's SSG in game 1. Capture the flag on Argyle. Dan, tell me something.
I mean, both teams have been very impressive when it comes to their capture the flag. FaZe, more of an aggressive team. They're very good at a high success rate when they pull that flag to securing a capture. But SSG, one of the best defensive teams we see when it comes to securing and stopping people from pulling that flag.
FaZe have not won since Kansas City. And this SSG roster, even before then, who's going to come out on top in winners finals? Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway here.
And of course, the grapple, very important at the start of this game. Try and secure that camouflage. Whoever's prioritizing it, big responsibility on your shoulders. Because if you can get that first camo, if you can make sure you can at least be tricky, sneaky, and get behind enemy lines, you can really start with a good precedent here in the game.
Bound pushing the pace immediately. FaZe were down 3 for a moment. Sniper rifle then hiding the opposition vent. Eco's gonna pull the flag, get it moving. Bound looking to provide some cover fire, but drops down onto the snake. And he was coiled, and he was ready to go.
And Eco did start moving that flag, but very quickly will have to go back on himself. It's a little bit of a snipe off, but Snakebite wins that one. And instantly, it's gonna be that push stemmed. And Spacestation gonna have to rethink their strategy, rethink how they're gonna approach this one.
Snakebite picking up 3. To stop that flag right in its tracks. It's Stellar to be the latest victim. One whistles over his shoulder, but the battle rifle on hand, lock in a killing spree. 1v1 with Bound, but the experienced general steps down. Bound once more, and Bound gets him.
So we've already had one flag pulled by SSG, and it resulted in nothing. On average, they're stealing about 10 flags per game, but capturing around 4, whereas FaZe Clan have close to a 50% cap rate when it comes to their flag pulls. They're a bit more efficient. So if we do see FaZe pull a flag, you better believe they will have a strategy behind it and will certainly know the route they're going to take.
Royal 2, going through the gears, descending on the enemy base. Sniper rifle in hand, only 1 bullet to play with. 1 hit finds the body. Eco trying to back him down, does so successfully. Royal 2 retreats to the basement. Eco, has he done enough here just to stop any sort of danger of a flag pull? You can see him trying to clear out his angles. Gone basement, Royal 2's down to no shields. Eco comes around the corner, clears him out.
I mean, unbelievable from Eco, really. Off spawn, gets tagged in the body, is able to do enough damage with the battle rifle just to force him back. So many players would have just died there, and it would have been a very dangerous position to be in. Not only that, he ends up getting the kill. Camo's coming up, though, and you can see how everyone desperate to try and grab it. So important here on Argyle to have control of that camouflage.
It has been whisked away, but has a player managed to pop it into the chest and be an influence here in game number 1. The pace has been set nice and early by both these teams. Eco rolling up through sniper elbow. Renegade caught unawares, down to no shields. 2 go down for SSG on this push. That's going to stop any real momentum they have. Bound has a little bit of camouflage left, gets 1. Both teams pulling flags here. And Eco with the grapple sends it his way. Body shot onto Renegade by Bound. These long adversaries over the last few months. Bound, of course, replacing Renegade all that time ago, and is finally starting to find his feet. He looks at home on this SSG roster. Stellar, flag gets sent home, 2 go down. Renegade and Royal 2 have to try and get the stop here.
Stellar taking a lot of damage, but he's in a good position to at least get a grenade down, and he gets the stick as well. That's massive for SSG. Flag still moving, and FaZe off spawn don't look like they'll be able to stop this one. SSG should be taking the lead, but you have to take the route up. There's going to be a chance you can shoot across map here.
Bound clambers his way up, takes absolutely 0 damage, and SSG draw first blood. They're 1-0 up.
And this is the fun thing about this matchup, and I was talking about those success rates of captures and defense when it comes to these two teams. Even though FaZe have been so good at capturing the flags they steal, because SSG are so good at sending them home, it means that you just get a butt of heads between these two teams. One who's very good at attacking and the other is a little bit better at defending. SSG strike the first blow. They'll take a lead. 8 minutes remaining. And sometimes these Argyle games can slow down where teams will just sit on that 50-yard line and wait. Hope the other team's going to push through. And as that camo pops, of course, then that's when things start to speed up a little bit.
Opportunity then for FaZe. Take map control. They need this camouflage. Have been able to grapple, you can hear it in the background. Camouflage has been scooped up. There's been a trade here and there, though. And it's going to be in the chest of Eco. Can he start to move and groove? Snipe shot just about evades the dome. And he thinks to himself, well, I'm not going that way, that much is for sure. He heads now up towards Sniper Elbow. Backing away to Coils then. Playing this one extra patient, just trying to get information.
Well, Eco has the camouflage, SSG in control. It's a good time to jump into the comms and see just what their plan is.
Nice. They're for commando, trying to kill me, Frosty.
I don't see him anymore.
They're 50. Watch out the PCs. Watch out the bottom mid, Frosty. Nice, do that. Watch out bottom mid. Dead. Two dead. Snappy. Yeah, he's snappy. Nice. Three dead.
Melee.
Where's that snipe? One shot their snipe.
Still has three.
Spawning back flag, I think. Spawning back flag.
I'm watching back flag.
Two back flag, two of them. I'm gonna push in. They can spawn out.
Go below you, Adam. Weak. Below you.
They're back flag. Frosty, one shot dead.
Two dead.
John spawned and one's their back flag. Ray needs help.
If you go basement, I can help you.
Yeah, nice.
Last
guy John.
I can pull.
I'll tell you when they spawn.
Watch out, John. Watch out,
Frosty spawn.
Watch out, John, S3. Watch out, S3.
Okay.
Yo, spawn P on us, Adam. They're P.
Yeah, they're flag.
Gotta drop.
Watch out their frags. There's a commando.
Our grapple is
commando
up.
one shot, Kevin. He's sitting on their commando.
Camo Snipes 25.
I'm gonna look our P door here.
50
Look at our danger.
On Kevin.
Our danger.
Probably P door.
I don't see it.
PCs, two of them.
R3 weak.
And it's one of those where they had the camouflage, they had the chance, but FaZe did enough defensively just to stop SSG from getting that flag pull. But this is all good for SSG shirts. 6 minutes remaining, they're still on top, they're still getting the slays. FaZe have yet to really get any sort of control in the middle of the map, but Renegade gets a double. That can certainly start things off here.
FaZe currently being outplayed at the moment by 8. 1 flag cap difference. Renegade looking to change things here. Penguin backs him down. Stellar soars, looking to sniff out Royal 2, who desperately throws down some denial grenades, but not going to find a home. Stellar with another camouflage. This is 3 without reply for SSG.
And FaZe have done well just to stop it from being, too difficult. They've not allowed SSG to just wander on into the base, get those flag pulls, but at the same time, SSG know they don't need to. 1 is enough at the moment. In the FaZe Invitational, it was a 3-2 victory for Spacestation over FaZe Clan on Argyle CTF, but this one looks a little bit tighter. Neither team is really opening up, and they're making sure they drop back to their base when they feel under pressure, really turtling up and ensuring they defend well. FaZe at the moment have done it far more often, but 4 go down for SSG, and now this is the chance for FaZe to finally start to push and get aggressive.
A chance, an opportunity then. It's going to be a trade for Snakebite in the end. 2 down for SSG. And the rest of his teammates in the position that they need to be. Frosty trying to get some shots down onto Stellar basement. 1 shot left in the chamber for Stellar in this sniper rifle. Will it find a home? Will it find a dome? Bound and Royal 2 will eventually trade out. The early pressure that FaZe had, the early impetus is all but whisked away.
Final bullet at least connects, and Stellar can get a kill. But just around every corner, there's another FaZe player. Everyone being a little bit sneaky at the moment. I think the FaZe really want to get that opening pick and get the surprise onto SSG before they can take control. Also 13 seconds till that next camouflage. If anyone's got a grapple, they'll start to position themselves to be able to just whisk it away. Otherwise, you've got to try and contest it top middle. Grenades very important as well if you're going through those pipes and vents.
Camouflage to pop soon. Eco goes down, 3 dead. This is a moment, an opportunity then for FaZe to get rolling.
Oh, Frosty!
The Iceman's heating up here. And that's bad news, Bears. If you're SSG, Royal 2 gets another one. Renegade has camo. This is the moment then to tie us up.
Always good news for FaZe fans and FaZe in general. When Frosty starts to get loud, you know he means business, as now the flag can start to move. Snakebite has the sniper rifle to work with, and Renegade takes down their sniper rifle and has the camo. This is FaZe's best chance of a cap. Oh!
Eco has to win and does win it, but has the flag made up enough ground here? Snakebite opts to drop it and clear out house. Not pushing it too far forward. A warning shot over towards Eco, across the bow. Gets the flag touched now, and it's on the move. But does he have the pieces in position to help him secure it? The answer's no, as Penguin locks in 2.
Flag is out, FaZe. Can they manage to grab it? Good time to jump into the comms. Let's go for a listen in.
Okay, 3 minutes. Pushing their PCs, really weak. Yo, I need us to slice. Focus on kills.
Where jump?
One shot through PC. One shot through PC. Raiden.
Our shotty guy.
Here.
I got two. One hit on our base going elbow. Another one on our shotty. Under our base is weak. We need to kill. We need to be ready to kill.
Elbow also.
Elbow sniper. John, look up now.
You good.
And I got killed from my back five.
Hey.
I want.
Shotty. Yeah, our shotty.
Question quick.
I don't see him.
Hey, last guy PC on that. Everything in 30, guys. We win this game
Our
if we
bros.
get camo. We win this game if we get camo.
I'm leaving that guy. I'm leaving that guy and going there sniper.
Yeah, watch him bottom. He just went.
Yeah, he's still there. Still there. Bounce.
John, can someone come right with me?
Camo snipe
No,
20.
I'm trying to kill this.
Camo
PJ,
snipe 20.
give me a sec.
I
I can go right with you.
There's one there PC, John.
Camo 15.
There's
Let's start game planning camo. Let's start game planning
There's
camo.
shoddy
He
there.
was under a base bound. He
Yo,
never
PJ,
killed him ever.
I am with you.
He
You call me out, PJ. They don't know where you're at.
He's weak, John.
Alright, we're dying here. Camo on 5. Camo on 5.
Oh, you're gonna die here.
We try to play for camo.
Yeah, there's two on me.
Our caution.
They're gonna be on camo. One shot bound.
He's still weak.
Okay.
Alright, everything's up.
Snipe him out. He's one main
Still up. They have
He's grappling. He's running
right now. Nice. Scam.
Running an elbow.
A lot of responsibility for Royal 2 with this sniper rifle. Stop that flag from being run. You heard it in the comms as well. Royal 1, the coach saying, we need these camos. If we can get a camo, we can win this game. But they still find themselves a flag down. 1 minute 35 on the clock. They were temporarily 4 dead, but they've done well to keep SSG at bay.
Time is running out. SSG playing this one perfectly. Just eating away at the clock all the time. What can Royal 2 do with this sniper rifle? Can he have an influence? Can he drive his team forward? The camouflage has popped up, and it's yet another one gone the way of SSG, and a win condition removed for FaZe.
Remember, Royal 2 so close to hitting those shots as well. Penguin almost had his face ripped off, but now with 1 minute 10 left, and Penguin can do whatever he wants. He's got so much freedom with this camo. If Frosty can take him down, that would be massive for FaZe's chance, but Frosty's the last remaining player, all 4 dead. Now SSG have a choice. Do you go for slays? Do you just play time here? But no, Penguin says, you know what? Sometimes the best form of defense is actually offense.
Flag on the move. Penguin throws it down. Faced with Frosty. Decides to give it up for now. 45 seconds remain. Penguin again will meet Frosty, his old adversary. And as this time, the Iceman comes out on top, but has got to get forward here now. They have to move, or this game is dwindling out of their fingertips.
30 seconds, one last push, and that could be a big nade if he connects. Does not. Huge from Stella, because now they have the player advantage. But suddenly, here comes the rest of FaZe Clan. It's do or die. 20 seconds, Eco trying to stay alive to ensure that he can at least stop the flag from being pulled. Does go down as well, but is there time here for FaZe?
Can SSG hold the line? 10 seconds. FaZe need a flag pull here. Bound could be the man to stop any threat coming into the base. Stellar's beautiful nade banks up off the stairs and a double kill. And is that enough? The answer's going to be yes. SSG win game 1.
Only the one flag was required from SSG, and ever from that point, it was just about controlling the map. It was about controlling that camouflage, keep it out of FaZe's hands, and they did just that. I think it was only 1 or 2 that FaZe were able to grab, and SSG had eyes on it constantly, very aware of where that camouflage might be pushing. They had the grapples, good snipe control as well. It was a very methodical game between SSG and FaZe, and I think that's what we've got to expect here, even though the entirely different strategies can be employed by both teams. When you get into the nitty-gritty, it can just come down to those little minor details.
SSG outslaying FaZe in game number 1 by 10, 77 to 67 respectfully, and something we've seen from SSG there is that was, like you say, methodical, but it was controlled as well at times.
It really was, and it was 24 kills for Stella. And how many times do we see Stella on a map like Aquarius, like roaming bottom middle and just finishing things off? Very different there on Argyle. He was playing the streets, he was playing the angles, constantly going down long haul and surprising members of FaZe and winning his engagements. Whether it would be just with a grenade, with a melee, he always had that little bit of an extra edge over the FaZe players when he got into those 1v1s. And the kills that he was able to get, just so important. It allowed the rest of his team to push up, get into some of those controlling angles, and then, of course, get in the position for the camouflage as well. Had we seen FaZe maybe get a camo or more too, then it could have been a very different game, Shirts.
And we have to talk about the influence the camo had. What a different game it might have been had SSG not had it on lock time after time. They found themselves in the right position to scoop it up, and that's not by accident.
And it wasn't even like they were grabbing the camo and then just running towards the flag and trying to get a sneaky one across the map. No, it was instead just lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment, getting that pick, and then as soon as you have that player advantage, retaking control of the map. It was perfect from SSG, and I mean, it was entirely the plan from them right from the get-go. You could see that they wanted to prioritize that grapple. They wanted to make sure they were the ones who picked it up first rather than FaZe. And ever since then, they always had a game plan.
And when you pick up the camouflage, it's very easy just to try and force things sometimes and pull a flag when it's not really on. But they had patience when they really needed it. You can see Eco just roaming around, getting information for his team, quite happy to hold that 1-0 lead they had.
Well, that's one thing that sometimes playing in these top 3 teams, you do get given patience because all 3 teams like to play with structure. They like to slow things down here or there. And that means that you get a little bit more room to breathe, room to think. And if you give Eco time to think, sometimes it's going to be a difficult situation to play against because he's one of the best minds in Halo Infinite. Map number 2, of course, we move from Objective over to Slayer. And it is going to be Recharge. I mean, Recharge Slayer, one of my favorite to watch just because we get the introduction of the shock rifle and we have 8 players on the main stage who all, when given that weapon, can go off and can make a difference.
And FaZe, they've got to put more impetus, more importance on this camouflage. It can be huge in swinging games, and they let it get away time and time again.
And it's another game type that can slow down, that can just be a standoff. So you've got to make sure you have someone, at least in the area, to keep eyes on, to keep tabs on that camouflage. Even if you don't get it, where are they going? Are they just hiding in the corner? Can you bank a nade to take them down? And of course, have you got a way to stop them if they are able to escape? Comms are everything, and you've got to make sure you're prepared for where that camo might be.
Game 2 then. We're underway here. Our SSG to double their series lead here and have 1 foot in the door of the grand finals. Or can FaZe Clan answer back here and now?
It was SSG who came out on top over FaZe in the FaZe Invitational. It was 3-1 in the upper bracket, and then it was 4-0 in that grand final. And of course, remember back in Charlotte, it was FaZe who took down SSG. It was 3-0 back then, but SSG have already bettered that here at this LAN with a map on the board. You got to remember, SSG have only lost 1 map so far this entire tournament, whereas FaZe have dropped a couple more. 4-3 to start, and Snakebite has at least been able to get that first camouflage.
Snakebite able to trade out his teammate in Royal 2, who had just dropped down onto a grenade. As he roams now forward. Bottom elevator. No music playing though. Hoping to hear a victory tune from the end of this series. Penguin down to no shields. Snakebite's camouflage has dissipated, but the damage has been done. 3 kills, no deaths. At the moment, FaZe hold a very slender and slim 2-kill advantage. 2 members of SSG posted over towards pipes. And you can see Snakebite's not too comfortable trying to clear his angles here. Over towards bottom middle. Gets information there's at least 1 bottom tower.
You really do play a very vital role if you are holding bottom or top elevator and you have to watch across towards the top gold cross. Penguin's going to be the next into the reticule of Royal 2. And Royal 2 should have help, but Penguin gets a good trade thanks to Stellar assisting. 10-9. And Spacestation really did bide their time with that push, but as soon as they were able to really create a gap, they suddenly burst into life and all push through together. It's one thing that SSG have always done well. When they decide to make a move, they all move together very quickly.
Renegade desperately trying to get away and get back to his teammates, but SSG ensure that will not be something that he can do. Camouflage has popped up now. Snakebite making moves towards it. Where the members of SSG posted up. See 1 over towards Caution. Gonna play sneaky and could be in a 1v1 now. Bound up against the general. Backs away. Down to no shield. Stellar comes out for the bait and switch. And SSG, they're rolling. Penguin picks up 2. Slides and slippers. Away with the camouflage then. It's a 4-kill lead now for SSG. They're just starting to step away from the boys on FaZe Clan.
Penguin has that Needler in his back pocket as well. SSG always a team who does like to focus on the Needler. It's a nice little surprise attack. And Penguin might be ready to do so. Has the grapple to work with afterwards. And just look how slow this game is. Every thought, every detail of which way you should be moving around the map is being considered by these 2 teams. There's so much respect for one another as well, and that's a huge kill, just making sure that camouflage is negated as early as possible.
Penguin was unfortunate that 3 of his teammates had gone down as he had scooped it up. He goes in big trouble here. The best he could do was a trade, and that's good enough in this situation. They still hold a 1-kill lead. Penguin gets 1 on the Royal 2. Stellar's going to run into 2 now, but manages again to get the trade. That's something that SSG have been doing very well as a combination of Stellar and Penguin lock in and secure another kill. 3-kill difference. This game's on a knife edge.
Both teams have 4 up, and suddenly it will slow down again as everyone now will go for that initial pick. It really is play to play here with FaZe versus SSG. You'll have that moment where everyone just bursts into life when there's a few members that are down on either team. And you try and wrestle back that control. You try and get into those positions that will allow you to maybe force some spawns. Royal 2's picked up a big double elsewhere. At least Stella replies with one of his own. But that is going to be a win for FaZe Clan in terms of that passage of play. They just want to find this last remaining player, which they do so. Renegade makes sure Bound goes down.
Renegade has shock rifle. Might consider throwing off the map here if he doesn't hit these shots. Has teammates on hand to get the trade. Royal 2 there to apply the back smack. 3 dead for SSG. And all of a sudden, FaZe Clan in the ascendancy. They have a 1-kill advantage. And a shock rifle to play with as well. Royal 2 pushes towards Glass, trying to claim some more territory. In the process, they've lost Snakebite, who was isolated over towards Whirlpool. Just a little bit ahead of his team. That could be the difference between a kill and a trade. It's just having a teammate follow you in. Shock rifle shot will not connect, and Royal 2 could be sacrificed, and is. Renegade steps away with the help of the grapple. Looking to provide cover fire for his team. One over towards Penguin. Top tower down to the half shields. This is better. Both teams playing it with patience. But at the moment, it's FaZe with a 4-kill lead.
And these are the games that this man Renegade was brought on this team for. The responsibility of just being able to slay out with the likes of a shock rifle. We've seen him destroy so many teams over recent years. As things slow down once more, I'd love to jump into the comms of FaZe Clan and see just what they're thinking.
Watch keep this hold. Keep this hold. They're scamming.
John,
Matt, the glass guy backed up.
You want pipes?
You want pipes? Weak top gold.
John, Brad, I'm one hit, okay? John, careful of that shock.
They're gonna push off this. They're gonna push off this.
1BR, Brad, can you help me, cat?
It's top A cat weak. Top A cat.
I'm one, Brad.
Okay, yes, one. Funny cat.
Mango.
He's in the boxes.
Still mangler.
You grapple behind me. I don't want to grab me.
Try to group up. Try to group up. Play for yourself. Yeah, regroup here. Nice. Good trade, John.
I got it.
Guys, I'm in blue. They're gonna spawn glass.
Yo, listen,
Cam on 10, guys. Cam on 10.
I have grapple for it. Live up, okay?
Yo, Bally's. Yo, they're gonna make a glass play, Brad. I can aimbot this.
Nah, I need you to play heavy. Pipes are weak.
Yeah, they're too long.
Alright, 2 pipes.
I've been 8th one. Both weak. I got one. Another one weak.
I've gold.
Where'd you go?
Oh, yeah, I think he's single.
There's gonna be one grapple. One gold is weak.
Nice.
Red steps.
Turban.
He's one hit. One about
I'm on came out. Nice, good trade, John.
See, Brad, see.
Communication is key. Something you picked up on there is Renegade just being lent a little bit of encouragement when he gets trades that perhaps he shouldn't. That can be the difference maker at times to ensure you can still hold and maintain a lead. Snakebite tries to grapple the camouflage towards him. Gets it the second bite of the cherry though. Decides to step forward instead. This could be huge. They require 6. They've got pipe set up. Stellar's on glass. Isolated from his team. Will he be the opening pick? Snakebite's only interested in getting information here as he tiptoes over to bottom mangler, throws a plasma grenade and a frag grenade to follow it. He goes in big trouble, and Bound's trying to provide cover fire to get him out of there. He has escaped with his life for now, but Snakebite's quite happy just to hold angles here as the camouflage dissipates.
Yeah, FaZe have too big a lead to really force anything at the moment. Make SSG make a move instead. When it was a very tight game up until about 34 kills, and then FaZe exploded into life. As soon as they had any sort of advantage, they were constantly pressing, they were constantly forcing SSG back, and SSG, unfortunately, off spawn, weren't able to ever really get that control that they had in the early stages of the game. And now, with 4 minutes 30 left on the clock, an 8-kill advantage, and they've got the shock rifle, it's all in FaZe Clan's hands right now. It's just on them not to make a mistake. SSG will try and force one, of course, but they're going to have to make a play as Bound gets caught out trying to flank round over towards gold.
Renegade falls.
Wow.
It's a beautiful execution from SSG. 3 dead for FaZe. Make it 4. Textbook. Stellar now has all the ingredients he needs to bake a murder pie. Shock rifle in hand. Fires one over towards Frosty, won't connect. Nor does the second or the third. It's a swing and a miss. And Renegade desperately tried to finish the damage, but he's been isolated. He's been the opening pick once more. Just needs to slow it down. Frosty has camouflage. This could be what he needs to secure the game for his team.
Yeah, that's great news for FaZe. They knew full well that camo was coming up. They just had to prioritize it. SSG couldn't afford to, really, because they would have left themselves too vulnerable and they would have given too many kills away when there's only a few needed for FaZe. So 2 more required. Spacestation needs 7, but it's still doable, especially if they go for a similar push like they did before. They used Bound as a little bit of a decoy. 49 to 43.
World 2 gets Penguin. Stellar answers back. Only 1 more death to play with, and it could be Eco, the latest victim and the last victim of this Slayer. It's going to be a trade from Renegade onto his former teammates. We're all tied up in the series here in Winners Finals.
And there was a very clear switch of pace there from FaZe in the mid to late stage of the game. Around 34, 35 kills. I think FaZe just realized that they couldn't afford to constantly be going tit for tat with SSG with, oh, you get a push, then we get a push, then you get a push, then you control this side of the map. They said, actually, let's start pushing the agenda a little bit. Let's take the initiative. Let's send 2 round towards blue. Let's make sure we start collapsing on them a little bit better. And then once they had that lead, once they could push that advantage, I don't think SSG were really expecting the speed of which the game started to take. And then once FaZe had about a 6 to 7 kill lead, then they could afford to slow things down once more.
FaZe really dictated the pace in game 2. Stark contrast to game 1 where it was SSG who had the better of it. We talked about how big the camouflage could be and how much patience was used by Snakebite just to get information when he scooped it up. Not happy, not needing to push forward. They had the kill advantage, like you said. They didn't need to risk anything. And the entire time, SSG were terrified to move.
And you heard it during the FaZe listening of how important they thought the camouflage was. I mean, they knew how important it was in Argyle as well, but it did seem like they were better at prioritizing it here in map number 2. Whether it be just small talk, like, I've got the grapple, so I can get into a position to grab it. Or if you fail to get it, I can at least save it for us. And I think that's what happened with Snakebite. He did actually miss the grapple, not to call him out, but at least he got it anyway. But what a series we have on our hands in the Winners Finals here at HCS Dallas. 1-1 between FaZe and SSG. Of course, a place in the Grand Finals on the line. Waiting in the elimination bracket is OpTic Gaming. It's the big 3 once again in Championship Sunday, Shurs. Even though there's been a lot of trials and tribulations throughout the weekend, a lot of questions asked of some of these rosters, they still find themselves on the big day here on Sunday.
This weekend has had everything. Upsets, game 5s galore. But the cream has still risen to the top. Snakebite, is he looking at me? What's he looking at?
He's looking at someone right now.
Very handsome.
He's talking to me.
Game 3, though, on the horizon here. Oddball Streets, Dan. Is he looking at me? What's he saying?
Are they all doing it?
Lasers.
Oh, it's kind of...
That's intimidating.
It's making me feel some sort of way. Oddball Streets is going to be map number 3. Both teams have yet to lose it so far this tournament. And you heard Bravo briefly mention it on the desk as well. You've got 2 very different strategies when it comes to Oddball between FaZe and SSG. SSG, they love to have an objective player. That is Penguin. He has 80% of the ball time back in Charlotte. He was the guy, right? They set up around him. He knows when to play it. He knows when to rotate it. He's brilliant. For FaZe, however, they like to spread the load a little bit more. Anyone can grab that ball. Most of the time it would be Snakebite. I think he has a 40% ball rate when it was at Charlotte, but 20% for every other player. Like, they're all happy to get the ball. They all know that they can play with it, they can rotate with it, yada, yada, yada. Whereas SSG, they really will focus on building around Penguin. And I think it is important to have a strong objective player on your squad. I know it's very different when we go from Halo to Halo. You know, back in Halo 3, people would have the roles of being the best objective player. You have to do a little bit of everything nowadays in Halo Infinite, but I do love it when we can kind of go back to just seeing someone really dominate in an objective game with their rotations, when they drop the ball, when they're going to be using their BR, when they should help their teammate, when they should play it. And Penguin really is the best at doing that, I think, in the entirety of the HCS. So I'm very excited to see what he does here in map number 3.
And it's something that's been underrated and undervalued for time now as an objective player. It's almost been used as something to pacify. You say, oh, well, he's the objective player. It's almost like an insult sometimes to players. But when you have someone that, at the top level, the likes of APG, the likes of Penguin, you're giving them the ball. And the reason is because they know exactly when to rotate, to throw the ball. They can reset the map whenever they need to. You put a lot of importance and there's a lot of significance on your objective player.
And a lot of the time you won't see the POV of that objective player rotating that ball. Instead, you'll be watching the guy with a sniper rifle, for example. But if that player does not move that ball in that way to that position on the map, they do not secure X amount of points and they probably do not win. And I know we joke about it sometimes and we'll be like, you know, they've only got 4 kills, perhaps they should pick up the ball. But you are completely right. It is such an important factor to have on your roster. And if Penguin is that guy on SSG, it is Snakebite on FaZe Clan, even though it's not as much of a high percentage. Some of the things I've watched Snakebite do with an oddball is incredible. And whether it's just be his positioning where he puts that ball temporarily, he just puts it in a safe place whilst he takes a fight, and then he'll grab it a little bit later.
having a little break here when players visit the bathroom. And perhaps it's another ploy. And you say sometimes players just go into the bathroom. I like to think of it as the dark arts.
I'm trying to tell you that map number 2, after map number 2, they are given a bathroom break.
I don't care.
Right? It's not even mind games.
Mind games.
Sometimes you just need to go to the toilet.
And you can see the SSG boys slowly trickling back. Take your time, boys. We will continue when you're ready. But we can talk about Oddball Streets, Game 3, and it could be a real serious decider here.
It was 2-1 to SSG in the FaZe Invitational. It was a close-fought stronghold, Oddball Streets, excuse me, but FaZe just weren't able to get over that finishing line. They weren't able to get those final few seconds in. SSG just kept getting a better setup. Again, I think that FaZe have got to make sure they don't allow the freedom for Penguin, right? If you see that Penguin is getting that ball, maybe just try and shut him down a little bit earlier and force SSG to put that ball in someone else's hands and say, okay, well, let's see how bounce ball rotations are. Let's see what Eco does when he's put in a position where he has to hold the objective. And don't get me wrong, everyone on that stage knows how to play objective, but there are definitely players who can do it a little bit better.
There's something that's undervalued, and that's picking up scrappy ball time when you get the opportunity. Penguin seems to be one of the best in the business at picking up that ball, getting 5-6 seconds here when he's throwing the ball left and right, just securing seconds. And every one you get, of course, you're closer to winning the round. And
sometimes putting your life on the line just to get that ball away from the other team as well. How many times do you see it at the top of station, for example, and then someone desperately trying to toss it out into bottom middle? There have been players that wouldn't go for that play and would just try and maybe crouch around a corner, hope to get a kill or two, get taken down, and then you can see 20 to 30 seconds going in favor of the other team because of it. Penguin's a guy like that. Penguin's like, I don't care if I have an extra death statistic. I am more than happy to get this ball away from the enemy team so that they cannot score. And you need players like that. And again, everyone on SSG can do it as well, but Penguin just does it a little bit more often.
That's something we've seen. SSG, particularly Stellar, he's been having an incredible tournament. The slays he's been putting up, the numbers he's been putting down. And he could be in championship winning form here today.
I mean, he's been the guy who's been getting all the kills in map number 1 and map number 2 for SSG. He quietly goes about his business, as does this entire SSG roster, as they have done historically throughout the HCS. But now maybe it's time to get a little bit loud, a little bit proud, because game number 3 is just about to get started.
Game 3 then. As the battle drum beats, which team is to take the series lead here? It's game time. And we're on board at Royal 2. Eyes trained over bottom middle, staring acutely at Penguin. And it's not the kind of Penguin you want to be cuddling.
Well, SSG just walk on in, waltz on in, and grab the rockets freely. Eco said, you know what, everyone else has got eyes trained elsewhere. Thank you very much, but there is going to be a drop shield that he has to worry about. Second rocket does do damage at the very least as the ball tries to get whisked away. It's going to be a battle on Pink Street at the moment.
World 2's in trouble. So much pressure. The stock rifle and battle rifle fire combined. Frosty goes down. It's important here the FaZe clan don't keep throwing bodies at it. Just get themselves nice and composed here and get ready to break a setup because it's going back tram. Do they have the tickets for entry? Renegade gets the jump on Stellar, but Penguin's on hand to help him. 2 dead for FaZe. The first initial chance at breaking the setup hasn't been all too successful.
And usually I'd favor the team who's starting as the red team here, who can start from the high ground, who can make sure they get those rockets, but
you've been watching Star Wars too much.
I mean, something one of our producers pointed out is SSG like to pick the blue team when they have the opportunity. They are more than aware of starting on this side, on the low side, and you can see it happen in front of our very eyes. Eco was well trained in making sure he gets the quickest route to those rockets. They also get the Stalker rifle, and now because of it, they've got Bull Time, they've got Bulldog, they've got everything they could have wanted here.
Bulldog's off leash. It's barking, it's biting. Down goes the snake. It's not often you see a dog versus fighting a snake, but we've seen exactly which one comes out on top this time. Stellar heading up the driveway then. Got 2 members of FaZe clan to face. Snake Bite will do damage and step away. Shroud Scream will help close the gap for Renegade though, and that's going to be a pick. 24 seconds to 1. Neither team really getting the setup that they want, not able to amount any real point advantage for now.
No, it wasn't a big setup for SSG, but 24 points, I mean, a quarter of the way is still fantastic for them. And that was all off the back of the starting strategy, really. Rockets are now up again. Renegade has eyes on them, but Bound is going to be the player who bounds on in and grabs them. 2 rockets in the chamber to work with. He just needs to help out Stellar here. That There's a little bit of a panic, and second panic rocket as well, as Frosty manages to do his best Matrix impression and dodges both.
Puckett's not here today, but I'm glad to see players are still paying homage with the Rockets. Frosty then in arcade. Has he got the change to play a few games? Insert coin here. Gets one on the Penguin. Stellar back tram heading towards Ivy. Bound on garbage, gets taken down. Frosty holds the cross. Stellar's in big trouble front base. 3 dead for SSG. Ball in hands of Snakebite. And he's bringing it towards PD and looking to lock it down.
Penguin just getting caught there in trash, and it's a frustrating experience when you're trying to make a little bit of a flank, when you're trying to have a 1v1 with someone, and then here arrives Frosty, who catches you off guard. A lot of ball time being gathered now by FaZe. There was a great response after the initial start from SSG, and now they've got that ball over towards Tower. If they can get the next set of slays, they could set themselves up for a solid chunk of time.
What can Frosty do? Not interested in building snowmen today, or letting it go. He heads towards Cafe. A couple of Bulldog shots will go down, but not enough to do the significant damage required to take down Penguin. 2 dead then. Frosty and Renegade have to watch their teammates then scramble here. Snakebite got the play ball, but it's coming straight back at him as he manages to get away driveway and back towards Red to his teammates who have just spawned up. Can they collapse here? Yet again, Rockets in 10.
Well, I mean, I speak a lot about Penguin being the guy who grabs the ball, holds the ball. Instead, he just tossed it away. He's got the Bulldog to work with. No way he needs to be playing the objective right now. And I tell you what, you got a Shroud screen to protect you. Rockets and Bulldog. Penguin is going to be quite the force. He has all the arsenal he could have possibly wanted. It's a big double killing spree for him. And that will allow SSG just to continue that. It's going to be a triple, and it could be more. He wants to march on, but he has no ammo left. And Snakebite will just try and escape this one. But Penguin, 9 kills at the moment. Forget the objective. He says, I can do a little bit of everything.
Snakebite hates Halo, doesn't he? Just couldn't give him the overkill. Hates it. Does eventually go down, though. 2 dead. Frosty and Renegade stand. Penguin has ball in hands. This is what we expected to see as he now starts to amount time. Frosty trying to give Penguin the wiggle, does so successfully, but Stellar will get the trade. Tries to pick up the ball, but is forced to play it here over towards the palm tree. Bound, putting down some cover fire, some suppression fire. Shroud screen goes down just to limit the line of sight that Snakebite has.
Those were the plays that I was talking about, though, from Stella. Just being able to toss that out over towards palm trees. It saves SSG now probably 10 to 15 seconds of ball time. FaZe could have easily grabbed it at the top of stairs. But now they've got to wait. They've got to try and slay out. They need to get into a position where it's comfortable to grab, and SSG are making it ever present at the moment, saying you cannot have any sort of comfortable pickup. And look at that, Snakebite goes down.
Penguins in hot pursuit. Frosty's got ball in PD. Royal 2, down to 1 shot, trying to get a trade desperately, but Frosty peeks set out the door. A couple of shots down. Both players of SSG down to no shields, but they've got numbers. They've overwhelmed FaZe here.
Snakebite needs to wait, needs to be patient, wait for the spawners. Royal 2 is going to be the first one who goes alongside him. And you really need to be thinking about these rockets here. SSG can prioritize time, or they can start to think about setting up around the rockets. You can try and do both. Sometimes when you hedge your bets either way, you can be punished for it, and maybe this could happen. SSG find 2 go down, and FaZe Clan can now make the push and potentially get the rockets alongside it.
Ball has been played out front base by Penguin, like we spoke about. Eco's got himself yet another set of rockets. Boombox over the shoulder, and if you're a fan of rock and roll, here comes the boom. Snakebite goes down. Cafe cleared out. Closed for business. Ball down bottom middle still. Isolated is Eco. Renegade scoops it up. Brings it back towards his teammates. They have information of exactly where Eco's positioned. Teammates spawning over towards Tram. It's going to be a Cafe hit. Can they execute this one perfectly? Can they break this one up? Royal 2 and Renegade combined to get a kill. A trade for Snakebite's good enough. 2-2 on the map now. Stellar throws down a grenade, but Royal 2's there to get the back whack. That's even more time for FaZe. They close in on that 72 points that Spacestation have amounted.
Yeah, this first round's going down to the wire, just like it did when we watched them compete online. Royal 2 is big chance with nades here. That's a huge double. Renegade should be able to finish up the pieces. Will do. 3 go down for SSG, and FaZe have a chance to really wrestle back some time here. They take the lead. 1 player was remaining for SSG. It was Stella.
Snakebite trying to close the gap, predicting there's going to be a push over towards red. Stellar's leaked through the gap though. Information has got to come. They've got to clear him out. Penguin's got the first pick here. This could be telling. This could be important. 2 kills for SSG. Renegade's in big trouble. He gets a trade, but it's not going to be enough. And SSG have hands on ball once more. FaZe have one final push.
Well, that was SSG's last real chance at pushing and stopping this game going in favor of FaZe, or at least the round, should I say. And it's going to be exactly the same now for FaZe. They're spawning over towards Arcade side. They've got 2 on that. And it's whether they send the 2 exactly the other way, just as we saw SSG and go for the pinch.
They haven't got time. FaZe have got to go. They've got the pick. Ball still in hands though. Oh! Ball down. 1 second required. All 4 dead for SSG. The setup's been broken wide open. And Frosty's got hands on the ball. Round 1 goes to FaZe Clan.
Unbelievable, back against the wall, and FaZe make sure they perfectly push over towards Arcade. They send 1 member around the other side of PD. The grenades were phenomenal. And SSG, it felt like they were a millisecond away from taking that, but that's how close these 2 teams are. It's going to come down to those fine margins, those one little push situations. As we start now round 2, Rockets have yet to been grabbed by either team, but 3 have gone down on the side of SSG.
Absolutely 0 time to catch your breath. This game has been fast-paced. This series has been back and forth. Stalker Rifle putting down some damage, not enough though. Renegade needs to get himself out of dodge. Why as he decides to. Bounds in trouble, trades left, right and center. Ball down in no man's land over towards benches. That can't be a carry-on in any bus. Stellar, bottom middle. Looking towards tires. Engages with Renegade. Face to face with Royal 2. And they combine, both players down to no shield. Stellar's done an awful lot of damage to ensure FaZe can't get forward quickly. And another kill for Bound. As he drops bottom middle, secures 1 on the Snakebite, triple kill. And Bound is rolling.
Well, after losing such a close first round, SSG, do they feel a little bit down on themselves? Are they maybe feeling upbeat after that triple kill? Well, the one way to find out, let's go to a listen-in with Space Station.
East stairs on me, Frosty, and driveway. East stairs, Frosty. East stairs, weak, Frosty.
I can watch it in.
They're going bottom mid. I think they're going bottom mid.
Weak bottom mid. Weak bottom mid.
I don't think they're B-side bound. I don't think they're B-side.
Could jump AT. I'm looking at you, Braden.
I spawn B again. I'm
on bottom mid. ATM. And B stairs.
Front tower, front tower.
Shoddy, on Shoddy.
We can B stairs. Tires.
Look at tires.
Weak laundry.
They're gonna be cafe as well. Tower with shotgun.
I see that.
One shot, back tower with shoddy on
B
the
stairs
shield.
in front C. B stairs in front C.
Tower one shot. Tower still weak.
Watch out,
One shot B stairs. 2 shots B pillars. Ball's weak.
They got rockets. I'm pushing red room.
Tire, quick, John. And I'm definitely C.
Towers is back.
On ball weak. All dead. Scan.
Back tower with rockets.
One shot top C.
On cafe, and back tower with rockets.
Private front C. Frosty.
You can just hear subtly in the background Elamite just reminding them Rocket's very important. We need to prioritize them when they do come up. Even though it's a 30-second lead at the moment for SSG, they know full well FaZe have already done that in the previous round. They've been able to get back into these games so quickly and so easily with just 1 push. 2 members go down at FaZe, and they were the ones who got the rocket, and Snakebite making them count.
Snakebite gets 2. Double kill. Looking to sink his teeth into 3, but Bound ensures that will not be an eventuality. Bound all alone, crying, looking for a bailout here. On past goal, goes, looking jail. Royal 2 getting absolutely fried by the Sentinel beam. Stellar got 1 elsewhere, 3 dead for FaZe. An opportunity then for even more ball time for SSG.
And even more for Bound. Bound's been the one who stepped up for SSG on this objective. He always seems to find himself in the right place at the right time just to move that ball over and have a little bit more of a sneaky amount of time. I think you mentioned it just before this game started. Having someone who is prepared just to grab it for a few seconds, very important, but here comes the FaZe push.
2 dead for SSG. Bound recognizing he's in trouble. Plays the ball over towards Statue, but not before getting a trade. As he's got Sentinel beam in hand now. Snakebite drops the shield, Stalker Rifle doing damage, another trade for Bound. They can be huge in just ensuring FaZe not get the optimal setup.
Bound is so good at doing that. He didn't panic, even though he ran out of ammo on the Sentinel beam, had to reload. It was a quick slide and melee, knew exactly how he wanted to play it. And that's what you want from anyone who's playing the objective, anyone who's holding that ball. As long as they can trade with the first person that pushes them, they've done their job.
Rockets up soon. Shroud screen goes down, scooped up. It's going to be Snakebite again. Expectation on his shoulders to make the difference with the Rockets. Member of SSG situated bottom tower. I don't think he was spotted out. Snakebite gets one though. He hears the call. And ball carrier's been hassled. He's been harried. Penguin gets the kill. Plays the ball once more. One rocket down on Generator. That information will be passed over by Snakebite. Penguin's in big trouble. Royal 2 trying to get the angle. But Penguin keeps frustrating. Penguin continues to milk. Penguin survives.
So frustrating when you're on the receiving end of that as well. You're just not able to get those final shots, and if Penguin's able to go and get a kill because of it, and he's done a bit of a worldie here. Did anyone pick up that rocket would be the big question. I mean, you're completely right. FaZe would have known full well it was there, but maybe SSG didn't. The Penguin still alive, still doing damage, and ball time still being gathered here by SSG. They are well in control of this round.
Penguin's absolutely lasered here, gets another trade. 2 dead for FaZe. Bound bottom middle. Spots out one. Whack, whack. Elbow to the spine. This round of oddball so far has been textbook from the boys in gold.
And it's been such a close game across both rounds in terms of slays. 86 at the moment for FaZe, but only 84 on the opposition side of SSG. Nothing really to split the difference. It's all been now about those fine margins, about those pushes. Who can get those kills when it matters, who can get that pick to try and push through as a squad. Bound goes down. And now FaZe need to try and find some sort of setup here. That's something that SSG have done so well this game, is they've not allowed FaZe to get that ideal setup. Instead, they've made them rotate with it. They've made them go for the poor man setup time and time again.
2 members down for SSG. It's a 2v2 on the map. Make it 2v3. Renegade has Bulldog. Trying to clear out tires. Here's footsteps around him. Gets caught unawares though. Bound gets another. Bulldog transfers hands. Rocket scooped up as well. Bound with 107 seconds on the ball. +4. Rockets in hand. It's a Bound world and we're just living in it.
I mean, it was going to happen at some point, wasn't it? We were waiting for Bound to really have that tournament where he showed us truly what he's been made of and what he was going to turn into as a player. The young prodigy has shown up and has fitted so well into this SSG roster. He's got just about the most kills, the most objective, and he keeps getting the important stuff.
Final seconds remain. 4 seconds required to end this round and tie up the oddball game, and SSG do. We're all tied up in the series. We're all tied up in the game. Both these teams want a ticket to grand finals, and neither of them willing to give up an inch for it.
I cannot express enough how important it is to win this map 3, especially as map number 4 is going to be Stronghold's live fire. It's a map in mode we haven't seen either team play so far this tournament. So when it comes to research, when it comes to prep, it has to be about those online performances. How much of the research has coaches done? How have they done? The early stages here, FaZe at least have been able to get the opening time, and I think that's what they need to prioritize a little bit more now, is that scrappy ball time. They allowed SSG to too freely grab that ball at times, and most of the time it was because of Bound.
Rockets go down, but they're in the safe hands of Eco. Splash damage enough to take Renegade down to no shields and to the early grave. 2 down for FaZe then. Penguin ensures Snakebite will join the boys in red and black. Ball in hands once more for SSG. They've got some semblance of control, some semblance of a hold over towards PD. They've got the numbers required to ensure they get even more ball time as well.
Both teams cross 100 kills at the same time. It is so even in slays. And if either team can just have that one player who pops off a little bit, a killing spree could do a world of good, as Eco just listening to his team. Dominating and holding top tower at the moment, forcing Royal 2 back as SSG have a solid setup at the moment. They just need to be keeping an eye on Arcade. Don't allow anyone to just be able to sneak through here and surprise the ball carrier.
Nothing at the moment is getting past Eco without getting a couple of shots in its shields. Renegade leaks through. It's the second time in quick succession that Renegade has been the first pick. Unsuccessful in breaking the setup so far. Royal 2 though will follow him in. 3 dead for SSG. Penguin tries to play the ball, but it's too difficult a task. Bound trying to deny any real ball time, and it's scooped up by Frosty. Snakebite wins a 1v1. 3 dead once more for SSG.
Massive kill from Snakebite, and also making sure he doesn't go down to Bound there. Otherwise, it would not be as much ball time It's funny how both teams are really trying to force the opposition into PD as well, because once you get that ball into PD, the grenades become such an important factor to break the setup. Do you know what else is good at breaking setups? Rockets, and Bound has them yet again.
Fires one. Didn't need to find a home. His teammates were on hand to ensure maximum damage was done. Second rocket's a flare. Not inspiring, not really able to hold the setup, and the FaZe push comes from Cafe. Snakebite jumping out front C. Perhaps with a stock rifle in his hand. Penguin gets a huge double plasma grenade kill elsewhere though. 3 dead for FaZe. This should mean, again, ball time in PD for SSG. This seems to be their preferred setup.
And I was saying, we need to see a player go on a killing spree and start to pop off. Well, again, it's Stellar, 35 kills now, as he's leading the charge for SSG. They have a 30-point lead here in round 3. And again, it's a PD setup. Eco has the Stalker Rifle to work with, so that's going to kind of scare FaZe Clan a little bit, but at least it's out of ammo.
Ball carrier getting pressured. Penguin steps out. Eliminates Frosty from the equation, but not before going down himself. FaZe break the setup eventually. 71 seconds is the target to meet, to match. 72 to take the lead.
And you saw it there for a split second. Penguin wins that initial engagement, and then he tries to pick up the ball, hoping he can have enough time to then toss it out. It's those little decisions. It's why Penguin is so good. Of course, he didn't work out on that occasion, but you can really see the thought process.
Renegade with a 37 kill bomb at the moment. Royal 2 putting 2 more in his column. Bulldog in hand. Over towards Cafe as he slides behind Stellar. Drop wall goes down. Stellar joins it.
Uh-oh.
Ball time continued to be held. Waiting patiently for a fresh spawner is Royal 2 here. Shoots them, recognizes nobody's coming. The hit's going to be over towards the arcade. Bound goes down, but not before getting a kill of his own.
And even though no one came towards the nades, at least Royal 2 was able to give that information that all 4 members were going to be arcade. So FaZe were somewhat prepared, but again, SSG, when they fly together, so much damage because they prioritize who they're going to be looking at, and they target one individual and take them down one by one. And again now, SSG can start to score here in PD, and it's going to give FaZe probably 1 or 2 more pushes to try and stop this game from going in the hands of SSG.
Ball dropped. 2 dead for SSG. Stellar recognizes this in a 1v1 with Renegade, and Renegade comes out on top. All 4 dead. We've seen this movie before.
We have indeed. Now FaZe need to set up properly. They need to be talking about where are these spawns. Bound goes down off of spawn straight away. That's huge for FaZe because now they have the numbers advantage right from the rip. Snakebite gets rid of all that ammo of the Stalker Rifle because he knows he's going down. He knows he's going to give it away. But SSG now have that extra player.
Experienced play from the veteran Snakebite. Here comes the push. Will it be successful for SSG? It's a 4v4 in the map for now. Can Snakebite get close? Bulldog does enough to get a pick, but it's traded out immediately. Royal 2 down to no shields, but it's again another trade. Frosty getting pressured, getting hassled, getting harried. Plasma grenades go down. Eco can't connect, can't find a home, and they continue to hold the ball, and they're starting to rotate now.
What a rotation that is from Snakebite. He whisks it away and sends it towards Station. He forces SSG to have to rotate around the entire map, and that gives FaZe now a chance off spawn to battle back. Renegade gets 1, Royal 2 the second. Ooh. 3 down for SSG.
Snakebite screaming, come and get it. All 4 dead. Once more for SSG. And the General holds the ball, and he's cradling it and keeping it nice and close.
It's one last push, 2 over towards Arcade. Eco has to come through bottom middle. I don't think there's time here for SSG.
They only need 2, 1, and FaZe claim game 3 and take the series lead.
And that oddball game had a little bit of everything. As soon as you thought a team was in control, the other would just snatch it back and snatch it away from them. And you've got to go back to that round 1, 100-99 in favor of FaZe. The fact they were able to steal that round away from SSG when it looked like they should have been more than comfortable, maybe that just deflated them a little bit. In the end, it was 137 kills in favor of FaZe to the 129 of SSG. They were back and forth. They were neck and neck through the entire rounds there on oddball, but finally FaZe made a difference in those final moments.
What a bloody game. What an incredible series so far. Both these teams at war, looking for a place and a spot back in grand finals, back where both feel they belong. But not only that, they want the advantage of having a bracket reset.
And one of the biggest differences that we saw, especially in that round 3, how many times did that oddball get given away in PD, and then you would happily win the fight, get the ball, and then you get a setup? I think that FaZe recognized if they had lost that ball over towards PD, they lose that game. So they moved the ball around. I think it was actually Renegade who initially moved it over towards Tower. And with 2 members down, Snakebite said, you know what, we need to get this ball away from SSG ASAP. And somehow he was able to dip all the way down to Pink Street into Station. And that was the biggest move that they could have possibly made because it won them the game. And they find themselves 2-1 up here in the winners final.
I think we've seen Snakebite pop that ball into a stroller and start running down Cafe, screaming help. But Stronghold's live fire is on the horizon here. And it could be the difference maker, it could be a series decider, because if FaZe claim victory here, they will push forward into grand finals. Dan, tell me something about game 4.
Well, as I said, neither team has played this map and mode yet this tournament. But look at those stats from the previous game. I mean, Royal 2 has the highest KD at the moment. Penguin had the most damage, by the way. I mean, I was talking about Penguin being that objective player, but he is the guy who is always going to be able to put down damage as well. And excuse me, these are the Stronghold stats. So going into game 4, this is across this tournament. So keep an eye on Royal 2, keep an eye on Penguin, because they are going to be the difference makers going into map number 4 here. I will say that Strongholds has been an interesting one this tournament. We've seen some teams really struggle with it, especially when you lose that initial control. But Livefire can sometimes flow a little better. For example, Recharge, it can be very setup heavy. You get stuck on spawn, you can't really break through. Livefire, sometimes we see people manipulate it in a way where it's a constant rotation, and we'll have to see how both of these teams try and play it.
And I was talking to Snakebite last night, and we're talking about the map mode combinations, and he said he was pretty happy with the series layout, and actually he's pretty happy they didn't get Strongholds Recharge, because he says recently they've not been having the same kind of success they would like.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some disappointing performances from the likes of FaZe on Recharge in general previously. I mean, I remember Oddball Recharge being an awful game type for them once upon a time. But sometimes you just have to avoid those bad game types. It's, what, we have 17, 18 game types, maps and modes that you have to play here in the HCS. There is so much consistency you need to be able to practice through. And that's what makes some of these best teams the best teams, is they are good across the majority of maps and modes. So you can't look at a series layout and be like, oh, damn it, I wish we had X, Y, or Z. You need to be confident in every single map and mode that is there and available to you. And Stronghold's Livefire, I feel like, is the bread and butter sometimes of the HCS. It's a map and mode that everyone should be more than comfortable with nowadays. And yes, okay, there's been changes here or there to the sandbox and what's been added with utility. But still, at its very core, it works the same. The sniper rifle going to be very important, and we have a lot of players on that main stage who know how to use it. Let's see if anyone can pop off.
Game 4 then. The stage is set for a player to become a hero here. FaZe Clan up against SSG. A ticket at grand finals up for grabs, particularly if FaZe are to win it here and now. Are SSG going to be feeling a little bit deflated with how close they came in game 3? We're underway, we're rocking and rolling.
And it's whether you go initially straight towards B, or do you start to set up for that overshield? It looks like it's going to be the latter for FaZe. They take down 1, we'll have the player advantage, now make it 2, could be 3. And that's the starting strategy of dreams for FaZe, because it's all 4 dead for SSG. Overshield will now go in their hands as well, and they should be the team to start scoring here.
Wonder if anybody's been watching gameplay from Quadrant. One of the best Strongholds games internationally now, I think it's fair to say, particularly on this map. Absolutely dominant. What have they been doing that everybody else hasn't? And can the North American teams, for maybe once ever, learn from a European team? As they start to control A, do FaZe, and B, looking for a triple cap.
It was really smartly played as well by Snakebite. He recognized he was numbers down, but he had the overshield. He just had to use the wall to his advantage. Wastes that heat wave a little bit more, does enough damage to help Renegade, who is going to be arriving late, and it's Frosty who has first hands on the sniper rifle. It's an early lead. We've seen Spacestation go down 4 dead twice, and it's 3 dead this time. Total control for FaZe, a lot of points being scored. Stella tries as he might, but cannot take down Frosty.
Frosty ducks away. Sniper rifle still in hand. As I say that, he goes down though. So sniper rifle will be down over towards Overshield and Rat Tunnel. Scooped up this time by Snakebite. Perfectly done. Information transferred. The general scoops it up. Perhaps thinking about dropping it off to a teammate. Or is he feeling himself? Does he want to be the difference maker here? Eyes trained over top middle. Connects with the body. Tries to connect onto Stellar as well, but he scampers away bottom tower. Snakebite's looking for a second bite of the cherry here. Sinks in his teeth, gets some venom injected. And down goes Stellar. Oh, trying to play the sniper rifle. Heads up play again by Snakebite.
He always had a backup plan, didn't he? He knew if he missed the shot, he could at least toss it off the map. Overshield is popping. Is anyone from SSG actually in a position? Because SSG, the thing is, they had to wrestle back control. And yes, okay, Eco focuses on it. So this is the time now for Spacestation to try and get back into this game. They've not only got the numbers now, but they've also got the overshield to work with. ANC is going to be in their control. And if they try and do what FaZe Clan did, it's about really pressing your advantage when it's there and it's available to you. Get that total control. Get all 3 strongholds, because that time really does start to churn up.
A lot of damage put down onto Eco. That overshield was only really good for 1 kill, but they managed to get a couple of caps in the meantime. So the pressure they've been able to put down, a triple cap locked in, and our FaZe Clan to tap out here and now. Are they to dwindle away, or do they have a twist here?
You could see that off-spawn Snakebite was just dipping his toes into C to see what would happen. But Spacestation took full advantage of it. Now they know everyone's over towards A. This is where you can set up, this is where you can set traps and make sure it's hard to escape. And this is what teams do so well at the moment on Stronghold's live fire. As soon as you see those spawns, as soon as you see one of those Strongholds start to be taken, you collapse and you go for another 3 or 4 dead, and you keep scoring with 3 Strongholds.
Absolutely beautiful Strongholds play here from SSG. Textbook, as they only allow FaZe Clan to capture 1. And they're almost right back into this one. Repulsor play onto Renegade, sent back. He connected already with Snakebite. Look at the line up too, excuse me. But SSG, after that impressive hold from FaZe, are right back into things here.
I mean, SSG were about 10 kills down to start with, and they were about, what, 80 points behind as well. But now suddenly they find themselves leading, or just about tied now with FaZe in terms of the slaying department, and they're still scoring. FaZe are struggling to get across towards C. Finally, they step their toe in, but there is going to be some members for resistance over towards it. And suddenly Bound is the last one to be added. And even though the Shroud screen goes down, it's not going to be enough. The reset can come through, and SSG still score.
Overshield in 4. Frosty waiting for it. Bound, eyes trained. Sniper rifle shot connects. That could be a dagger to the heart to FaZe Clan's opportunities of getting themselves back into the game here and now. Eco gets another one. 2 dead then. As Bound slowly rotates, Eco goes down. It's going to be his hands that get secure this overshield here and now. Scooped up. Bound pops into his chest. They have all the ingredients they need to score even more points.
Well, manages to just avoid the plasma pistol as well. And that shot onto the overshield was huge from Bound. I mean, I've seen so many players miss that in the big games, but Bound is a big game player nowadays as Renegade just goes past the reticle. Bound at the moment just wants to try and find someone to kill, but FaZe have done very well to avoid the OV.
3 dead for SSG, 4 dead. Go the boys in gold. An opportunity then for FaZe to stop the bleeding. They were hemorrhaging points. And maybe now they can inflict some damage of their own. They can impose themselves. They can dictate the pace. But SSG over towards green. They're absolutely infested over there, and FaZe Clan have to clear them out. Call the exterminator. Is Royal 2 to be the man? Shroud screen goes down. Snakebite needs help. He's screaming for it. He's calling for it, but it's not coming.
FaZe, they were struggling a little bit. They were able to break that setup. They were able to stop the overshield. It's a good time to go through the eyes and ears of FaZe Clan with a listen in.
Cut the key door.
Oh, nice. Matt, we should go. No, we should A play. No, I'm coming to you. All good. Let's just go top mid.
Alright, OV snipe at 30, guys. OV snipe 30. Are you OV snipe 30? Oh, all we need is a good set of kills here. We're chilling. No, A5, we got well. Everything in 20, guys.
I'm gonna go left, guys.
He left. I'm looking PJ. One peeking it.
He's one mid.
One's nest. One A-plot as well. A-plot. Dummies. One in dummies. Everything in 10. Live for everything. That's an A, bro.
I'm getting
tunnel, full health. Yep, everything in 5.
I'm gonna shot. I go on. Starting first.
Look at that. Yeah, on OV, on it. Hey, aping you.
Go ahead.
Let's go. Let's build up this.
One in A.
Where's he going, PJ? Talk to me.
Good, C-pot. He went rat tunnel.
Okay. He's gonna come in. Yo, weapons are down. Rat tunnel, he's absolute. Nice. Weapons are down.
John, I'm gonna go B.
Yeah, go B.
Where?
Dead. John, nose, guys.
Pillars behind you, John, rushing you.
Thank you, John. Nice.
Don't nest,
guys.
Stuck there, John.
I have nades.
Yo, on me mud, guys, on me mud.
Yeah,
sniper's on.
A big triple there from Renegade as FaZe make sure they are going to push through and try and stay alive here, try and keep this game, and they saw how important it was going to be just to prioritize that overshield.
Sacrificed a lot of points to get the overshield. And was it all in vain? Because again, SSG locked him into a trap. 2 dead. Needler not enough to get the kill. Stellar will also fall. Here comes the cavalry. Penguin gets Frosty, who was down to no shields from a previous engagement. Snakebite recognizes that he hasn't got what he needs to secure A. And SSG close in on that 250-point threshold.
And FaZe gave a lot of time up, waiting for that OV, waiting for the weapons, and they thought they might be able to at least bounce off the back of it, but SSG have made it so awkward. They've constantly been pressing them either at A or at C, as Penguin does it yet again, and they're still scoring here.
SSG have got FaZe in the blender here. It's been a full court press. Snakebite tries as he might, will not be successful. And well, we're going to a Game 5, baby.
A Game 5 in the winners' finals is exactly what the doctor ordered, and exactly what both of these teams deserve. An incredible back and forth, mind games, methodical strategy. It's had a little bit of everything. But there was a period there where SSG were just so firmly on top, and FaZe couldn't wrestle back control whatsoever, even though they waited for that overshield, they waited for the snipe. It wasn't enough to break through.
You can see the play calls were being made. The executions, however, were lacking. And SSG, once they got that triple cap, that's where all the damage was done. That's where FaZe needed to try and bounce back. They didn't have as much time to play with as perhaps they would have wanted, as perhaps they thought they did. They were hoping the weapons could propel them forward and eat away at the lead that SSG had built up. What they didn't account for was SSG just being too good in that time.
And also sometimes it's about players just clutching up in bound. I mean, I know it was only one snipe shot onto the overshield, but that was one big difference maker for SSG, being able to restrict FaZe from grabbing it. And in a very different game had they not. And you sometimes need your big game players. This is the one I was talking about. If Frosty had grabbed that, suddenly they might have been able to just push back the control, get A and B once more. But ever from that point, SSG were always on top, and unfortunately for FaZe, they were never really able to gather their thoughts. Even when they had that overshield, even when they had the sniper rifle, SSG were waiting in the wings, they were baiting traps because time was on their side.
And we talked about it, this tournament having everything. Upsets, Game 5s galore. And like you said, the doctor ordered, I think we've had Game 5s on prescription all weekend long.
And this is a huge Game 5 as well, because it means when you go into that grand final as a victor from the winners final, you have a best of 7 advantage. This one map is essentially worth 4 maps in a way. And both these teams would love to just be able to kick back, put their feet up, watch that elimination final, and prepare for a grand final where you have such a significant advantage. But right now it's about focusing on Aquarius Slayer. Funnily enough, it's a map and mode that the team waiting in the elimination final has been incredible at, Slayer Aquarius, but both these teams have played OpTic enough that have beaten them on this map and mode enough times as well. SSG have yet to lose Aquarius Slayer in this tournament, but FaZe have dropped it once.
It can all come down to who has the ice in Game 5. Who has the composure? Who wants it more? Who can execute on strategies that they've no doubt been talking about all weekend long.
It's also the first time we've seen SSG go to a game number 5 so far this tournament. You can see that FaZe have been in 2 Game 5s so far, and they have been able to clutch up and make sure they win. Championship Sunday FaZe, are they going to be able to do it yet again here as SSG now have to face adversity and ensure that they stay focused and they can be the team to instead clutch up here in Game 5?
And how fitting is it to have these players in this winners finals? You'd be forgiven for thinking, have you just woken up in Halo 5 times? Is this Splice v Tox? All too familiar are these with one another. They've been to many winners finals, many grand finals. And they meet and lock horns here again in winners finals. But which one will be victorious? Which one will have the bragging rights? But more importantly, which one will have the advantage of a bracket reset come grand finals?
And every player on that stage will know that even if they were to drop into that elimination final, they have more than enough to get themselves back into that grand final. But it becomes a very long Sunday if you do drop down and then have to win a bracket reset once you get to the grand final. But they'll also be well aware that the reigning champions, not just the most recent LAN, but also the world champions of OpTic Gaming, are waiting in that elimination bracket. They have won 3 LANs in a row. They are still going for that 4-peat. And they had a little bit of a chip on their shoulder after some disappointing performances on Friday. And OpTic will be backstage, warming up, getting ready for whoever is going to meet them here in that elimination final. And I don't think you really want to face OpTic on a Sunday.
I don't think you want to face OpTic really anytime. I think
maybe a Friday at this point.
Yeah, Friday, yeah, Saturday maybe not so great either, but certainly not on a championship Sunday. With how their record has been, for the first time OpTic have to try and do it from the elimination side of things. They will not have that insurance policy. They have got to take down whoever falls from here. And they might actually, on the balance of things, think to themselves, we fancy FaZe a little bit more with the way the records have been.
Well, Renegade and Bound, two players who, of course, had to swap sides almost. Well, not quite, but Bound did replace Renegade on that SSG roster once he left. And even though Renegade's been through it all, he finally found himself on the team that he wanted to call home, which is now FaZe Clan. It is the God Squad that they wanted to create. And they created it, of course, to take down teams like SSG, to take down teams like OpTic Gaming. FaZe have yet to win a championship with this roster. Is it going to be enough here today? First, they have to power through SSG, a team like SSG that has been really the devil of FaZe Clan so many times. Eco has had that brain power to take them down before. Is he going to be able to do it again here in game number 5? The two players I think we should focus on going into a Slayer, on Aquarius in particular. On the side of SSG is going to be Stellar. Not only has Stellar been incredible today on every map and mode, but he seems to always just amplify things when it comes to Aquarius. It's just the way he plays the map and always keeps his ear down to the ground. Great at responding to his teammates' call-outs. Always makes sure he's finishing off those kills. On the side of FaZe, you better believe that Renegade's going to be stepping up. He had 18 kills in the previous game, and he will want to be the one who puts SSG down into that elimination bracket.
Will it be Renegade and Co who come out on top? Or have you been saying your prayers to SS Jesus? These two boys are going to lock horns. They were shell-shocked when he left, but they found an ample replacement. A ticket for grand finals up for grabs. And what better place to settle this squabble than on Aquarius?
And we've already seen the back and forth for camouflages on each map at the moment. Argyle was in favor of SSG. Recharge, it was definitely in favor of FaZe. And we can see the difference already because Bound's been able to steal it away, and now he can start to give all this information to the rest of the team. He's not worried about getting kills right now. Instead, he's just feeding.
Opening pick for SSG. Camouflage descending on the guy in Fridge. Somehow, someway, Snakebite gets a trade. That could be huge. Renegade misses and whiffs a melee, but two players on SSG down to no shields. Royal 2 gets one, but Eco's got the heat wave in the back pocket, and he's frying. It'll do more than get a creak out of your neck, that thing, I promise you that.
And SSG have an early advantage, not only because they were able to get the camo, but also that heat wave and now the ammo going down. They'll have the ideal timing on it. Whereas FaZe Clan, they're just going to have to try and work it out for themselves and maybe see if they can suss it, sniff it out, and grab it instead. 3 go down for SSG. FaZe, they respond incredibly to that early start. And it's quite a fast-paced start here on Aquarius. I wouldn't be surprised if it slows down a little bit later on, but at the moment, because it's constant staggered spawns, both teams trying to take advantage of it.
SSG still hold the lead. And it's 3, the difference between the two teams. Penguin, little denial grenade down, top engine. Nobody has stepped out. Thruster pack is up. That information's been passed over. Teammate on hand to scoop it up. They could be the difference maker in turning a fight. Penguin's got a huge pinch here, and FaZe have got the tail between the legs. They're trying to run, but the Penguin's slipping and sliding, and he wants more blood.
You got to respect it though from FaZe. Frosty just turning around saying we can't continue to run forever. We have to at least put some damage in. But SSG find themselves 4 up, make it 3 because Royal 2 gets 1. And that camo is popping, but it looks like SSG should be in the best position to grab it as they force FaZe Clan back onto spawn, but great nades coming out from FaZe.
3 the difference. This game could swing either way. Camouflage could have a massive influence. Heat wave 2. 2 down for SSG. 2 down for FaZe Clan. They're trading blow for blow here in winners finals.
I think either team just needs to make sure they do not go down more than about 5 kills. You've always got to stay within it. Even though we've seen incredible comebacks and crazy things happen in this tournament, these are 2 of the best teams that do not usually throw away big leads. So when we get to that kind of 40 kill mark, if you are not within 5, then you are going to be very much struggling and have to really think outside the box to try and break through the setups of the opposition team. Royal 2 gets another double, and he's still marauding around the map. making sure he helps the rest of the squad.
These two heavyweights standing in the middle of the ring, trading heavy haymakers at one another. FaZe take the lead. 1 kill is all that separates them. First pick going to be so important. As Royal 2 clambers up towards top bench, grenade goes down to half shields. Has to give himself an out if the pressure comes. Snakebite's got a pinch here. Snakebite and Renegade combine to secure 2, but Spacestation immediately answer back with 2 of their own.
It's the effect of the trades at the moment and how every time either team loses 2, it seems like 2 are quickly responded by the other squad. No one's allowing individuals just to be running around the map on their own too much. It's only when you lose your duo that you have to start thinking about, how do I play this as an individual? And this is what's happening for Penguin now. He knows he's on his own, he knows he needs to communicate with the team, and you start to initiate a little bit of a pinch. You give the information there over towards Fridge, and you work together. But unfortunately for Space Station, FaZe Clan were prepared.
They're waiting for the pinch, but Penguin's got 1. Snakebite answers back, and Royal 2 is on hand. The old duo combined once more. And the lead remains at 2. Camouflage pops up. Can Royal 2 whisk it away to safety? The answer is yes for now.
Well, he does the smart thing in popping it into his chest just in case the grenades start to come in. Almost in no shields and just about survives and has eyes on Stellar as well. As Royal 2 can now start to plan a masterclass. Where does he go with it? Ideally, you want to get behind enemy lines, but again, just as Bound did earlier, you want to relay that information to the rest of the team so you can start to plan some form of attack. Blue base is where SSG are, over towards Fridge and top pink, and now FaZe can start to make their move.
Stellar's all alone back blue. Do FaZe realize he's there? Snakebite pings some enemies. 2 go down, make it 3. It's an expert pinch. Can they secure Penguin, who manages to get 1? Down to no shields, Renegade's on hand. 4 kills now. FaZe putting breathing space between the 2 teams.
And they really have to continue this momentum. They know where the spawns are. They know they're going to be over towards Engine, so keep getting aggressive. But you've got to make sure it's timed aggression with the rest of your team. The trade does come through. 5-kill advantage now for FaZe. SSG cannot afford to let this one slip further. They have to stay within 5.
Bound guilty of chasing down a kill. Runs into 3 members of FaZe. Wisely decides to get himself out of dodge. Renegade waiting for the sizzle sticks here. They can have a massive influence on swinging this game. 4 kills now. All that separates them. Renegade makes it 5. The old rivalry continues to fight on. Bound then, down bottom middle. Loses the fight to Renegade once more, and Penguin on hand. The trade to make sure the damage isn't as bad as it may have seemed. Stellar alone in the Fridge, put on ice by Frosty.
Frosty with 11 assists at the moment, by the way. His damage output's been great. And the response from the rest of the squad, always finishing the damage that he's done, has been huge, and that's why they have a 6-kill lead. SSG off of spawn, need to make sure they at least get 1, but with 6 minutes remaining, we're not going to be worrying about the clock. It's going to be all about whether FaZe can get to 50 first. It's 43-35. SSG are starting to let this one slip through their fingers.
Here comes the heat wave. It's cooking, it's baking. Camouflage has been scooped up by Frosty. What can the Snowman do? Eco down to no shields, as is Bound. They only require 5 more. They've got a 9-kill lead. Bound's in massive trouble as Snakebite soars forward with Heatwave.
And you can see SSG want to slow this one down. They're desperately trying to force themselves back into the base. But off spawn, they're staggered, and FaZe can taste blood.
They're going straight into the blender as FaZe continue to cook. They only require 1, and Frosty's still got some camouflage to play with. Shots go down, receive back and forth, and who else to get the final kill but Renegade? FaZe are going to grand finals, baby.
And what a winner's final it was. It had a little bit of everything. But I was worried if that got to more than a 5-kill lead, it was going to be so tough for either team to get back into it. And it was SSG who slipped up first. And FaZe, as soon as they could even smell blood, they pushed on in. They had the advantage. They constantly pinched the SSG roster, who were on staggered spawns. They would come up as a 2, they would die as a 2, they would spawn as a 2 and die again. And FaZe, in their first chance of asking, will find themselves in a grand final here in Dallas.
What a bloody series. It had everything. And what a way to end it. In a Game 5 Slayer that was down to the wire. Both teams had their chances. Both teams had some misplays along the way. But it's FaZe who booked their ticket to grand finals. And now SSG have to face the old enemy in OpTic Gaming.
And it was Renegade with 16 kills at the end of Aquarius, but it was Frosty with 13 assists. And it's exactly what they wanted when they added Renegade to this roster. They wanted a little bit more firepower, someone who could pull out that in a Game 5, and Renegade has stepped up to the plate and shows what he's made of. And he's done it against his old team as well. SSG fall to the elimination bracket, but FaZe find themselves in a grand final, which means they are one best of 7 away from hoisting that trophy for the first time in over a year.
Well, we've been flapping our gums for long enough. I know Blaze has got an Iceman, a Snowman over on the stage to get some words from.
Much there, Gaston, Dan, and Shurzy. Give it up for FaZe Clan, everybody, as they move on to yet another grand finals, Frosty. Man, now, talk to me about this series, because last time you guys really lost them was in the online tournament. And that's how they kind of took that first seed from you. But now here on LAN, outside of it being LAN, was there any changes in your game plan that really worked out for you in this series versus the last time you lost to them in that online finals?
Yeah, definitely. We were working on a lot of things. I think SSG coming into this tournament have been hitting a stride. They've been looking really good. I think for us, like, obviously we lost to them, but we didn't take it to heart. We just knew, like, we needed to stick to our game plan, needed to work on the things we needed to work on, and that's what we did, and that's what we came here and just did right now, so.
Yeah, that's exactly what I saw right there on the stage. Now, this was a tight series for you, okay? You go down to the map 5, and the one thing is that I noticed in there, especially from you, some of those kills just wasn't getting confirmed for you personally. A lot of assists on the board. How do you stay focused right there? Because your teammates, they were coming through, cleaning up the kills. What was your mindset there when the game was tight?
Yeah, I mean, first off, my teammates are nasty, obviously. But yeah, kills weren't going my way, but if we stick to the game plan, like, that's what happens. Like, I wasn't shooting straight, but we still got the dub in the end. Like, we just know our game plan. Everybody's confident in each other and doing what we need to do. Like, that's what happens.
Hey, you were iced up there on the stage, okay? Give it up for Frosty and FaZe can once again. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Frosty on the main stage. And a huge congratulations to FaZe for making it into the grand final, because that was not easy. I honestly don't think you could have seen two teams that were better matched than those two right there. And we've known that for a long time, right? They match up very, very well against one another. I think their play styles really kind of merge them together, where it makes things so close and marginal. And there are tiny little turning point moments where individual skill kind of just erupts, and it just changes the course of action across the entire series. So it was absolutely incredible to watch. I want to know your thoughts based on that series and the score, and kind of how the journey went for it.
Yeah, I think coming into this series, SSG looked like the best team at this tournament. And I said, like, to just about anybody that asked me coming in, I was like, if FaZe want to win this, which they're capable of, they're going to have to elevate their gameplay to something we haven't seen from them this weekend. They just did that. That was perfect Aquarius Slayer. For them to be on the ropes for that entire first half and to not have map control and to not really have a lot going their way, but to keep it within a 2-1 kill game the entire time, I immediately, in my head, I'm like, the second FaZe gets some map control and get the ball rolling, they're going to blow this one wide open. That score towards the end was not close, but this series, I'll be honest, it was lost in the oddball. Somehow, some way, the scrappiness that I've never seen from this FaZe roster pre-Renegade, I would say they were not a good oddball team as far as efficiency is concerned. Their efficiency kept them in that oddball game, and even though SSG, I will say, flat out outplayed them, somehow they stole that game 3. It allows them to get to this game 5, and they do what they do best. They close out series.
They certainly did. We're actually going to break that down in just a moment, but just to remind folks at home, while we're talking about Spacestation Gaming, we do have something very special coming up very soon with SSG, and of course it is another global invitational that will be happening in Bravo. This one is going to be special. I mean, look, first of all, look at the graphics that we have.
Is that where we're playing? Look, yeah, I mean, look what we got.
In Salt Lake City, it's stunning.
Yeah, it's cannot wait to be there. Of course, everything that Space Station touches, it feels like, is an absolute masterpiece, whether it's not just tournament performances, but also the memes. The creative team at Space Station, I believe, is cooking up some good stuff. I've heard a little bit of teasers here and there, and I cannot wait to see what Space Station has in store.
100%, yeah. Massive shout out to the content team. SSG have me basically crying with laughter all the time on the timeline. So love that from them and cannot wait for that global invitational. Back to business, though, in terms of what we saw in that series. We'll have a look at the series layout in just a second as well. And I want to quickly ask you and jump back onto the point that you made there, especially in that Aquarius Slayer. there were moments, like you said, in the beginning where it was really, really, really close. It was 2 kills, 1 kill, and the separation was marginal. Then something happened with FaZe. The control was there. Clutch, talk to me about that moment and why fans at home may be thinking, hold on, why wasn't it a snowball from the beginning? Why was it so difficult to gain that control and then run with it?
Yeah, I'll start from the start of the game, right, where Bound's able to get the first camouflage, and they're able to get a couple of kills, start stringing some of the map control, but they're not really able to push their advantages. Somehow, some way, it feels like every single time we're watching a point of view of SSG, they're getting kills, but the score's not really changing, or the differential in score's not changing along the way. It was a testament to FaZe being able to play on their back feet the whole time, figuring out ways to trade damage from disadvantageous positions. That's so difficult at the highest level, especially when you're playing against a team like SSG. But it really was the mid-game where things started to turn around. Royal 2 picks up a couple key camouflages, and even though maybe his impact as far as like the damage being dealt wasn't a max with those, he's taking the camo, the win conditions away from SSG, but he's also playing his life so well to where it forced SSG to turtle up. And when you turtle up on Aquarius, you become susceptible to pinches, nades, like those dynamo grenades become so impactful. And you got to give a big shout out to Renegade too. So often was it a 4-on-4 on the map, and then all of a sudden we might be watching someone's point of view, but Renegade shows up in the kill feed. Numbers advantage on Aquarius Slayer. Give me that every time of the week. We're running with it, and that's exactly how FaZe were able to play with.
They certainly did the job, indeed. Let's take a look at the stats right now coming across all of our teams there in that series. And Brav, is there somebody who really stood out to you, whether or not it's the stat line or just the gameplay in general, that really made an impact in that series?
Yeah, let's see. This is my first time taking a look at the stats from the series as well. Of course, Renegade on a 1.21 overall, always going to be impressive. And to be honest, whether you look at Charlotte or whether you look at Dallas so far, he's actually been right around that number in general, trending from like about 1.2, all the way up to like a 1.6 at times. The man is back, and he is firing on all cylinders. Also, take a look, only player to go slightly negative is Frosty, and as you heard him say, there's nothing to worry about. The team is doing exactly what they need to do according to the game plan. And I would say on the side of SSG, there's no standout, big negative performances. I think everyone, they got to a game 5, right? It came down to the wire.
When I look at Penguin's KD ratio, it doesn't speak volumes as far as how many kills he was getting, but when we saw his point of view, he was such a difficult kill so many pivotal times in this series. Penguin was playing lights out, playing his life so well. I'm actually shocked SSG weren't able to capitalize more on some of the opportunities Penguin was able to give this team. But that just goes to show you, with a little bit more life out of the superstars on that team, Penguin playing as well as he is, we could very well see SSG in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a repeat too, because the last time we saw FaZe and SSG play in Charlotte, right, only one player was positive, and that was Bound during that series. Similar here, only one player positive, that's Penguin. Statistically, when we see Stellar and Eco on really good numbers, that's when SSG is doing their best. We have seen it in Dallas so far. We just didn't see it that series here. So expecting to see them bounce back in a big way. And I'm going to have eyes on both Stellar and Eco specifically in terms of see what they can do for the rest of the day, maybe get themselves back into the grand finals.
I couldn't agree more. And I've got to say, they don't think it's over. Just to let you guys know, Spacestation, as far as they're concerned, are still in it to win it right now. They do, of course, have that elimination final coming up next, trying to rebound back into that grand final, but they're going to have to take down the green wall. And I'll tell you something, that cement is pretty strong. That green wall doesn't like to fall very easily. So Spacestation are going to have to bring their biggest hammers to try and knock that one down. But gents, I actually wanted to ask you a little something, and we're all friends here. So have you guys noticed that Gaskin's been acting a bit weird lately?
I have, actually.
I just think that
I would say historically.
I just think Gaskin's a weird guy in general, to be honest. But, I mean, it has gotten stranger.
Yeah, I've got to say, I feel like the upgrades that we've been putting in just haven't really been working. Have you guys noticed something's wrong with Dan?
With Gaskin has been rather difficult. You see some of the other casting pairs, Onset and Bravo, Golden Boy and Walsh, and they've struck up this real friendship and camaraderie. But with Dan, it's been a little bit more challenging. As you can see, he will do this until his battery runs out, his GPS is short. He's an AI.
Everyone else seems okay with this. Like, I have genuine concerns about where this could go, not only for you know, problems that can arise. This has never been done before. What's going to happen to my job? You know, what am I going to do if Dan can do all of our jobs? Like, these things haven't been thought through properly.
We all have different opinions on gas community AI. Personally, I think it's the future, but some casters are a bit more hesitant.
I'm genuinely worried and concerned for how this could go.
So, something that we've noticed with Dan is you have to charge him overnight most times. We have came into some issues trying to find a charging port for Dan.
Charging Gaskin can be a challenge, depending on where we're at, who's brought the charger. Sometimes we've forgotten that in the past.
Yeah, I remember version 1.0 of Gaskin, quite a while ago now. Very faulty at the beginning.
And sure, everybody loves some of the features, right? Everybody loves party mode. Yeah, this might seem like a good idea, but there's still some, you know, heavy lifting to be done. There was a moment where I walked into the bathroom and Dan was in there, and I was like, why is Dan in a bathroom? He doesn't need a bathroom. The man is a robot. And he was just staring into a mirror, like, not blinking, nothing.
Dan gets lost in it and starts to become a little bit self-aware. When he finds himself, he starts to ask questions. Who is this person in front of me? Am I a real boy, Pinocchio style?
Yeah, since then, we've just been covering up all the mirrors around Gaskin, trying to get him back in that AI cage of his, and is it cruel? Yeah, it is cruel. I also can't see what I look like on a daily basis.
Now, don't get me wrong, sitting here in front of you, it sounds like I have a lot of negatives to talk about Dan, but there are some positives. He doesn't take too long to get ready in the morning, unlike Bravo. Doesn't take all the good snacks in the green room, like on set. And isn't as vain as Clutch. At the end of the day, he's my buddy.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS DreamHack Dallas Global Invitational. Sorry, can't hold it together. And we are joined by our wonderful AI team member, Dan Gaskin. Hello, mate.
Update 3.0 has had me a lot more fluid. Not as robotic, and it's feeling good. Good to be alongside you guys.
Good to be alongside you two. It's amazing. We have an incredible content team here at the HCS. Loose Films are fantastic and have been working very hard behind the scenes to bring some entertainment and joy to everybody here at the Halo community. Clutch, lovely to see you yet again. I also haven't actually managed to comment on your outfit today. You look mighty fine.
Thank you.
And also, would you like to show the squad how great the boots are?
I'm not. That's
Come
not
on.
me. That's not me.
Come on, that's exactly why
I dusted the boots off the closet. They've been in there for probably 4 years since I moved up to Seattle, but I'm in Texas, so I felt to be in the spirit. Championship Sunday, I throw the boots on.
Yeah, he's got his cowboy boots on, and we'd love to see it. Absolutely incredible. And tell you what, though, we're going to have to see some clutch-ups, some ice, some resilience coming across the stage in just a moment, because we have our elimination final. We have OpTic Gaming versus Spacestation Gaming, and both of these teams have their tournament lives on the line. One, history in the making potentially, four-peating. That is the hopes and dreams of OpTic Gaming. And Spacestation Gaming, well, no more second places. They need a chance to lift a trophy this year with Bound and do it time and time again, and this is where it starts for this team. So who is going to reign supreme? And that is the big question we're going to be answering in this series. When you're looking at both the matchups here, OpTic Gaming, obviously, a bit of a bumpy tournament so far, but find themselves right back up here. They're fighting fit for this trophy, Clutch. What do you make of them?
Tried, tested, true. That's what this team is, going for a four-peat, and the championship whites are out, and the last 3 times they brought those out, they came away with the dub. So let's see if they can do it again. The big issue for me here is they're kicking off their Sunday without a series, and SSG just went to Game 5, so you know they're ready, they're warmed up. Even though they're coming off a loss, they're going to have a huge advantage as far as already having reps on the day. We'll see how woke OpTic is coming into the series.
We certainly will indeed. I think in terms of the way that OpTic like to play things as well, they like to wait for their opponents to make mistakes. They like to wait for the mistakes to come to them, and they have been very, very good at doing so. When it comes to this series layout, though, how many mistakes are potentially on the cards?
Well, 2 of these 5 game types were already played previously when these two matched up against each other, and Space Station won both of them. That's Streets King of the Hill and Stronghold's Recharge. So I think that OpTic Gaming will maybe be well aware of that, and hopefully have done their research, done their prep, and try and find something to take down SSG. It is a far better series layout for Space Station, I have to say. The big one for me is Game 5 Slayer Empyrean. Do you remember what we saw OpTic do to Native Red yesterday on that map and mode? I think the SSG want to avoid a Game 5, make sure they get this done in at least 4.
I think they will indeed. Yeah, I think it's going to be really, really difficult here for both of these teams. When it comes to Space Station Gaming, what we saw in that FaZe series, what bodes well for this team? What are the strengths coming into this one against the Green Wall?
Yeah, I think Space Station's ability to really set the tone and stay alive in a lot of the situations. I'd want to see them be a little bit more objective, efficient, and honestly control power-ups and put them to use a little bit better. But I think if they're able to do that, they're going to be able to find themselves in the grand finals very shortly.
Now, Gaskin, Stella said it on the interview yesterday. They're very aware of how OpTic play. They are very aware of what they need to do. OpTic, they're going to have to adjust a few things here. What do you think the adjustments might do for them here, and what would they be?
I think that OpTic sometimes are guilty of playing too slow at times, and I don't think SSG are going to allow that, so OpTic are going to have to adapt and speed things up when it's necessary, and they've done that yesterday. Throughout the tournament, I think OpTic have sped things up when they've needed to, and I think as long as they don't allow SSG to dictate the pace throughout the entire series, then they should be okay.
All right, then. Well, it is just about time to head on over to our casters. This is our elimination final. Someone is going home after this. And another team, they'll be going into that grand final spot, having to win 2 best-of-7s to lift that trophy by the end of it. Let's head on over to Walshy and Sheriff T. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And what is up, DreamHack Dallas? Man, I'm excited to be here. Elimination bracket finals, and as you guys know, I'm Sheriff T, apparently. This is Dave Walsh, and man, am I excited to rematch OpTic going up against Space Station Gaming.
I think most people predicted these top 3. Lots of other teams that could have cracked into here, but taking a look at this first game we're going into, these are these teams' CTF stats so far this tournament. Space Station not dropping a single CTF. OpTic Gaming with a 1-2 CTF record. Consider one of those losses was against Quadrant, where they had a 2-0 lead, and somehow Quadrant grabbing back-to-back caps with a few minutes remaining.
And what was crazy to me is that in that winner's bracket finals, FaZe were undefeated in all of Capture the Flag. Until they ran into Space Station Gaming in that game number 1 that ended in the first loss. Obviously captured the flag, seemingly their bread and butter, especially when it comes here to Aquarius. OpTic Gaming, if they want to pull off the 4-peat, they're going to have to go up against one of the best in the league.
Let's see how they're going to do it. Can OpTic make the rally back here on Championship Sunday? They had a long day on Saturday night, rolling through some strong teams to make it back here. But it's a brand new day. 2 teams coming out here hot to try to make it into the grand finals. And let's kick it off with none other than Formal here from OpTic Gaming.
Camouflage sitting towards the middle. Obviously, both teams won first hands on it, but a straight grenade shredding the shields of your man Formal. Space Station Gaming going 2 down immediately, and Camo still not grabbed, but it looks like OpTic are starting to make their move.
It's so interesting seeing the starts here on Aquarius. It used to be just grenades going over towards those sneaky ledges over on the car side. All of a sudden, people are just getting grenaded left and right over near the thruster packs in the courtyard.
Them GBNAs are coming out. You got to watch out for them. You also got to watch out for Lucid just sneaking around with this camouflage, not only putting damage onto multiple different players, but feeding that information to the rest of this team. Has an individual pivotal battle, going to back right out of it. Doesn't want to go down. Wants to get every last value out of that camo.
Yeah, I got every second out of it, but no caps out of it. That's a solid defense there coming out of Space Station Gaming. Pretty neutral territory right now, but that's going to be 3 falling down for OpTic, and Eco is already on the Space Station base.
And that's what we talk about with the objective efficiency with Space Station Gaming. The moment they get their slays, they're already in your base. Don't let them slay you twice, so that flag will be moving the opposite way. Trippy trading out his life there on the car side. Both teams momentarily going 2 down. Both teams struggling to get full map control.
Yeah, and during these next 30 seconds, they're going to be vying for control of the center of the map. Yes, if they get a few kills, they might try to get a quick pull, but other than that, they're going to likely set up for this camo coming up at 25. But instead, Space Station decides to get a quick pull out here. Eco trying to run this towards pink. Is this going to go well, or is this going to cost them not only the flag grab, but also the upcoming camo?
Inside control still for SSG. Stellar backs all the way down, but Trippy not going to allow him to get away. The follow-through is in, but OpTic momentarily have numbers. Penguin, he wants to win this fight. It's not going to happen. APG sends him to the death screen.
And that's going to be 3 down for Space Station Gaming right as the camo came up. That certainly had to go in the hands of an OpTic member. And we also see them pushing out all across the map. So we're going to have to see if they're able to turn that into anything. We're on Lucid's death screen for a second, so I wonder if he was able to grab the camo. But no, somehow Eco, the first player who grabbed that flag off his respawn, pushed on over and got that top center camo.
We saw the first camouflage end up in the hands of OpTic Gaming. No flag tap from it. Now SSG want a chance with theirs. Gets APG ratting in the corner there. Not going to happen, but where did that Lucid? Great prediction.
Just grenades, especially when they're in those tight corridors over at Utility, and especially if they're going to hear a player like Cam over there, they're going to do anything they can say, whether it's a Hail Mary prayer or a Hail Mary grenade.
Still tied up right now after 3 minutes of action. Formal was able to get away with the heat wave, but it looks like Space Station Gaming might have spotted them. A couple stray shots from across the map. He ends up losing his duo in APG. He can't go down because you hear the flag going out. If SSG get the slays, that might be it. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Space Station Gaming might have opened this wide open. That flag has already made it towards the P side.
Just look at that constant pressure from all those angles from the members of Space Station. Formal didn't know whether he should be looking back at flag, watching his own back in Utility, and because of it, Space Station able to grab that first cap, able to grab all those kills, and didn't lose control of the entire map. They still have pressure over on the OpTic half.
People think it's just a cliche when we talk about Space Station Gaming's objective efficiency. Notice how that flag got pulled and thrown out before they got the kills. Once the kills come in, that flag is already moving and already gone before OpTic knew what was happening. 1-0 lead for Space Station, 8 minutes on the clock, so no need to get worried yet, especially on Aquarius.
No, and they've been doing it objectively efficient as well. Kills are nearly even. It's 27 kills here for Space Station Gaming, and now 27 kills for OpTic Gaming. So dead even on the slaying front.
2 camouflages in a row for Space Station. Not only that, but they're controlling the mid-map at the moment. Takes no damage whatsoever until, hold on, long-range shots from Formal are going to connect That's a big kill. You just took out Camo.
Yeah, Stellar just doing everything he can to get away with that, but these players and teams are going to iterate anytime someone has that camo, that power-up, that power weapon. It's going to be known, and anyone who has an angle on that across the map is going to dial in on that player.
It's that communication and coordination that make OpTic so tough to deal with, and with that, Spacestation Gaming finding out the hard way. They go 3 down. Now you're seeing OpTic within the base, and Trippy gets this kill. We could see a flag get pulled, has to retreat because he is one shot. Doesn't exactly have the help he's looking for, but here comes the cavalry. SSG better be careful.
Yeah, and OpTic, during this chaos, are somehow able to pull a flag, and Luce is going to continue to rally. I want to go to OpTic, listen to hear how they're going to try to capture this flag.
Bottom mid, we need some kills or damage.
One bullet. Joey, back.
You here in our base?
No one here, Tommy. Brick. Touch. Beat down. Nice shot. Yo, I didn't get touched though. I didn't get touch.
Help. Our flag, and then one top mid.
Nice kill. They're gonna go straight for it. He's gonna go straight for Reed.
Probably shoot church to Reed.
Ping two on Reed. Top mid, Reed on myself.
Get in it.
I gotta be touched. I gotta beat down. He's absolutely running here, guys. Absolutely running in front. Top mid ping. You guys top mid ping. One's full.
I'll touch.
Camo's coming, guys.
Go on. Bottom mid.
And as we heard, even though OpTic got that flag all the way back to their base, you heard Coach Lunchbox saying, we need to get those slays. They were not just going to try to force that flag in because there were members of Spacestation just looking all across the map, ready to punish any player running that flag on the plat.
Once again, Spacestation Gaming getting another camouflage, but at least OpTic are able to burn it before it takes any real effect. In fact, they weren't able to take that camo into a 3 down in their flagpole, but my gosh. We saw Penguin getting sturdy with it. Now we're seeing Stellar wanting to dance as well. Right behind enemy lines. Dynamo grenades are out. He's going to pull this flag and turn the attention of OpTic Gaming towards him.
We've been seeing lots of front base pulls. They've been thrown out in the courtyard rather than the longer utility route. It just might be an efficient route, or people just taking the faster routes that they can. Stellar, realizing players are all over on the pink side, tries to get the pull and run it on over towards Car. Meets some resistance from Formal, and that should be the end of that flag. That flag is going home back to OpTic, and 1 more minute till the 4-minute camo comes up.
And like you kind of alluded to, trying to take the shortest route possible, but OpTic were able to come right off the spawn, find that angle, and turn it into some card side control. You see 3 members of OpTic starting to grind forward. Blue utility is about to be cleared out. If that happens, we're going to see another flagpole, but this time for OG. Trades going out, so nothing clean yet. APG might be left alone here. What can he do?
APG trying to buy time and stay alive, but the pressure's coming in. Bound and Crew knowing they have to clear him out. APG hitting perfect shots, taking out Bound and staying alive on the flag. This is going to be a thorn in the side of Spacestation until they can deal with him, and somehow still alive for a short time.
My bad, APG. I didn't mean to question. I said, what could he do? I forgot. He's a pure goated. I didn't know. That's on me. Like a pure gentleman introduced that player to the black screen. We see Bound doing a great job with the long-range shots, but once again, a grenade out of nowhere, and of course it's Lucid clearing out a player he has no business doing so. Stellar ends up hitting the black screen as well, and now we see OpTic take their first camo since the opening rip.
Yeah, Lucid with the 4-minute camo eventually just called out there. As we said, anytime a player's grabbing that camo or that power-up, players are keeping track of it. Even if they don't have the angle, they have in the back of their minds, where can this player get to within these next 5 to 10 seconds? Am I at threat of getting flanked by this camo?
Stellar does a great job of creating space here, making sure that nobody in OpTic Gaming is in their utility, because once that happens, you can't go down. Once that happens, they'll turn the tables real quick. And with 3.5 minutes, Spacestation Gaming, they realistically can win this 1-0. Who knows? If that defense is strong, OpTic may be down 0-1.
Yeah, and we're tied once again in kills, 63 apiece. Stellar trying to get the lead for his team with that 64th kill. And we are getting at that point in time, like you said, that the clock can start to become a factor. Up until this point, Spacestation, they definitely wanted to press their advantages. They definitely want to push in for a flag where they can. Right now, we're not going to see them force a flag. If they get the opportunity, though, and they get the slays, they will pull and try to get that 2-0 lead.
But the green wall defense, once again, good, and hopefully OpTic can turn that defense into some offense. Spacestation Gaming thought they had the opportunity, but 3 spawners from OpTic cleared them out, and now Eco over towards the mid-map, still applying pressure, but does he realize Carside is vulnerable?
Does not realize it, but needs to penetrate through and break through this defense here. That's going to be Bound being a nuisance once again over at the OpTic base, but runs into 2 members there. That's going to be Lucid and Formal playing defense at the OpTic side. Space Station have the information, and Space Station are going to take control of the rest of the map while they are stuck at the base.
I give a shout out to Bound and Penguin, combining for 43 kills at the moment, even have a decent amount of assists to go along with it. A large reason why OpTic aren't able to cross that 50% portion of that. The large reason why OpTic aren't able to get those clean slays and those clean pulls is because of the slays coming out of them. And now Penguin with another camouflage, already watching the overextenders. That flag is on the move and already past the 50%. This could be a 2-0. Space Station might be dominating here.
Penguin just needs to delay, trying to buy time, but the push has come in and the stop has happened. APG just trying to stay alive. That's going to be Lucid doubling back for the back smack, and that's going to be a dead flag. Eco's now trying to stop the counter cap.
Halfway done with the return, and you have 2 members of OpTic now approaching the base of SSG. The counter pull comes in right through the mid, but Penguin and Bound, back-to-back kills coming out of your leading Slayer. Bound wasting no time whatsoever to get onto that return, and now we're right back where we started, but 1 minute and 13 seconds on the clock.
Let's see how Bound plays this. Last few minutes, we've been seeing Bound get all the way in the base of OpTic Gaming. Bound might now opt to leave the base open so that members of OpTic Gaming spawn in their own base so they aren't spawning out and getting a pull. Now he's just going for slays, and look at that. How effective was that by Bound? Setting 2 members to the respawn screen. They cannot have the control to grab a flag against Space Station now.
Hey, McWin said it best. It's hard to play objective when you're dead. It's as simple as that. So as of right now, Space Station, you just have to slay, baby slay, less than a minute here. And OpTic find himself 3 down. The moment the spawners come up, they're going to have to overextend. Eco's dropping a triple kill. Another pull is coming out. Look at the spawner already having reticles trained on him. You just went 4 down, and I don't think anybody's stopping this flag. This might be game.
This is going to be tough, and that's going to be flag number 2. OpTic have to pull off the perfect ending. They have to get a double cap to just tie this game. And with 3 members down and Formal's the last one standing, I don't see that happening. We're looking at a 1-0 lead here for Space Station in this series.
What a start coming here out of Space Station Gaming. OpTic wanted their revenge. They wanted back into the grand finals, but Space Station Gaming are here, and they want to sing.
That was so well played there by Space Station. There were a couple stop flags that I give more credit to both teams when they were on the defensive, but every single time towards those last 5 minutes, you saw Space Station just positioning so well. They'd go into the base, create distraction, they'd find where players are at, and they could either get those kills, or even if they died, they knew that they drew members back from OpTic into the base so that they couldn't get control of Pink and Car. And then when it came down to that last minute and a half, Tony, you saw Bound just getting kills on the outskirts, not pushing the flag, not leaving his teammates a person down in the middle of the map.
And that's one thing like coaches, like for example, Callis always talk about. Control those perimeters. Don't allow a player over towards utility. Don't allow a player over towards your bridge, because your pushes start with those anchor players, and eventually SSG cleared everyone out. OpTic ran out of time, and SSG even managed to get themselves a pull and a second cap where honestly they really didn't need it. That was just a bit of icing on the cake.
Yeah, and when you have either of these legendary coaches behind you calling out where you should be running that, you trust that. I mean, you got Elamite and Lunchbox as the coaches of these squads, giving them the reassurance of the macro picture in the game. Where should they run the flag? What should they be focusing on? Should they be trading out a kill, or should they be buying some time and staying alive?
Slayer Live Fire coming up next. And you know, all the greats, they have epic comebacks. You know, I think the Jay-Z's, the Michael Jordans, the McRib. Everybody has an epic comeback. Maybe OpTic can come back in this series. It starts here in game number 2, and Live Fire tends to be OpTic's bread and butter. So I will say, this is a really good bounce back game for OpTic.
When I used to compete back in the day, we kind of had Beaver Creek Team Slayer in Halo 2 as that reset game. If we ever saw that during a series and we were down, we just knew, like, all right, game 2, we got this. Or if it goes to game 5, we're just going to close it out easy with that in 2007. And so that could be a good reset moment here for OpTic. They've been so consistently strong on live fire throughout all of Halo Infinite. This could be the game that brings them back to a 1-1 series.
SSG was undefeated in Slayers all weekend long. In fact, they only dropped maybe 3 maps all weekend long, but they did just recently lose one over towards FaZe, over to the upper side. Actually lost 2 in that one, so maybe they're feeling vulnerable. Maybe OpTic can take advantage, find a little bit of weakness here, because if I'm OpTic Gaming, I'm treating this Game 2 Slayer like it's Game 5. I'm not going to give Spacestation any extra momentum. You got to draw your line in the sand. You have to build your wall brick by brick. It starts right now.
They're going to have to pull it out right here, right now. I mean, these teams are known for being able to bounce back, make comebacks when necessary, but when you're going against teams of this caliber, you got to take the wins where you can guarantee them or get them. And so you know this is a huge, huge game here for OpTic. Same time, like you said, Spacestation, the only games they're dropping all weekend long have been against that FaZe roster who's in the grand finals. They want to get back there and get their chance to win this event.
Allow me to focus a little bit on live fire. We have a couple of seconds here, and I want to know what are your keys to success to controlling a map like live fire, a map where you can really punish teams for going 3 down and manipulate those spawns. What are your keys to success here on live fire Slayer?
I mean, besides the obvious power weapon and overshield, I would say it's knowing when you have numbers and knowing you can fly high, knowing if you can continue to press that advantage. Because there's going to be some times where players are distance enough where you can't just go collapsing on tower. You might not be in the positions to spawn trap at green. However, when you do have those strong top center positions and you get those kills, you can start to snowball that into a bigger lead.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2, and don't forget, this is your elimination bracket finals. The winner of this goes into the grand finals and has a chance to compete for the lion's share of this prize pool. There's so much on the line here on Championship Sunday. Will it be OpTic? Will it be Spacestation?
What a sick nade there by Trippy. All these players just knowing exactly when and where they bank a grenade on these ramps, where they will land up. And Trippy having gotten in that fight hundreds of times, knowing that he can back down and lay down that grenade for anyone towards mud.
One thing I'm always so impressed with OpTic Gaming is the way they're able to attack those overshields from multiple sides. You're coming at multiple angles, and it's so tough to deal with. That's why OpTic normally are always controlling the overshield, especially here on live fire, but overshield depleted. Now Trippy, no longer with the extra shield, decides to go for a bit of a flank. Early damage onto Bound, goes in for the cleanup. It looks like Eco was perfectly watching that angle, eventually takes down Trippy.
Eventually takes it down. Formal feeling the pressure, though, trying to get set up with Sniper on sandbags, but 2 members of Spacestation charging across top, and Formal's going to need to reposition this. He does not have a safe route just yet, trying to communicate with his teammates to figure out where he can head to set up with the snipe. Still not set up, though, because they're all confined to this tower. Look at this press from Spacestation. They know the sniper's not set up yet, so they take advantage of that, and they make the charge. Pressure coming in, and Formal's going to drop it off the map, saying if I can't have it, nobody can.
As powerful as that sniper is, it feels like if you're not in top tower, if you're not on sandbags with A-side control, it feels kind of vulnerable at times. At any point in time, your enemy team can just collapse on you.
Well, it was deceiving there, because in that situation, OpTic had clear control of tower, but they had no supporting angles. They had somebody over at Nest that had to get back down. They just didn't have any spots to punish those members of Spacestation as they charged across top center. So even though it seemed like a great spot, they ended up all getting corralled into that one area, and Spacestation just took them down one by one.
Second overshield gets pulled, but this time it is not OpTic to get away with it. It's Eco of Spacestation Gaming. 2 kills to his name already and pushing right into the face of OpTic. Headbutt onto the green side. Couple of long-range grenades coming out here. Does he know? I don't think no. Eco is right behind. Eco is on the flank, and OpTic Gaming have no idea. They're still trying to rotate. Meanwhile, Eco's getting free shots onto the backside. Formal and Lucid somehow still alive. Eco, he's still on the prowl.
You can run and run, but eventually you have to fight that overshield player. It felt like it was a mostly successful rotation there from OpTic, but I was a bit worried there. There are many times where you have to just take your licks. You have to fight that overshield. Someone has to drain it down, but it felt like they were just trying to run away from it and catch out other members of Spacestation Gaming.
Spacestation Gaming clearly wipe OpTic, and the moment the spawners are coming up, they're already applying pressure here. 18-16 lead, and with all of the resources in the hands of Spacestation Gaming, and now with them slowing the game down and pulling back, this is their opportunity to really take advantage of that sniper, really take advantage of the strong side of the map.
Yeah, and look at this difference in how much it slows down. Space Station, they have a setup with a sniper, and OpTic have to respect that. If they just go charging across the map, it's going to be easy pickings here for Stellar. So at this moment, they're going to take some lower routes. They're trying to flank behind tower. Stellar gets Eco's backup, gets a double kill. Gonna get that triple, and where's the overkill? Lucid is hiding over at green.
Can somebody call this man out? Because he's right behind enemy lines and going off a triple kill for Stellar. Once again, OpTic spawning up onto the green side, and the rest of the map is in full control of SSG. There's no reason for them to push up here. Overshield's coming up in just a few seconds, and that could be their second in a row, and that can be devastating for OpTic Gaming.
Just doing everything here. Oh my, Stellar. I feel like I'm singing an Incubus song as he is just doing so much work with that sniper across the map.
Overshield and sniper somehow finds the hands of Lucid here, despite SSG having all that control, and that could be important. Next side, Lucid, he ain't sitting back with his sniper. He's getting it right into the face of SSG. Long range shot connects with the S7, and now the double push onto the green side. In fact, he's gonna take height with Repulse.
I like this play still, even with just a sliver of overshield. It is intimidating to go against. The players aren't sure exactly how many bursts and how many shots they're gonna need to go against Lucid. They just know that the MVP has an advantage, and that's gonna be tough to fight against.
OpTic taking back the lead and taking back control of the tower side. We've seen both Space Station and OpTic really focus on tower here. Lucid now with the killing spree. Assault rifle for backup. Space Station Gaming go 2 down. So look how OpTic managed to take space. Look how they're taking real estate and controlling and manipulating the spawns.
Just blocking back there towards mud, making sure nothing's going on, seeing if anyone's flanking, and they know the play now. They checked green, they know nobody's there yet, and it's gonna be a garage play. So here's what's going to happen from OpTic. They have 2 options. They hold their ground and try to punish the push-up from Space Station, or they coordinate an offensive of their own. It looks like defense is the play. Space Station unsuccessfully goes out towards Plasmas, towards top center, and every single player shut down.
And OpTic, one of the best, converting that defense into offense, just like you're seeing there, daring Space Station to cross the 50, but that nade from Penguin will slow them down just a bit, and what do OpTic do? They just pull right back in. Overshot up in 13 seconds. You're looking at just a few kills between the two. If Space Station Gaming want to come back in this game, this overshield must be theirs.
But they give up on it. They realize they lost a couple members, and as soon as you lose that advantage, you have to respect it. So instead, Space Station, instead of getting up a couple extra kills, they just decide to run away with their lives. But because of that retreat, sniper in the hands of OpTic, overshield in the hands of OpTic, and OpTic are just on the charge every single time. These members of Space Station are just down low. There's not much they can do. They can't contest overshield top center. They're not having successful flanks. They're just being picked apart. There's a reason why live fire is known as OpTic's map.
And I got the chance to talk to SLG of Quadrant, one of the teams that went toe-to-toe with OpTic. He talked about this is OpTic's bread and butter. Stack numbers, send 2, send 3, overwhelm you with that teamwork and coordination, and you just saw them use it against SSG, putting their 40th kill already here. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming struggling to get 30. OpTic now less than 10 kills away from tying up the series.
Formal hit in the no-scope and the finish over there towards top tower. That was one of the spots that Space Station eventually worked their way to. They had a good, strong position to help get Crossfire across the map, and just with 2 quick shots there from Formal, that position completely obliterated.
Formal slows it down here. A couple warning shots over there. Look at that. Just a distraction. Losing the trip. Just barrel roll right through the bottom mid side of the map, and they clear out the flank the Space Station Gaming are trying to make. 3 down go SSG. Trippy doesn't earn the kill, but a wingman getting all the assists possible, looking like John Stockton in his prime.
Look at Trippy also busting out this Needler, and also look at this composure here from OpTic Gaming Squad. They literally could implement my favorite strategy, which is charge because you can't lose, but instead they're going to keep it composed and close this out and make a historic scoreline here as they win by 15 kills here on Live Fire Slayer. We ourselves are tie series.
OpTic Gaming making it look easy with that one. We said Live Fire Slayer, they loved it. That's their bread and butter. And with that, if you thought this was going to be a sweep in any way, you haven't been paying attention. Come on now. SSG going against OpTic, the winner into the grand finals. This is destined to go to game 5.
It has to. I want it to. the best part about being a caster is I get to be biased towards good games and good series. And I just want everything to go as long as possible.
King of the Hill Streets going to be our game 3 here. And we talked about punishing live fires. We talked about how fast-paced it can be. I can only imagine Streets going to be the same thing. But King of the Hill force you to slow it down, force you to speed it up when necessary to break the setups and then slow the game down and really get into your defensive stances.
Yeah, of all the game modes that are played on Streets, I would say King of the Hill is likely the second slowest, with Slayer having the potential to be the most slow. So these teams are going to be able to slow it down a little bit to set up some charges and pushes, but for the most part, it's still, you can only slow down the Streets so much. People are going to be charging around. There's just too many different angles and spots, so you can't just close down the entire time.
What's impressive to me is that this is really a giant question mark with this game 3. Both of these teams on King of the Hill have only lost 1 game so far on King of the Hill. Both of these teams haven't, even though they matched up early in the tournament, they didn't match up on King of the Hill. So I'm curious.
On our screen there, we had the OpTic watch party with Scump and crew. You saw Maniac talking about, man, if I had Sniper there, I would have got 2 of them, and it would have been like, we were on 50 to 25. But in this case, you can go on over and also check out Scump doing an incredible watch party. We are happy to have the OpTic crew in-house watching the games on their channel as well.
And I got the chance to watch him play some Halo. He ain't bad. I'm telling you. Hey, if you want to cross over, I'm sure we can find a team for me, Scump, you, and anybody. We can make it. I believe.
Scump, the king, is in the house. Happy to have it, but clearly OpTic has their work cut out for them. They got it back to a tie series. We're now in essentially a best of 3. Like you said, we got King of the Hill coming up next on the Streets. I want to see how these teams are going to opt to go for Bulldog or Rockets at the start. I feel like Bulldog's one of those plays that you're kind of either fully giving up hill at the beginning of the push here on King of the Hill Streets, or you're deciding to wait a little bit later, grab all the weapons, and then make a push in with weapons.
It's so tough though. If you're trying to succeed on Streets and you're not controlling those power weapons, I don't know what you're doing. Whether it's the Bulldog, like you mentioned, whether it's those rockets, whether the Stalker, it's absolutely incredible. If you're not controlling the sandbox on Streets, you're putting yourself at a giant disadvantage. In fact, I would say you're just throwing the game at that point.
That is absolutely correct. I mean, there's just so many weapons and equipment at your disposal there on this map. Both these teams get in some last words, talking about what they're going to do off the start, but they've been in the situation hundreds and thousands of times as they're going into these maps. They know what they want to do. They're going to make, at the very most, very slight adjustments according to the players they're playing against, but they know what starting strats they're going to do. They know what they got to watch out for. They know all these situations. They've gone over it in VODs every single night. I would be surprised if they didn't prior to this tournament.
Love the fact that we get the chance to just watch, like, for example, OpTic on the cameras right now, and, after a big win like that, I'm celebrating. I ain't gonna lie, but they just look focused, man. It's okay, next game up. Take it one game at a time. You know your work is not done, and I love that. They're laser focused right now, and once this game number 3 gets started, it's gonna get fire in here.
Yeah, they're not celebrating until this series is over. They have too much respect across that stage. They acknowledge that anything can happen. A reverse sweep could happen if they allow it. So they want to make sure they see that victory screen after their 3rd game victory. At that point, you'll see them start to appreciate a little bit and then snap back into mode as they go into the grand finals.
This may not be the first time that SSG and OpTic have matched up against each other as far as players, but also not the last time that Elamite and Lunchbox as well crossed the. Right. I'm waiting for them to start talking trash. Like, they just stop coaching. They start yelling at each other across the way. That's what I want to see. I want to see some coaches trash talk, and I'm sure Lunchbox and Elamite have a lot to say. But whenever you're looking for a fight, you gotta take it to the streets. Swing game number 3. OpTic and SSG had the opportunity to get that momentum, to turn the tides, if you will. Most of the time, teams that end up winning series, they always start with a game 3 when that series is tied up.
This is a crucial swing game, as you said, Tony. We're going to get started with it in just a moment, but as we talked about before, it's going to be so crucial for both these sides to know when they should and should not give up going for a hill or going for an objective. I would say that's one of the more crucial skills that these top teams have. You heard it in the comms before when we even saw that flag on Aquarius, where Lunchbox and crew were saying, hey, don't force us, we need the slays first. And that's what's going to happen here on the streets. They're not going to just always try to go to desperate and try to kill someone on the objective, because these teams are too good at refilling that role. If you die killing the objective player here in the hill, someone else is just going to swap right in. So it's going to be equally important for getting the kills and holding control, but also knowing when to let go, giving up time, maybe even giving up a hill point.
You got to control the flow of the game. You got to control that pace and be willing to, like you said, slow it down, speed it up when necessary. And when I think of that, the two players I think of are Bound and Lucid. Players that obviously have an advanced understanding of the mechanics of the game, and really when they flow like butter through the map. It's actually crazy when you watch their POVs, but they also have the shot to match. So I'm looking at those two, because they're going to be your entry fractors. They're going to be the ones that have to stay alive and get really creative, and maybe that creativity might lead to a stolen hill or two, and ultimately into this Game 3 win.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they both decide to play this one out. But as you said, it's easy sometimes to highlight those flashy players, but I was seeing lots of great plays out of every single person on there. I mean, the snipes we saw from Stellar, the snipes we saw from Formal. Every single player up here is one of the best Halo Infinite players that we got on the circuit, and we're going to see 8 of them battle it out right now with 2 legendary coaches right behind them.
Rocket, Stalker, Bulldog, and all the equipment that you want here on the streets. That first hill over toward the B side. Meanwhile, Rocket's on the mid and Bulldog all around the left-hand side of the map. It's crazy because you got to control the power-ups, but you don't want to give up that B side control. How do you get full map control on here?
Either strategy works. Like I said, you either commit towards pushing B right away and you don't send that person all the way towards Bulldog, or the second option is you don't commit towards B right away. You need to be in a backed up spot, whether that's towards PD or back towards driveway, where you can lay down a couple shots, but you're going to wait to push in towards that hill about 5 to 10 seconds later once you have full force.
From an outside looking in, I play a little bit of Halo. You know, I was almost my style. I play ranked. I never played on this kind of stage. Talk to me about the mental. Talk to me about the different factors that come into play outside of just getting the game and being able to shoot well. What else was coming into mind when going into a matchup like your elimination bracket final?
I would say the most nerve-wracking moments are just before and possibly even in between, or like some larger breaks in between games. The rest of the time, as soon as you get in the game, that's their comfort zone. That's what these guys have been training for months, for weeks on end. It's one of those things that they put in all this practice, all this prep to put on a show for all the people out here at DreamHack Dallas. So once the game starts, there's no nerves there. Sure, there might be like a nerve-wracking 49-49 situation or so, but as a game kicks off, as you're in the middle of a game, they're just in their flow. They know how to play Halo at the highest level, and they're happy to do it on the main stage. But prior to that, before they get in the game, that's where they start to question things, start to, maybe have nerves kick in, start to say, oh man, like there's a lot of people watching, or oh, series is tied, we better win this Game 3. What am I going to do different to make the difference for my team to win this game?
I'm be honest, and if it's one of those breaks that you were talking about, I'm taking a nap. Because I don't know how you sleep the night before. How do you get any kind of sleep? And with the anticipation of Championship Sunday, I wouldn't eat. I would be a mess going into this match.
And looking for the start, basically what we saw here was OpTic opts to go immediately for the B side and go for hill right away. Spacestation decides to get more map control and grab the weapons. So we're going to see which strategy is better. Is the weapons and more control across the map better, or is getting that early time? OpTic, unfortunately, did not get that much early time. They had to back away. They respected too much that those rockets, that Bulldog, that Stalker be coming their way.
And that's what exactly I noticed. Like, you're talking about a sliver on the side of OpTic aiming towards his first hill. Meanwhile, Bound has that Stalker and Bulldog. His teammates are 3 down, so they have to slow down the game just a bit, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn, but maybe they can make something happen once they do.
What an interesting play. Lays down the Shroud, makes him think he's coming right up and center towards rails, and pushes on over towards Water Cooler. Takes his time, lines up the shot, and takes out 3 members there for OpTic Gaming. It's going to be Penguin versus Formal here for the hill control.
But with that, both teams are going 3 down, so it's kind of a momentary stand-up, a 1v1, if you will. Formal ends up getting shot over toward the C side. Now he's aware where the pressure's coming from, and looks like he might double back here. He wants to go up toward the B stairs.
Gonna go on up towards B stairs, get that clear. One thing that OpTic has done a much better job of so far this game is just controlling where they're spawning at. Continually, even during that time where 3 were down from each side, Trippy was able to grab a little bit of time. Trippy spawned his teammates over in towards B and Arcade, whereas all the members of OpTic were spawning towards Tram. So even though they're going nearly even in slays, all these members of Spacestation have to traverse much further across the map to get towards the hill and contest it.
Well, it looks like OpTic, they want to drop wall with them and to contest this hill. The problem is that Spacestation Gaming had backup of their own in the form of Numbers and the Sentinel team. A bit of a fight over toward the B side, but looks like OpTic gonna win that. Spacestation Gaming go 4 down. Lucid gets away with the rockets. Spacestation, you're running out of time for hill 1.
They're gonna have to push on over, but this is actually a surprising amount of time that has drained here on the very first hill. Look how evenly matched these 2 squads are. We have 1 minute and 20 off the clock, and both teams are relatively around halfway through capturing this flag. They realize that they do not want the opposing team to get a full setup. They respect each other so much that they're backing down. APG getting a punch in before Eco to trade out that kill. That Bound eventually cleans up.
Hey, I learned back in Halo 3, don't chase. Don't chase. You're gonna get punished. You didn't get ninja'd, but love that play by APG. Either way, it still works out for SSG, because it looks like down over toward the mid hill. Finally, the nades forced him to drop out for just a second, but not expecting him to double chow right in melee. Trades out his life. Both teams end up going 2 down. Penguin doing everything he can to stay alive. Here comes Formal and OpTic.
Formal trying to take them both down, staying alive, and Penguin getting a killing spree along with a shot caller, pinging so many different players. Now we're seeing Spacestation spawn closer, control this hill. I feel like it's gonna be a tough step to break. Somehow Lucid and Trippy through the bat ledge, flying on through, making their stand. The last push they can before Spacestation potentially capture this, and this is gonna be a contested hill.
SSG only needing a sliver. Bound comes in and clears house with that Stalker rifle, and it looks like the first hill going for Spacestation Gaming. More importantly, they're rotating on to the next one.
Yeah, that was such a bad position there for OpTic. Due to their spawns over there towards A Tower and PD, they had to make a push out there. They had an option. They could either rotate all the way through Bulldog and side to try to make a push for the new Tram hill, or try to fight their way to the current hill, get a stop, and then get over towards Tram. Eventually able to secure those kills, though, and get control of Tram. So lucky for OpTic in the end, but that was such a crucial fight there on the B side.
They might have lost that B-side hill, but they were able to clear out Spacestation Gaming, and look at all of that time being accumulated here onto the C-side. Look at the fact that Lucid is able to get away with those rockets, seemingly uncontested. Spacestation Gaming once again go 3 down, nobody in position to stop this hill. This might be tied up.
After seeing one of the most contested hills we've seen in a long time at the start, that was pretty one-sided for OpTic Gaming as they tie this game up 1-1. Bomb Center Hill is in action. This hill has now been extended a little bit, so over near the laundry side and towards ATMs, you can actually still get in the hill while being hidden from balcony or from A.
Gotta give a shout out to Bound. We saw him earlier be largely the reason why they were able to capture that first hill with that double kill to clear it out. And now I'm looking 13-6. 3 assists. Also, look at that forward pressure being applied here. He's right in the middle of the map. He's dead. He's doing the damage. He is stopping OpTic from crossing the 50. Finally, Bound goes down, but Spacestation Gaming still holding on to the setup.
Look at that insane movement from Bound. Just sliding around the corner against the team that won the last 3 lands. He's fearless. He is charging around those corners, willing to challenge those one-on-one fights and come out successfully against MVP Lucid.
OpTic find that first progression over toward the hillside. Nades going down. Looks like the drop wall there as well. We see toward that middle hill. It is so much wider than it used to be when going into that last hill. You can play it over towards the cut side. You can play it over towards that laundry side. It's much more doable and much better on this third hill than when it was in the last one.
And look at this repositioning from Bound, realizing that the push is coming from Rails and from Tram, trying to see if he can catch someone off guard over near C stairs. Unsuccessful there. And this is going to be OpTic putting on some time on the board. We have to see what we can do with these rockets, though. Eco, last time, able to trade out kills with Lucid. Not so lucky this time.
Who's gonna back down here? He still has one rocket left. Gonna have to burn it onto Penguin, down to half shields. Lucid goes, he wants to play his life, making sure nobody's sneaking up over toward the tire side. Looks like the rest of SSG actually playing right towards A. Lucid recognizes it, a couple shots into the first one, gets the assist, goes in for the challenge onto Stellar, but Stellar gonna eliminate him off the map.
Yeah, Stellar also getting that nice help from the PD side. Oddly enough, not seeing that player immediately under him over at tires, but that's going to be one of the more common locations that players are going to try to hold in this hill. Stellar putting himself in a bad position as he missed that jump and clamber, but decides to overall just commit towards the hill. Sometimes when you commit towards the objective, you just got to go full force.
That's exactly what Spacestation Gaming are doing, and now Stellar goes from that hill player all ready to address in the top C side. Excellent shots, and it's all about, not about getting the kills, not about chasing one, about putting shots and trusting your teammates to get those kills and to finish them off. It's both teams kind of model when it comes to that, both SSG and OpTic.
And we got about a split control here over at PD and A, but unfortunately it feels like Lucid and Ormo trying to push towards the center of the map and give a little extra help. Feels like they almost gave up this position towards PD, so now this is going to be a Space Station hill control. There might be arguable idea where you could try to start to drain some time here, but they only have a one hill lead. They don't want to try to drain some time, get it to a tie game, and then OpTic go into the 5th hill and potentially can clear that game out. So these next 2 hills are really going to be tougher to drain. It's going to be a situation where both teams are likely just going to jump in and grab the hill time when they can.
So the one lead here for Space Station Gaming. And like you said, with time winding down, if they win this hill, it could be really tough for OpTic to make something happen. Rockets are coming up, and normally it's OpTic the first one on it, and it looks like it might happen again. Formal sneaking away from the Bulldog side, right towards the Rockets, spotting out the hiding Eco. Maze coming out of nowhere, once again bound, getting that important slay to slow them down. OpTic may have taken the lead as far as this hill, but Space Station Gaming, they're on the map.
Space Station trying everything they can to get over there, and look at all this control that you have from OpTic. Pushing all the way up towards Neons, meeting 2 members of Resistance. Lucid trying everything he can, but gonna get picked off. And that's gonna be the opening kill that Space Station need to make their charge across the map. But look at this, still constant pressure over on the Cafe and top A. Ego challenge coming out of Penguin, taking out Formal at top A. That's gonna be all the slays they need, and Space Station gonna push over, but too little, too late towards the courtyard. They got all the kills, but OpTic walk away with the hill.
You said it, that pivotal battle was it. Space Station Gaming were poised to take it away, but in the last second, OpTic put that second hill on the board. Now we're tied up here, and less than a minute on the clock. At this point, this could be a winner takes all. OpTic recognize it, so they break right through from C into the purple side. They're gonna be met with resistance. They can't go 3 down. It looks like they just did.
Also, I love that play by Penguin in the hill. As soon as he started seeing someone over towards tires, over towards arcade, where he was gonna start getting shot, even if he didn't hear a call out, he knew pressure was gonna come out. Players are not just shooting randomly across the map long range unless they're setting up one of their teammates in a position to get a kill. So Penguin realized the threat had to be nearby, turned towards Neons, and focused on the nearby threat.
3-2 lead for Space Station Gaming. OpTic barely gotten any hill time on that one, and now we're moving right back over toward the B side. A long rotation having to be made for Space Station. It looks like OpTic are already in there. They're already in the defensive stance. Penguin coming in with the Stalker. Eco, he's gonna prioritize Rockets.
Tony, recall earlier at the very start of this game how much time drained out of this hill. This one actually might be an opportunity for Space Station to time this one out. At the very beginning, I don't disagree with jumping this hill. You want to grab time where you can just to be safe. You don't want to risk that and have it come back and bite you. But as this hill goes on, as kills get traded out, as that clock ticks down, there is an opportunity when the clock gets closer to like the 25-second mark that Space Station might just go for 2 rounds of slays to close it out.
Space Station Gaming having the opportunity to put OpTic between a rock and a hard place, between that scoreboard and the timer. OpTic getting a decent amount of progression on the hill, but they have to pull out. They know the pressure's coming in, and they need these frags. Lucid, the first one to take down Stellar with that Sentinel Beam off screen. We still see the double push coming out of APG and Trippy. That's a double kill, clearing out Arcade. OpTic aren't playing any games.
OpTic know they had a teammate spawn in Tram. They know the push is coming from PD or A. And so in this situation, they're trying to spot out these players as early as possible. You got a let's go OpTic chant going in the crowd. They want to see this go to a 6th and final hill, or actually 7th. I should do my math a little better.
And it seems like OpTic Gaming, they're feeding off of that, but it looks like SSG, it might just be making them angry. They clear things out real quick, and OpTic are so close to finishing it, but only 8 seconds left.
Yes, and this could be a time Spacestation clearly going to drain out these last 5 seconds, just trading out slates. They got 3 members down.
What?
Formal, the last one alive. Can he make the miraculous play? The answer is no. Spacestation going to go up 2-1 in the series over OpTic Gaming.
They were so close. They were just a sliver, a second of hill time away from ultimately stealing it and tying it up and sending it over towards that subway side hill. But you mentioned it before, SSG recognized they could play the scoreboard, they could play the timer, and eventually that time was just not on OpTic's side. SSG take another one.
Yeah, as soon as they start trading kills back and forth, and also as soon as OpTic were so close on that 3rd point, they decided they just need to get kills. They need to trade out slays and then just stay out of the hill. Because for those that are unfamiliar with how the objective works in these games, the clock stops at those times. So it's not going to drain down. It's not mathematically impossible to win it until you see that end game screen.
Spacestation Gaming all but 3-1 OpTic earlier. They have an opportunity to do it once again. You have Spacestation Gaming just 1 game away from making it back to a Grand Finals. And mind you, Spacestation Gaming didn't drop out of a single Grand Finals all year long. Last year, Charlotte might have been a little bit different. Spacestation Gaming, they're going back for what's rightfully theirs.
Going back to their roots. They want to make it back. They want another challenge against this FaZe roster. FaZe looking scary, though. I mean, FaZe made it all the way to that Grand Finals. They had slight little hiccups here and there, some series that people were surprised around the scorelines, but end of the day, FaZe Sunday is here, and they're carefully watching these 2 teams play it out to see what they can pick up on little strategies before they go into the Grand Finals.
I've always been so impressed when we get later on into the tournaments because you end up seeing less flashy plays. You just end up seeing less multi-kills and more just fundamentals, putting down those shots, staying alive, trusting your teammates to finish your kills, and ultimately, you're really playing more for map control than you are playing for individual kills or individual stats.
Yeah, I mean, you pull out those flashy plays when you're absolutely forced to, when you have no other option to run away or stay alive, but for the most part, you need to have trust in your team. You need to know that you're playing more of a numbers game, a position game. You can't, at this high level of Halo, just solely rely on sick individual flashy plays to carry your team through. That'll work so far through the M bracket. That'll get you only so far as a team, but once you're in the elimination bracket finals, the Grand Finals, it's not going to fly there.
This is the last opportunity for OpTic. If you want to see a Game 5, they got to do it here on Stronghold's Recharge. And mind you, Strongholds is one of Spacestation Gaming's best game types. They've been dominating all tournament long. They've been dominating all Halo Infinite long on this very game type. If OpTic want to be the best, they got to beat the best on their best game type.
And here we are kicking off with Bound, trying to challenge over towards Control. These teams want to get that camo, but it's not going to be given up for free. Bound getting a nice flank, gets the double kill onto Trippy. Trying to get away with that camo, somehow still alive. We call this guy one of the best movement players in the game for a reason.
I was just talking about like the individual plays that we're seeing less of. Spacestation Game were 3 down. Bound had to make a play to get that double kill. He had to make a play to take that camouflage or burn it, and that's exactly what he does. Turns it into a perfect kill. Spacestation Gaming seem comfortable in these individual fights.
People also might wonder, why doesn't someone like Bound go for a back smack there on Lucid? He has camo, he's behind him. These players' awareness is off the chart. You're not going to be able to close that gap, challenge that hill, have anything like that go by without Lucid checking his corner. So when you have a kill secured like that, Bound's going to just take that first shot, get the kill, and then back away and get his shields.
Trippy not able to stay alive onto the tower side, and OpTic had the numbers, and you know they like their 2-man push. They love their 3-man push. The moment a player goes down, it tends to be a nuisance, but they battle right back. Bound having to reset all the way towards the A side. He's by himself, though.
Great idea there by Bound. Getting control of B and then immediately recognizing that elevator is such a strong position on the map that you need to get it under control. Just like that, also rotates on out, gets some more control over at control, laying down shots, and that's going to be a wipe there for OpTic Gaming. Trippy, the only one alive that just spawned. Does Spacestation go for the trip cap? Answer is no. They're going to sit back and hold this up for a little bit.
Bam with the 5-1 start so far. Forget the assist. My man is slaying, and I'm loving every bit of it. Down to one shot he goes. Backs down just a bit. He has a teammate over toward the glass side. Stellar ends up going down. So now that's a hole within the defense that OpTic are able to exploit. Not only taking control of gold side, you see them on the A side as well. Spacestation Gaming just lost all that control they worked so hard to get.
Yeah, it felt like so many members of Space Station were just watching lower angles. It felt like they were baiting that camo, trying to punish somebody running for that camo. So even though they were able to punish Lucid for the first touch on that camo, ultimately they lost full control of the map, and because of that, OpTic now kind of broke out of their C spawns.
71-9 start coming out of Space Station Gaming. I said it before, this is their best game type, and it has been for a while, and you're seeing why. OpTic Gaming, the world champion, struggling to get Space Station Gaming off the map long enough for them to take 2, if not 3 captures. Finally, it happens. Finally, OpTic ended up in the B side. They were almost working for Charlie at the same time, but Space Station Gaming not going to allow that one.
Yeah, Trip Cap going down, or trying to go down there for OpTic, but you have to wonder, did they overextend? There's now 2 members down here for OpTic. Formal realizing that he can't stay up high in a strong position like that and lay down shots. He's just going to get hunted down, and here comes a charge from Space Station. Trading out kills, 2 apiece. This elevator position is going to be so crucial. Lucid versus Penguin. Who's going to take this duel?
Penguin chasing down Lucid. Lucid lets it go to the low ground, giving up his height advantage. Both players weak, and Lucid using that environment turns it into a double kill and then a triple kill. The man's one shot. He ain't acting like it.
We might be at DreamHack, but he is lucid and he is in control. He is doing everything his team needs. He was the last member alive there over at Elevator, securing that kill against Penguin, turned into a triple kill, and keeping this AB setup here for OpTic. And he's not done just yet, Tony.
From triple kill to trip cap to a shock rifle, Lucid taking matters into his own hands, putting 13-5 on the board and a couple more body shots. If Space Station Gaming want to gain any ground whatsoever, they got to take out Tommy.
And Tommy's not done just yet. He's also going in for this trip cap, getting the finish over on the double stacks towards Stellar. Look at that, just hitting absolutely every shot, and he's not even going to overcommit towards C just yet. He's going to wait for Shields to come back and continue this pressure on. Lucid needs to be shut down if you're on the Space Station side.
And with that pressure that Lucid and the rest of OpTic were able to create, APG gets away with that camouflage. Eventually does end up going down, but that's a camouflage that Space Station Gaming desperately needed, because it looks like OpTic, they take the lead.
One stat I want to point out real quick, Tony. OpTic Gaming members, Trippy, APG, and Formal combined have 19 kills. Lucid has 17 kills. He is just a slaying machine on here, on recharge right now. But even with that heroic effort, OpTic right now only up by 10 points. That's kind of a scary position. Yes, it's great to see your superstar going off, but when your superstars have an incredible game like that, you want to see the lead extended much further than 10 points.
Well, hopefully they can turn it into more. Space Station Gaming had an amazing start, and now they're starting to gain their footing once again. We're seeing a little bit of a recovery now coming from Space Station. The double cap comes in. They know that Charlie is being infiltrated, goes in for the challenge, but Formal, he simply wins those.
Formal just trying to hold back towards the C setup, kind of pinned his back corner, eventually cleared out. It's interesting that so many players here are pushing in and trying to contest C when I feel like AB is the primary setup. I actually want to go to a Space Station Gaming listening to hear how they're setting up this next stronghold.
Look at L2 as well.
Knowledge.
Long glass. Let's see weak.
Knowledge weak.
One shot, get him. Oh, we can help. Nice shot.
We'll kill him.
They're gonna push. Turbine. Grapple. And turbine. Grappling on you guys. Another one weak.
Half wall, both half wall. Both are half wall.
Both weak. Nice.
Absolute, Kevin, absolute. On the stairs.
You're C plat. I have camo.
Keep living.
Go fight C. I'm getting B. One shot C.
Dead. Nice.
Long hard A. Double camo. B on me.
Okay.
One shot L2.
Top red.
Chippy corner as well, Zane.
What's it? Okay.
Playing C, guys.
I'm going back to A.
Okay,
they're gonna be A.
We should maybe play something other than A.
Guys. 9 to red. Yo, bottom.
One shot bottom red.
Bottom A.
Trevor stairs.
Go bottom A going. Yeah, still there.
One A is weak.
Just like that, you saw Space Station get control and then lose it towards the end of this listen-in. One thing that really stuck out to me during that listen is how much they prioritize someone weak, especially when they're hill. They're not afraid to drop somebody into that B stronghold to trade out a kill there when they have control of it. They want to make sure that that's not converted over so easily.
Lucid putting his 22nd on the board. The moment Spacestation Gaming wanted to go for that bottom mid flank, Lucid's already watching that angle, and Bound is now coming behind enemy lines of his zone. So flanks on top of flanks on top of flanks. Bound clears out Charlie.
Just slays keep racking on up for all these players, especially Lucid, who's now at the 22 kill mark. Next closest person on the board is Stellar with 14. With that being said, OpTic Gaming once again have regained the lead. They have the optimal A-B setup, but how long can they hold it for? Where's the Space Station push going to be coming in from? They have options as they're at pipes. APG winning a huge 1v1 against Bound to shut down that pipe control.
Space Station Gaming may have started Bravo, but it's about finishing it, and sadly they weren't able to do so. OpTic clear it out. They get the reset and right back into the double hold. Does OpTic Gaming Space Station gonna start it once again? Stellar's in there. Formal was able to clear out the gold side, but Bravo gets stolen before he's able to get involved.
Here we got Penguin trying to go for a crucial camo. Lucid says, how about no? Lucid has the pistol, Lucid has the camo, and where is he gonna make his next push? His team has a 30-point lead. Do they go for the trip cap or just continue extending this? What a read on that grenade as Bound gets to stick onto Lucid to at least nullify that camo.
Shock rifle now in the hands of Formal. It's his job to clear out this Whirlpool side and make sure that nobody's able to sneak in from Space Station Gaming. Double push onto the A. They're able to deal with one. APG falls. Formal doesn't get the damage she's looking for. Back smack comes in. A side is cleared out. Space Station moving in for the double.
Moving on in and trading kills. And what do we say here on Strongholds when it comes to your team having control? You'll trade kills all day. That is great if you're an OpTic fan. Strongholds are going to gain points on their own. So trading kills is just going to basically reduce the opportunity for Space Station to grab one of these. And once again, 2 more kills straight out each. Stellar trying to make a desperate play onto B, getting picked off across the map, and that's going to be another kill down there for Space Station. And a trip cap here for OpTic. Space Station not only need to stop the bleeding, they need to convert 2 hills before they know it.
Don't have the control they're looking for, but they're gonna go right in for Charlie Bravo at the same time. Bravo's not gonna happen, at least just yet. Eco and Stellar, though, pushing up. OpTic are aware of it, but they're forced to back down, and they're forced to give up Bravo almost immediately. OpTic now the ones who need the slays here. They may be 9 seconds away from taking this game. Space Station Gaming don't have control.
I don't hate this play from OpTic backing down. If they don't have the numbers or the angles, there's no need to give up all these free deaths and get it into a reverse trip cap. As I say that, though, Space Station somehow get control of A. They get the reset on C, and OpTic are now on the back foot. OpTic were playing passive to avoid this trip cap scenario, and it still happened.
OpTic are so close to sending us into a Game 5, but Space Station has already started to snowball, and it is rolling down a mountain right now. OpTic not able to get out Bravo. Not able to get camo either, but it's already in the hands of Bound as he takes down 1, make it 2, killing spree for Bound. OpTic are in trouble.
They had a 70-point lead. That is now just a 15-point game. Space Station trying to close us out with a trip cap. They don't even need to hold the trip cap this entire time, but they're still going for this push. That's going to be a perfect shock rifle shot there from Bound. Bound just buying time as much as he can. There's 1 player in B. Formal fighting his own fight at C, which is going to be reset. Where are OpTic going to go to get this last reset? And it looks like C is the play here from APG. Desperate 1v1 gets reset. Nobody in position for the elevator, and that's going to be OpTic's tournament life. Space Station take the series 3-1.
Space Station Gaming going back to the grand finals as the green wall crumbles. APG made 1 last-ditch effort to play towards that C side. Eventually, though, not able to win that 1v1, which is tough. I mean, he didn't have the help he was looking for. Teammates go down. OpTic had so much control, though, Dave. They had it. It was theirs.
They had so much control, and I felt like they played it so smart at the end. They didn't overly panic. They didn't overextend to try to stop the B cap. They tried to just hold on to elevator, get a few slays, stay in a strong position, and wait for spawners. But Space Station just kicked into gear. They got kills, and they kept staggered spawns for basically 90 seconds straight. They kept killing OpTic over and over again, and we didn't get to see a full-strength OpTic push for the rest of that game.
And just 9 seconds. All they needed was 9 seconds to close that out, but Space Station Gaming playing near perfect Halo right there to be able to close it out. And now, Space Station back in the grand finals. And you just beat the world champion, so you must have some kind of momentum going right now. But let's not forget FaZe. They got the best of them earlier in that winners bracket finals.
They did indeed, but Space Station has their wish. They have played 2 series today. What's one more? They'd love to go bring it to a 4th. They'd love to bring it to a reset. But Space Station have earned their slot here in the grand finals. So that's going to be it from me and Tony. We had a blast casting this incredible match. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Tony and Walshy. Wow. My goodness me, I honestly thought it was all over there in that map. I thought, okay, we're going to a game 5. It's happening, folks. Like, this is it. It's going to be so incredibly competitive. But then Space Station Gaming, they always manage to just get it at the last moment. I think the pressure that Space Station apply on their opponents is so overwhelming at times, and that's exactly what we saw there in that final strongholds, the overwhelming pressure from Bound with the grappling to C, taking that one over, the kills that are going their way, the flow that is managed to bring across the table from Space Station Gaming. OpTic had no answer to it.
Yeah, in my opinion, Space Station, the best stronghold team on the planet, and it's because the second that these guys can get a trip cap, they can end the game no matter what the score is. Even if OpTic has 9 points to go, they played it perfectly, somehow breaking through OpTic's setup in an act of desperation. They're able to get the kills they need in order to get into a position where they're able to get that ball rolling down the hill. And when they get that ball rolling, they do it better than just about anybody. And therefore, they've earned their spot. They shut down the opportunity at a 4-peat, and we see them in the grand finals.
It's also about the second or third time I remember this tournament, OpTic throwing away a lead in the final moments, and just when you think that game's done, and maybe they think it's done, the other team just takes it away from them, and it's so tough to try and recover from those scenarios, and you saw how they were just scrambling to try and get to any sort of stronghold in those final moments, and there wasn't really too much cohesion, there wasn't too much strategy, it was just panic mode, and that's what SSG do to a team. They force you to panic like that.
100%. That is where you really need to take a second as a team, breathe, get on the same page, and think about what you need to do to then convert. And slow and steady wins the race. But that triple cap, that was snowballing out of control. I think if OpTic had just gotten the right page as a team and just committed to one place at one time, I think it would have been okay. But the problem is Space Station had them split up so well, especially off the fresh spawns. It was so hard for them to try and pair up and actually get that one across the board. Incredible job by Space Station Gaming. And I got to say, this grand final is going to be pretty exceptional, if I do say so myself. Both of these teams want another crack at this, I can tell you that. And Space Station, they want the rematch. They want to do it another time again because it's 2 best-of-7s that they have to win to hoist up that trophy. Absolutely incredible. I'll tell you what, folks, though. We're going to get things set up on the main stage. We're going to get the grand finals ready to go. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, somebody is going to be lifting that trophy. Stick with us to find out who.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Favorite candy bar? Twix.
Favorite candy bar? Kinder Bueno.
Favorite candy bar? Milky Way English version.
Favorite candy? M&M's.
It's probably like a Hershey's chocolate bar.
I don't have any favorite candy bar. I don't eat candy at all. Only healthy food in Europe.
Welcome back, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS Global Invitational live from DreamHack Dallas. Joining me on the desk this time around, we have two familiar faces joining us. Clutch, obviously, as per usual, my trusty expert analyst.
Expert's a stretch.
It is.
Come on,
we work with them. We can
just pipe down.
No, we have to deal with you all day at work.
Look, call me easily impressed, but I think you're pretty damn good myself.
Aww, we'll take that.
Tashi, Unishek from 343, it's an honor to have you on the desk, but I do have to say, every time you make an appearance on my desk, there's usually some really cool stuff to come with it. And it's usually a bit of a teaser or two, or three, or four, who knows. But I do know that Season 4 is coming, and I also know that it is jam-packed full of stuff for you guys to be very excited about. We're going to kick things off with some decorations, looking really cool in-game. I want to know about the esports skin. So what can you tell me about that, Tashi?
So we're releasing 4 bundles for all of our partner teams this year. And remember, the majority of the profits go towards the team. So when you buy them in the store, they support the teams directly. So we've already released bundle number 1 with Season 3, and now it's time for bundle number 2. And if you're a fan of weapons, you're going to be a fan of this kick-ass trailer that we put together for it. Let's roll it.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I gotta say, I've never been more excited about shooting a gun in a game than when I have a skin like that on them. That is absolutely incredible. They're stunning, stunning skins, as per usual. I mean, you guys never really mess with the esports skins. They're always dope. But it's cool that you also get a freebie as well when you do buy the bundle, which is amazing. So love a bit of a freebie. I know you guys love a freebie at home. Absolutely gorgeous. Very, very excited to see everybody starting using that in Season 4, so stunning stuff. But with new skins and new weapons to, you know, enjoy them on, talk to me a little bit about maybe what else is new, Wes. For example, like, maybe a map.
Oh, yeah, we got a couple of new maps on the way, but the arena map is going to be known as Forest, and this is a... First off, it's a beautiful, classic style of Halo map. The water really makes you feel immersed when you're stepping around in it. There is a waterfall you can fall off on. Just a little trick. It'll push you off.
Careful.
I learned the hard way. I'm trying to teach you guys quick that if you go close to the edge, you will be off. But, I mean, just the aesthetics of this map are truly unbelievable with the trees, the sanctuary vibes with the stones, the moss. It's beautiful.
I gotta say, that is insanely stunning. It kind of reminds me of all of the open world games I play, and the details, the attention to detail is absolutely incredible. It genuinely looks pretty realistic, absolutely stunning. I have to ask also, is this the only new map that we can expect? Are there other exciting things also coming?
No, we are keeping a few of our cards close to the chest here. So you're just seeing the one map, Forest, today, but there are some more. There's a big team battle map, which we'll share in just a few weeks. And, of course, Plaza's on the way, too. So that will go right into competitive play in the ranked playlist, and we're really pumped about that one.
I absolutely love that. Love to hear that. Bit of nostalgia coming across, of course. As always, Halo delivers nostalgia in incredible amounts. So I need to know a little bit about new modes as well, because obviously new maps, new skins, there's so much on offer. Surely there's a new mode, Uni.
Yes, we have Infection coming. The fan favorite game mode has made its return in Halo Infinite. You'll get to see some incredible effects there on the infected Spartans.
So cool.
Iratus, our banished AI in the multiplayer narrative, has taken over the Spartans, and you can see he is trying to infect the entire UNSC. Bit by bit, players take over. and try and infect other players in the lobby. As more players get infected, you have fewer survivors, and you try and fight to be the last person standing. And it is a difficult task.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've never played Infection, even back in previous Halo iterations, so I'm really excited to try this one out myself. I bet you're pretty good at that.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely a blast. I remember back in the H2 days on Foundation where you're bunkered up in a room. I mean, that's classic Halo to me, so being able to bring that back to the fans and honestly be a part of it when that comes out, it's going to be a lot of fun. Just the mini games, that you get to have fun with. So a lot of even non-competitive excitement from my end as well.
Oh, massive from my end too, because competition, that's not really my thing, but fun. It definitely is. And now on our slot machine of Season 4, we've hit pretty much everything apart from equipment. So I want to know if there's any equipment coming in clutch. I couldn't think of a better person to tell me the answer.
This is one that I am stoked for the competitive scene specifically. This is going to be the Quantum Translocator, and what it is it's a power-up. This is the first power-up we're going to be really giving Halo gameplay that's new to Halo gameplay, that's completely going to shift the meta. And what is it, you might be asking? Well, you acquire this power-up, you pop it, and all of a sudden you create a portal. With that portal, you're able to designate a location where you can return back to at the given press of the button. So what you're going to do is you're going to engage in combat just like that. Where you left the portal is where you'll end up, and you're able to kind of take damage, receive damage, start combat, and then re-enter combat when you're ready. There's going to be a lot of playmaking with this equipment specifically. I already know Bound's going to be a freak with this thing. I'm just stoked to get it in some pro players' hands and see where they go with it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that's extremely nerdy. Extremely nerdy. I'm so here for it. I'm excited to see how that's going to get used, especially in objective games as well, depending on obviously where that's kind of put into. Very excited to see how the pros use it, because often you kind of imagine what might happen, and then you get into game or you see it on the HCS and in competition, and you're like, oh, I never thought about it like that. So really, really stoked about that one as well.
Sure.
I also know that there's a threat seeker as well. Can you talk to me about that, Wes?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the competitive version of the threat sensor, and what we've done to this equipment to make it a little bit more competitive is we've taken the angle of once you scan, what can be rewarding to a team and find valuable as far as information is concerned, because at the highest level you already pretty much know where the player is, but now if this equipment is to ping you, you will be revealed for a period of time, and with that hopefully your team is able to capitalize on where your exact enemy Spartan is outlined. It's basically like having walls if you're able to pinpoint the enemy team with this equipment and ping them. It is a line of sight based equipment, so it doesn't go through walls as opposed to its predecessor, but we felt like that was going to make it a lot more of a competitively viable piece of equipment, and hopefully we're able to see that really transition to the meta, especially considering we have smokes now in Halo and the Shroud screen. I think it's going to pair very interestingly with players trying to play around those two specifically together.
Oh, couldn't agree more. I think, in terms of information, it's so important in Halo Infinite. Information, I mean, you look at the camo. Camo often isn't used to go around trying to backsmack players, although that would be nice, but it is used a lot for information, to gather information for your team so you can spread out and try and trap players in their own bases. So that's going to be massive. Going to be a massive piece of information and something that all of the players can use as well. So incredible. Really excited about the new equipment and watching that in action too. Now, something else I'm very excited about is the action of getting on Halo Infinite and having a progression system. We all know and love that one. And I want to know, Uni, about a new progression system coming.
Yep, you can see it on the screen right there. We've got Career Rank landing with Season 4 on June 20th. It's a brand new, all-new progression system that rewards you for playing. All you have to do is jump in matchmaking, complete matches, and it has these military icon ranks that fit within the Halo universe. Super cool. The UI team absolutely crushed it. Fantastic icons, and you'll see these displayed all throughout the game. Pretty much everywhere you see your Spartan and your name and nameplate, you'll also see a career rank, so you know how good people are, how much time they've invested in Halo Infinite. So very happy for that to be rolling out. I know fans have been asking for it since launch. I'm just excited to make that progress. And also,
so excited.
We are going to have a blog coming out tomorrow with all the extra details. So stay tuned on HaloWaypoint.com, and you can learn more about Career Rank.
love that so much. I think it's going to be massive for the community, and you guys can dive into that one in Season 4, of course, and enjoy everything that we have to offer. And all of the teasers that we've seen today, absolutely amazing. But Season 4, like I said before, it is jam-packed. There is so much on offer. So this is my word of advice to you guys. Finish your battle passes. Get that done as soon as you possibly can, because June 20th, that is when Season 4 comes out. And trust me, you'll want to have completed it. You need to complete the battle pass. You can get the new one and enjoy all of the perks of Season 4 as well. But you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for coming and sharing all of that with us. Absolutely incredible. Cannot wait to get hands on it. Oh, actually, and for folks in the room, yeah, talking to you guys in the audience, you can actually play it right now. You can play Infection if you want to. Go over to the Complexity booth, go grab a controller and enjoy yourself. Go test it out before June 20th. So that is the luxury for you guys being in the building itself here with us. So amazing stuff. Well, Tashi, Uni, been a pleasure as always, but we have some business to get to on the main stage, if you don't mind.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay, not a problem at all.
No, we want to watch too, so.
We do. We really need to know what is going to happen at the end of this story. We have the grand finals against FaZe and Spacestation Gaming. Spacestation only knocked down for a mere few minutes until they rebounded back up, but they're going to have to win 2 best-of-7s to lift that trophy. So, grand finals. Let's get it started. Hello, Halo fans, and welcome to the HCS DreamHack Dallas Global Invitational. We are live from, well, I think you guessed it, Dallas, Texas.
Manage as well, Huss is there. Oh no, Renegade gets in for the emergency pull. Flag is out, both flags off the stand.
Oh my goodness, SSG are rolling right now, and it's going to be finished off with a triple kill.
Players here on back A as well as PD. He might be able to finish this here.
Line up a triple kill, Snakebite. There's another one in front of you. It's a simple job to close it out with the trip scheme. Snakebite.
So now they have the player advantage, and they can start to think about how they want to take this one.
Connect with no shield APG. Can he yes, he can. Absolutely.
Woo! Woo!
We came into this weekend with the 16 best teams in the world with their shields up and weapons hot for one goal: to hoist this trophy. And now it's time for our grand finals. And for the first time this season, we will have a new champion to hoist this. DreamHack, are y'all ready to get this started? Yeah, and I know the Halo fans all around the world are ready to go. Coming to the stage first, ready to blaze the stage, looking to get this first victory. Get ready for those boys in red. Coming to the stage hot, give it up for FaZe Clan! We got the man Frosty, Renegade, Snakebite, Royal 2, and his brother Royal Run. Give it up for FaZe Clan! All right, now it's time to bring out their opponent. Coming into this tournament with the first seed, looking to take their organization to new heights. Get ready, because here comes SSG. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Spacestation Gaming. Soaring to the skies, we got Bound, Penguin, Eco, Stellar, and their coach, Element. Give it up one time for Spacestation Gaming. Now, DreamHack, are y'all ready to go? The stage is looking spicy, and I know y'all ready to go at home. For the first time this season, we're about to get another champion, okay? Lottie, let's get this one started.
Thank you so much, Blaze. So excited about these two elite teams on that main stage, getting ready to go head-to-head for a final time. This is it. The Global Invitational is what we've been waiting for. It's taken weeks to get here in between Charlotte, but that has meant weeks of prep, a lot of preparation for these teams, a lot of scrims, a lot of qualifiers, a lot of testing the waters to try and get something to work here and something to click today. And it all comes down to this very moment. Clutch, both of these guys, absolute titans in their own right. The matchup once again, is there going to be a different outcome this time around?
I mean, there's just so much talent on the stage right now. The first series, it went the distance. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a second best of 7, if we saw a full 7-game series, and both times, I mean, I'm just ready to get this one underway. SSG looked prime and ready coming off that OpTic win. Stellar really was the player that picked it up from earlier today in that loss against FaZe, and if he can play as well as he did against OpTic and the rest of Spacestation follow suit, I mean, this is going to be one hell of a series.
Tony, you're wearing red and gold today, so I think you're a little bit of an omen. We knew what was going on apparently, but let's talk about FaZe first, because this roster, they've done it once before, not too long ago against Spacestation in that winners finals. It did come down to the wire. Got very, very dicey for both of our teams, but FaZe, they did manage to take control of that final Slayer and really snowball into this grand final. Talk to me about this roster.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe were put together to win championships, and I remember talking to numerous, whether it was coaches, whether it was analysts, or just regular viewers, saying, and they were saying that they don't think FaZe is going to drop a single tournament all year long. Well, Charlotte went to OpTic. FaZe are here in the grand finals. They have the opportunity to win those championships that we know they can do. I will say that I'm a little worried about SSG. I mean, SSG, they coming out elimination bracket. How many times have we seen them do that and come out even stronger than they were in the winners?
Very true. When you're looking at FaZe here, Clutch, they have a cushion. They have a cushion of another series under their belt. Do you think that means anything to this team, or honestly, they're not even thinking about the fact that they do have 14 games to get this done?
No, if I know these guys like I think I know these guys, that cushion is irrelevant. Do you want to end this in the first best of 7? I always think if you reset the bracket, you have a very strong chance, especially with the confidence flowing, to end that tournament in your favor. So if you're FaZe, you want to end this in the first series. Talking to Frosty backstage after the big win against SSG earlier today, he said, I figured it out. I have the puzzle figured out. If we play like I know I want this team to play, we're going to go far. I expect them to continue the play style they had earlier. They're looking for dominance.
They certainly are indeed. But the other side of the stage, the hopes are still alive for the boys in gold. Spacestation Gaming, gold is exactly what they're gunning for here, Tony. 4 incredibly talented individuals, and I've got to say, each one can step up to the mark when needed. Bound has been a huge driving force for them in this competition. They're all absolutely amazing, but what Bound manages to do just throws a series wide open, throws maps wide open into their control, and it's very hard to wrangle back.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that Halo Infinite is an ultimate team game, and I understand that SSG personify, Team Halo. However, we can't ignore him. Bound is a playmaker. He's a difference maker. He's the guy that's going to go in, get those doubles, get those triples, and open up the entire map for his team. Even when Bound goes down, the amount of damage that he does to multiple members on the map, allow Stellar to come in and get a few easy kills, allow Penguin to do the same, and that just converts to that objective efficiency because they're right in there, they're right in the action. I've always been impressed by Bound. He's one of my favorite players to watch.
Clutch, we talked a little bit about Penguin. His performance in the last series was exceptional. Do you feel like it wasn't capitalized on enough? Do they need to do a little bit more when Penguin is making plays and making moves that honestly could be turning into their favor? Do they need to start using that a bit more?
Yeah, I think as Bravo said it last time around when witnessing SSG, Eco and Stellar are a little bit quieter than normal in that series, that first series against FaZe. You saw Stellar pick it up, Eco with some pretty incredible stats of his own against OpTic. So if those two really are able to find their form, I think you will see them capitalize on what Penguin has been able to do consistently throughout this weekend. If I'm Penguin or I'm his teammates or an SSG fan, I want him to continue just doing what you're doing, bud, because the rest of your team will step up when known, because these guys are champions.
Fantastic stuff, and hopefully Spacestation Gaming will step up to the table and the mark. Let's take a look at the series layout, though, to see how this first best of 7 is going to go. Because, of course, not a best of 5 anymore, folks. It is a best of 7. There's an extra 2 maps added on to our grand finals. You can see we're in for quite a bumpy ride here. I personally, looking at this, I don't think it's favoring a particular team, especially when it comes down to a best of 7. There's so many maps and modes that you have to consider here. But right now, for me, it's about who is playing better as a team, who has that cohesive unit. They've played each other before. They know exactly what they want to do, and it's about capitalizing on the mistakes that are made or, of course, the offense that you are actually pushing as a team. Clutch, looking across this, what do you make of it?
Games 3 and 4 are the biggest ones that stand out to me. I think if SSG want to win this tournament, this series, you need it to be a little bit quicker than the last. You don't want it to go the distance, but luckily they are very strong at Empyrean CTF. They are probably the best Empyrean CTF team I can think of when I think of Halo Infinite gameplay. You pair that with an oddball right after, which they are very strong in oddball typically, and they lost an oddball earlier today that they outplayed FaZe in. I think that those are the massive swing game opportunities to either potentially end this series in 4 and reset the bracket immediately, or continue it on and stay in this tournament a little bit longer and see how long you can go.
Yeah, indeed. Tony, you ready for this grand final?
I am, and I love the fact that you brought up that capture the flag on Empyrean, but I will say, I'm looking King of the Hill on life. I'm looking at that game number 1 because I could see so many scenarios where Spacestation Gaming first wants to rotate towards a hill, get into defensive stances. Then we're going to see FaZe's offense be tested against Spacestation Gaming's defense multiple times. So I'm really excited about King of the Hill Live Fire being that first game because I don't think it favors either one of them, but I think it's going to be really exciting to watch.
It certainly will be indeed. You can see right there what we're playing for. It is the trophy. It will be lifted by the end of this grand finals. We are ready, set to go. Let's head on over to our 2 casters. It's Bravo and Onset.
Thank you very much, Lottie. And this is it, everybody. This is the moment we've been waiting for the last 3 days. One of the most turbulent and crazy tournaments we've had so far in Halo Infinite. And now we get to crown a new champion. And not only that, it will be a first championship for either FaZe or Space Station as an organization.
That's right. The reign of OpTic Gaming is over. They came here for the 4-peat. They fell short. And now we have a new era of Halo Infinite here with your teams on the stage. As you said, the first win for either organization. And someone is going to end their 12-plus LAN championship drought.
It's going to be a crazy final indeed. And on one side of the stage, you're looking at right now, a team put together, FaZe Clan, to win a championship. One of the most difficult team changes probably of all time. Losing a friend, deciding that something had to be done to rekindle that form and find themselves lifting trophies again.
That's right. And just to paint this picture once again, Royal 2, Snakebite, and Frosty have not won a LAN championship in 339 days. For Renegade, Eco, Stellar, and Penguin, it has been 532 days. This is a very long time that these teams have been waiting for a grand finals on the main stage and a chance to reclaim their throne as Halo champions.
Well, here we go. It looks like the games are ready to get underway. Some fascinating game types in here as well, Andy, as just as we see live fire about to kick off and just as our grand finals about to start, give us a little bit of an indication of what we can expect to see.
Yeah, these first 2 game types are going to be really interesting. Both teams undefeated across the first 4 here. Of course, also on strongholds as well, as we are ready to get into our first game of the grand finals here at the HCS Global Invitational at DreamHack Dallas.
We've got Halo on our screens. We've got battle rifle shooting. It can only mean one thing. The grand finals is underway here here at DreamHack Dallas. It's FaZe versus Spacestation, and the POV of Frosty is what we're going to enjoy first.
So much pressure on both of these sides as we said, oh my God, by the way, Bound off screen now just hopping away after a beautiful no-scope. Coming in on his POV, he will connect there and now move into cuts.
Well, it's been a great start here for FaZe. And remember, these two teams met up, of course, in the winners bracket final. It went all the way to a game 5 to decide who was going to be in this final. And for SSG, they came up short. Now they'll have to beat FaZe twice if they want to be champions.
Yeah, this tournament just full of game 5 so far. And luckily, we have an even better treat here. A 7-game series in your first. Whoa, Frosty and Royal 2 combining from the pillars and the sandbags for a nice double team there as well. 2 dead for SSG.
Oh, Renegade nearly takes down Bound as well, but Frosty said, don't worry about it, buddy, I've got your back. And look at FaZe going. They are on fire at the start of this game. Spacestation barely on the board. Penguin hasn't got a kill before FaZe Clan are going to cap the first kill of the game. They're up 1-0.
While they do it with less than a minute of total play on the game clock there, as the clock now strikes 4:49, but already 1 point on the board here. All 8 players up, so this is a key moment for this next rotation.
See a couple of trades going down, which means that FaZe have control of the tower, although Stella is causing some problems. Snakebite will pick up that kill to make sure that FaZe do have momentary control. Renegade finds one. Bound's going to challenge, a little bit of a peek, a little bit of a prod, and maybe going to be able to finish off Renegade as well.
And how impressive has Renegade been all weekend long? Really picking up where he left from Charlotte. Oftentimes we see his KD right around anywhere from 1.22 all the way to 1.6 all weekend long. Shroud screen goes down though. An evasive one here for SSG. Somehow Renegade just dives and dodges between those grenades and stays alive on Nest.
Yeah, but how about the timing on that Shroud screen, right? I mean, Renegade is lining up a shot onto one of 3 different players on FaZe, trying to flood through those dummies, and the line of sight is cut off almost immediately. So Renegade now from FaZe has got to deal with Bound, who's still alive on that tower.
Also, what a fascinating representation there of just this gameplay, right? How often do you see a player, Renegade just gets taken down? How often do you see a player sitting alive on Nest Bridge as 3 fall for FaZe Clan for 45 seconds of time? That shows you just how tactical these teams are in waiting to make sure they don't make the mistake before they push for that hill control.
Really interesting situation on the map now. FaZe Clan have to break Spacestation, who have full control of this tower hill. The good news for them, as you can see on your screen, Royal 2's got an overshield to play with, so he's going to get the first kill. We have a 4v3 on the map, but there's that damn green gun coming in from Eco to shred all of the shields away.
By the way, FaZe not just on the board here in terms of points, but also outslaying right now 19-10 as 3 fall yet again for SSG. Stellar's your last player alive.
Overshield makes the difference, though. It's the first kill that goes down to FaZe, which gives him the opening to play off the back off. The green gun turns hands into that of Royal 2, and now you're seeing FaZe Clan. They're going to pretty much tie up this second hill.
You got to feel like coming off of Charlotte, we knew that FaZe would be focused coming into this event. So much time to think about that 1 kill difference in that first grand final. And it has shown 2 dead for each side. Now Snakebite will now rotate back tower with sniper rifle in hand.
Forces Bound away as well. Somewhat of a warning shot coming in, but now he's going to have to start connecting with a few bodies. Stella does get the kill onto Frosty. So all the weapons now in the hand, but the flank also coming in, and Snakebite decides, hey, we know Space Station are pretty good with these weapons. I'd rather than not have them.
Snakebite just yeets all the weapons off the map. Not a bad play. And also he timed it well, because when you're getting pushed back tower like that in the jump up, you might not be aware that a player is pushing that fast. And they could have stolen the heat wave and the sniper, but who else but Snakebite to be aware of that push and make sure that those weapons get played.
Really important kill coming in from Eco there. You saw he got the first kill, but traded out by Royal 2. So it's a 3v3 on the map. This is FaZe's last chance to break. Renegade flies in. Stella's shot is steady, and he manages to take down his former teammate. Space Station will get the hill. They tie this game up on 1-1 as we head over towards the garage.
Wow, and what a great representation once again of the way that Space Station is approaching that play, right? They take their time. They let Renegade stay alive on Nest and Nest Bridge for about 40 seconds of play, and you very rarely see that as this overshield pops up. In the end, it pays off for them, and they get the point on the board.
How about this flank coming in from Penguin, though? He's still got work to do, and even though he picked up 2, Renegade is going to be there to scoop up yet another overshield for FaZe. That's 2 in a row now for them as Renegade starts to patrol top mid.
Man, what a tough thing to see in your death screen is Renegade just grabbing that free overshield after you fell, and now he is just going to be dealing the damage here on sandbags. They try to put as many guns as they can on it, but he still has the height advantage.
I mean, look at the damage that Renegade is doing right now. Royal 2 is going to say, I will take advantage of it. He picks up 1, Renegade picks up another. Eco trying to be a problem, but Renegade will get the trade. SSG 3 in the death screen. Snakebite inside of the garage. Royal 2 gets the final kill onto Bound. This is guaranteed time now for FaZe Clan.
I love that from Renegade, right? He easily could have backed down off the scoreboard, but instead he saw someone his key door. He's like, where are they? Where are they? I want at him. He flies right in. He gets the trade in a way that most players would not be able to from no shields. He gets a little bit of time on the board, and they get just just about 40% of the way on the third hill.
One thing that's certainly standing out in this game is weapon control. How many times have we seen FaZe with a snipe, FaZe with a heat wave? Now you're seeing it from the point of view of Frosty, and the one opportunity maybe that the Space Station had to get them in the hand, Snakebite recognized it, back on that tower, threw them off the map, and that's why you're seeing FaZe dominating the Slays at the moment.
Yeah, I love this too. Look at Frosty, just goes back. 2 players are dead, so he comes back to Rat Tunnel here with the heat wave, gonna connect with this one as well, and they've just dropped back enough. We'll see if they can stay alive off this push though, as 2 fall off the back of that. This should be time for SSG.
Yeah, it's a good job from SSG just to make sure that they force FaZe out of that hill. Now they're sitting at themselves, and Stella's going to spot out Renegade. Renegade with some pretty good shots is going to cause the distraction and buy the time for other teammates to get involved with this fight. But Penguin around this corner is going to poke out. Manages to take him down for just a few seconds. 3v3 on the map, but more time here for SSG. And if SSG can hold and Stella can pick up a couple more kills, then maybe SSG might squeak into a lead here.
Big job by Penguin to stay alive there. Would have been very easy to trade there, as you see as he comes across. Now 2 players here stuck on window.
Stuck on window, and the overshield coming up. So really interesting decisions to be made by both teams. And it's actually going to be FaZe who choose to go for the overshield. But do they have the time to get the break at the last second? They're inside of the hill. The timing is perfect from FaZe. Space Station find themselves 4 dead, and this will be surely an opportunity to go up 2-1.
A guaranteed hill, a perfect push there at the end, and now Penguin's going to come try to fly in. He should be able to get it. We'll see just at the end. The stop comes in. FaZe is going to get it. They go up 2-1 at the last second. As you said, perfect timing there from Renegade off of the overshield grab as well.
So difficult to make that decision. In that moment, do we play for the overshield? Have we got time to capitalize on picking it up and turn it into a point? FaZe time it perfectly, and Space Station, unfortunately, from their point of view, will fall behind by 1 hill, but now they have great control over the OS side of the map, and we know how tough it is to break this hill, especially with the OV spawning over here as well. That could certainly help you out.
Yeah, all 8 players alive right now. These next few kills, the opening damage might decide where this hill goes just because of how isolated it is on the map here. Already 50% of the way done for Space Station Gaming.
Interesting to point out as well that even though SSG are being outslayed at the moment in this game, they have won so many objective games being outslayed so far in this tournament. So don't let the stats fool you. You can see that SSG are already halfway to capping this next hill. And even though the guns aren't being as successful as FaZe is, they are still in this game, and they might be on even footing.
Just tells you how much of this game is positioning, its routes, its sight lines. It's the way you can position your team. Not always about winning those 1v1s, but even so avoiding those 1v1s as well.
It's a perfect hill from SSG. FaZe get nowhere near it. And now with 2 minutes and 7 seconds left on the clock, the overshield battle continues. Royal 2 will pick up the kill onto Eco, and the kills are being timed here by FaZe. There's 2 in the death screen for SSG, and that should mean another overshield going over to them. Another kill gets picked up and traded out by Snakebite, so an overshield here for FaZe, and top mid will be locked down.
Penguin sneaks by there, as eventually goes down to the dummy door. Frosty wants to find out exactly where he goes. There's 2 dead for both sides here.
Overshield popping right now. Anyone here to stop it? Penguin will get a touch on it, but it's only a little throw down to the ground. Eco taken down. Great teamwork now coming in from FaZe. Just baiting, switching, and now Snakebite. He gets himself a yellow jacket to play with. He's looking good inside that hill.
2 dead here. Like you said, doing very well. He's going to play these angles. The overshield's going to let him tank a little bit of extra damage as well.
50% of this hill already in the hands of FaZe. Looking to go into a lead. Snakebite patrolling, picking up 1. Stella gets the trade with that stick, though, to take the overshield out of commission. SSG have broken here. They've slowed down FaZe, and Penguin that kill might keep this game rolling.
Yeah, Royal 2 here, though. FaZe with the tower control and a very good angle. This is a great opportunity to get into our first listen-in of the grand finals with FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you.
Alright, sniping 15.
I'm hoping you can miss, right? We can hold Ben. You respawn tower. Let's play cuts. Let's play cuts.
Sniping 10, guys. Sniping 10.
Yo, listen, I'm flanking Keydor. We're gonna kill the guy's cuts.
Sniping 5. Sniping 5.
Cuts weak.
I can kill it. On OV weak.
I'm living. Just keep living, Fred. Cuts weak.
Alright, snipes up, guys. Snipes up.
That's 1 hit, guys.
Nice.
He's top middle. 2 more shots.
Nice.
Yo,
nice.
Yo, get the hell. Heat wave in 10. Yo, spawners play for heat wave. Spawners play for heat wave.
I got him.
You guys hear me on heat wave?
Yeah.
No, they're gonna need us.
I can't play for you.
Heat wave is up. Heat wave should be up now.
Yeah, he has
They just got it.
Where's he going, guys?
Brad, good trade. Wave down dummies.
As they jump out the comms and back into our voices, it is going to be FaZe who go up 3-2. Royal 2 was such an important double kill that he picks up. They're so synonymous with his playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you expect him to do now. I'm just going to play this slow. That's not the first time we've seen the Shroud screen up at Nest and Nest Bridge for this rotation as well. Once again, all 8 players left. Let's see where these first kills go. Bounds the first to fall. They kill Stellar as well. This could be the home stretch.
Eco challenging, and Eco, I tell you what, he had to take the challenge, and boy did he take it. Now he's doing a little bit more damage to Renegade, but Renegade, off the back of the damage done by his teammates, is trying to force himself into back green. Now, how many times have we seen players being a nuisance at back green? If they stay alive for too long, it's a problem. Penguin knew that. He took him down.
Especially a player like Penguin. He's got Snipe to play with. He's got 4 repulses to play with as well. This will not be easy. 2 teammates fall, though, so here comes that FaZe push momentarily.
Penguin's left on his own here. He's going to have to do something magical, but he does have the weapon to do it with. FaZe trying to push, and off the back of deciding to let SSG have a little bit of hill time, they rotated again, not for the first time in this game, to leave the hill, to prioritize the power-up, and SSG now find themselves having to go up against Snakebite again with an OV.
I like this from Snakebite taking his time here. Penguin comes in with a repulse, though, goes for the stick as well. They will get that last kill, so that will eventually be a staggered back-to-back 2 deads. Overall, 4 dead. Bouncer first spawner, but he's got no room to push.
FaZe now having a fight against SSG without the overshield. What they have done, though, is broken this side of the map. So they have some map control, and SSG are going to have to just be patient here, bide their time, and look for that pick before they can start to flood. But the only problem is that Stella is going to be taken down bottom middle, but Eco and Bound have done a great job of giving the advantage in numbers back over to SSG.
It's a great route here from Snakebite. Eco might not be ready for it. Those are good shots. He's going to get extra damage as well, and he stays alive. Great work here from Snakebite, but he's going to need the help to push.
He's going to need the help, and he has to wait. And the problem is that SSG now control this green hill again. They're about 80% of the way to doing it. They're about 80% all the way to capping it, and Eco is going to be taken down. And just at the last second again, the break comes in from FaZe Clan. SSG, 4 dead, and FaZe now have a chance to cap this hill.
Look at the patience, the timing, and the discipline from Snakebite. He knows exactly when to go up to top middle as well.
They're playing game clock here, FaZe. They have the lead. There's only 4 seconds left in this game, and SSG have to fly. They have to flood, but they don't have the time to really impact this game. FaZe Clan, they will win game number 1 of our grand finals. They're up 1-0.
Absolutely beautiful performance from them. Like you said, not just playing the game clock, but overall just playing that map so well. Overall, just game management was on point. As you saw Renegade just staying alive, for example, on Nest as long as he needed. At the end of the game, we saw Snakebite. He pops to top mid. He does damage from sandbags and concrete. He drops back down to bottom middle, goes pillars, and cuts off the mud spawners. They were always one step ahead, and they do perfect execution of that first game.
Shows how close these 2 teams are. We can use the 2 examples of FaZe deciding to prioritize the overshield pickup, and that fight, instead of thinking about the hill time, that's kind of escaping them. We saw Penguin stood as last alive inside that hill. FaZe decide that power up is the best thing to get here because it's going to give us not just an advantage on the next set of kills, but the ones after that as well. And this break here, where they did exactly the same thing on the garage hill, is another great example of how closely matched they are. If that goes wrong, it's the second wrong for FaZe. They don't get that hill.
Exactly. I think that's actually a great example of what was really a game-changing moment, to get that stop. And the confidence and the understanding of the timing, like you say, to get the overshield when they were 1 tick away from getting that. They timed the break perfectly, and I think that sums up what we saw from FaZe perfectly in that game type. Now we get ready for our game number 2, which is sure to be a great one. Both of these teams, by the way, undefeated in this specific Slayer. Slayer stats overall also on your screen.
Yeah, you can see one more loss, I should say, in the side of Spacestation. Of course, this series that we saw in the winners bracket final between these 2 teams did go down to that Game 5 Slayer, where FaZe were able to stack up and pull out that win and put themselves in this grand final first. Now, one player to keep your eye on in this grand final, and in the Slayers in particular, is the man on the right side of your screen right now. That's going to be Bound, because even though he's had some moments of brilliance that we've seen throughout this tournament, something been jumping out to us is there's been a few really important Slayers in a series where his stats really haven't reflected how well he's been playing.
Right, exactly. I think normally we're seeing Bound popping off every single game with huge kills, very low deaths. I think in this tournament, specifically in the Slayers, you've seen higher deaths than we're used to seeing, and you have to wonder exactly what type of Slayer performance he's going to bring to these grand finals.
Yeah, he's going to have to make sure that he's just keeping those deaths down a little bit more than he has been previously. Of course, we all know that Bound has the ability to completely take over a Slayer game, to take over any game type that he is involved with for this roster, and he's just going to have to keep an eye on that. Maybe it's just a little bit of chemistry not quite there in the Slayers, switching from objective to Slayers, and the pace of the game switching up so quickly across the series is going to be vital for him to understand, and for SSG to understand as well. But for FaZe, it's a perfect start, Andy. The way that they controlled, I think, the calls in the game was the most important thing. We talked about how vital communication is to this this FaZe Clan roster.
Yeah.
You saw every call was backed and every call was executed.
Yeah, and also we heard in the pregame, we got to listen in with SSG just a little bit. Them talking about how communication needs to be their focus here as well. And as long as that their comms are dialed, that the right plays will follow. So you could tell on the SSG side that they're prioritizing that as well.
Now for SSG, we were looking across the game types as we head into Street Slayer. And if they really want to have a chance of resetting this bracket and sending this deep, this grand final, well, they're going to have to win one of these first 3 or 4 game types and really put the pressure back on, because the back end of this series is the game types where FaZe have been a little bit lackluster. We're going to get a little restart here before we get into our game number 2, but it's interesting to see how the kind of dynamic of this series is set up for who favors who when it gets to game types.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how it plays out. Like you said, that game 4 is going to have 0 precedent in terms of total games played in Dallas as well. And I think one thing that's good to talk about on the side of SSG for Bound is that his overall Slayer KD here is a .93, right? Just below 1. Overall, still, we expect Bound to have higher numbers on the board in general. However, his Slayer Streets is an outlier. Even with a .93 average, and his KD drops to sometimes .77, Slayer Streets, he has a 1.33 here in this game number 2. So he might have had a little bit of inconsistency in Slayer so far. However, this map that we're about to see on your screen, he's got an enormous 1.33. We'll see if he can repeat that here yet again.
Yeah, Streets is a map that really does favor a player like Bound. He's the ability to take a sneaky route, to hit a little drop slide and find his way behind enemy lines, or just hit the beat down before someone's even had time to react. He's up in your face and he's causing problems, and I'm always impressed with his ability to turn a single kill into a double kill as well, just immediately reacting to a call out after winning his individual battle to influence something else on the map.
Yeah, it feels like we've watched him mature in such a special way, right? We saw what he was able to do last season. Everyone knew, of course, Rookie of the Year. Everyone knew what he was going to be able to do. The question was, would he find the right mix of teammates? I think it's very clearly been answered that he has found that right mix, and it's been incredible to see him mature in terms of how his gameplay has evolved to do the most damage on the map possible and setting his team up for success.
Crazy to talk about the drought that we were mentioning for both the sets of players that we see on our stage as well. And speaking of Bound, I mean, he's the thirstiest of them all, right? Because he has yet to win a LAN championship. What an opportunity it is for him to join the other 7 players on the stage and really say, hey, I'm one of the best in the world and I've got the chip to prove it.
Right, and also how special just for both of these teams with their trajectory, right? As we said earlier, the reign of OpTic Gaming has ended, and now one of these teams will be your champion as we get into game number 2 here. Bound on your screen.
Bound on your screen, and with a Stalker Rifle to start off the game. FaZe Clan, of course, 1-0 up in our grand finals here after that win on King of the Hill live fire. The question is, can they put the pressure really onto Spacestation now? But is Spacestation actually putting the pressure onto FaZe? They will find 4 kills, and they should get the rockets off the back of it.
Yeah, great opening there on a 4-for-1 trade. If they can keep that up, they will be set up for success. Both rockets have already been used here as part of that opening rush.
Do you have control of that Stalker Rifle still? Bound still alive on the map. Another easy kill going to be picked up by Penguin. Almost donated to him in a charitable way by FaZe. And 5-2 is the score, but the trades now come through. And even though the control was heavily in the favor of Spacestation Gaming after that opening strategy, FaZe roar back into the game with 3 quick kills in succession.
Bound, your last player alive in the back of the tram, and he's going to hold it down. Picks up 1. Almost pumps on the second as well. That's the most you can ask for your player staying alive in the back of the tram. The game will now go to 7-6.
Oh, Renegade with that Stalker as well. He's doing a little bit of damage, causing some problems for the Spacestation side. But at 8-6, finally the game just starts to slow down for a second. Royal 2 going to try and keep that pace up though. He gets the first kill. Managed to get a trade as well. Eco's going to have to deal with Frosty. There will be a 1v1, and Eco's going to come out on top of that. So FaZe trying to push the pressure there, trying to push the momentum they had, but Spacestation held really well.
Yeah, pretty uncharacteristic there to see the teams fall back and forth, 3 dead each side. That's how you get really messy battles in the back of the tram, because there's damage done where both teams have evaluated we need to make sure we push.
Interesting to see here how both teams play around this rocket coming up as well. It's around 25 seconds, 22 seconds, excuse me, until the power weapon will be back on the map. And this is generally where we see it almost become a round-based Slayer, right? Everyone's in a 4v4 scenario. Nobody wants to be first pick, because if you do, it could turn into 6-7 if you lose those rockets.
A heavy cafe push here coming in from FaZe, and Eco somehow dodges around it as long as he can. Bound is your last player alive yet again, as it was 3 dead for SSG.
2 seconds till the rockets come up, and that's what I'm talking about with timing on the pushes. And FaZe have the Shroud screen as well. Everything, the perfect mix of ingredients being put together here by FaZe to turn this game around. They're up by 1, but now they're looking to extend this lead with the rockets in their hand.
So well executed. They overload the cafe there. They catch SSG off guard. They get the 3 dead, as you said, Shroud screen as well. That's going to be a perfect grab, and I love how disciplined Royal 2 is being with these rockets. Only a 1-kill lead, so they're going to make sure that they're not the first team to make the mistake.
And with the 1-kill lead, it's now been taken away. As we see it tied up at 15 all, Royal 2 might be thinking about a triple kill, might be thinking about opening the game back up, and had to do so for FaZe because Spacestation did a great job there of actually putting the pressure back onto FaZe.
It's a great response from Spacestation there. Even though FaZe had a 1-kill lead and the Rockets, they fly out in the end. It still stays just a 1-kill lead for FaZe. SSG answers back and responds very well.
Really interesting to watch how both of these teams, all of the players want to take space on the map, aren't allowing themselves to turtle up, trying to make plays to create snowball opportunities for them. Snakebite inside of the arcade, baiting and switching beautifully, but the damage also coming in from FaZe has made this a difficult situation now for Penguin. He knows he has to stay alive. He's got the Stalker. He's trying to cause some problems. A couple of laser beams being exchanged, both of them in different forms, but it will be FaZe who come out of this situation with still just a 1-kill lead.
Yeah, so back and forth every single kill. It feels like it's worked for. The damage is done. They fly in to get the kill, and the opponents answer back. My goodness. Might have been 2 nades exploding one another there as Frosty gets the nade into B on Eco. That will be a momentary 2-kill lead here for FaZe.
Pace of this game is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Both teams just trading back and forth, blow for blow, but nobody really landing the knockout blow as yet to establish that 3-4 kill difference. Maybe it is going to be that rocket launcher again, coming up in around 15 seconds that could create that space between the two.
It's also been just unbelievable performances from the last player alive each time to make sure the team doesn't get collapsed on and allow the next spawn kills to come in as well. The last player alive consistently for both sides, World 2, for example, on your screen just now on C-Balk, able to make sure that he's anchoring his team and keeps it a 2-kill game.
Shroud screen again being picked up here by FaZe. The battle going down inside of the screen. It's going to be traded out between the two, but Royal 2 is going to come away with the Rockets. 1 kill the advantage again for FaZe. Very similar situation that we saw from them last time they got this power weapon. Can Royal 2 use them this time to really establish a commanding lead?
Nice job there from Stellar. He takes a kind of a back angle there on A statue to make sure that he can't get rocketed on the tires, Jen. It's a really heads-up play, really evolved play there from Stellar to make sure that doesn't catch him, but it's still a 3-kill lead for FaZe.
But now you're starting to see the kills add up. Now you're seeing Bound as the last player alive for SSG, and that gap is starting to appear. Bound caught on the stairs. Frosty going to take him down after some good shots coming in from Royal 2. And look at his ability to just stay alive for a few seconds. Most players would have turned around and just said, hey, I know I'm dead in this situation.
Absolutely. Just every single thing you can inch out. We talk about how Halo Infinite today is a game of inches, and I think the series this weekend have certainly been an indication of that. Our grand finals will be no exception.
Oh, Stellar in a 1v1 as well. Takes that fight with Renegade. There's the trade again from Frosty. And comes out of that situation again, not taking the beatdown. Maybe if he took a beatdown from Stellar there, then all of a sudden, Eco gets that kill, and there's that swing. That's how close teams are. That's how close it is to exchange kills and give yourself a lead. But for the first time in this game now, as we see it slow down, there's a 6-kill difference between the two teams.
Oh my!
Frosty's a ghost!
No way! Oh my God, Frosty in a 1v4. You thought he was going to be taken down by the angles on the back of the tram, but somehow hits the Shroud screen for the back whack and almost lives to tell the tale. Game now a 5-kill lead for FaZe.
And Royal 2 is on the flank, and Royal 2 is doing damage, but even before he can finish the kills, who's picking him up? It's going to be Renegade, who keeps that little cushion in the side of the team who's dressed in red. For now, though, the game's going to slow down for just a second. Spacestation keeping this one close, and you've got to say, the fact that FaZe have picked up pretty much every rocket launcher in the game so far, and it's only a 5-kill game, says a lot about how good SSG have held on.
It really does. You have to wonder if SSG starts to get power weapons and power-ups in this game, how different it might look. Rockets popping right now.
Oh, look at Bound as well. Bound is on the flank. Stellar picks up another, and I said, hey, what's going to happen if SSG get a rocket launcher? We're going to find out right now. Bound picks that big weapon up, and now he has an opportunity to drag SSG back in these finishing moments.
This was a 6-kill lead. This was 36-30. Now it's 41-39. It's an incredible comeback, an incredible string of plays from SSG. Bound
the snake!
It's taken down there. It's good trade from Snakebite. You always expect him to hit those. Now just a 1-kill game. Now tied up at 42-42.
42-42. SSG answer my question. What can you do if you get the weapon? What can you do if you get the rockets? Well, you tie the game up. 1 kill now the difference as Snakebite takes down Penguin, and all of a sudden Eco makes the call. You can see, slow it down, boys. Slow it down. We can't afford to give much away. And off the back of them slowing it down, now the pace is going to be upped because the kills have been picked up. It's 44-44. Eco's on the flank. Renegade goes down as well. They have a 1-kill advantage.
Wow, it's a perfect gradual tram push, and Penguin picked up the last one as well. It's perfect baiting and switching from SSG at the top of the tram stairs. That now gives them the 2-kill lead, and they only need 4 kills to close it out.
What a performance from the man on your screen. He's leading in the kills department for Space Station Gaming. A man who's known for his support play, making those play calls. Well, he's leading the way with the Slays at the moment. 14 kills for Eco, 12 deaths alongside it. Stellar gets another one as well. It's traded out, but just 2 to go now for SSG.
Wow, this is dangerous territory here. They know it's not over here. They know it's not over. 48-46. need to make sure they play this carefully. Only need 2 kills, but FaZe Clan looking to slow down this last push.
Penguin's got that Stalker rifle as well, and that's a big problem here for FaZe, because anyone who pushes 1 bullet, 2 bullets, going to shred away all the shields, and that damage might be the opening. Stella's going to fly in and try and finish this game off, but FaZe retreat, FaZe back off, and somehow keep themselves alive.
You saw Stellar had his foot on the trigger, ready to go. Instead, just stays alive and tires there. He might get taken down. 48-46 still.
Damage has been done. Stella's going to go off the back of it. Penguin knows there's a player who's still alive in PD. But they can't close their game out until Bound decides it's time to hold the foot on the gas. Spacestation win the Slayer. We're tied up at 1-1.
Wow, and let's not forget, down 36-30 at the mid-game. That was an incredible comeback, and you called it perfectly, Mark. What happens if SSG gets a rocket launcher? That was the question. It had been complete rocket launcher control from the FaZe side of the stage. As we take a look at some highlights, it started off here, and mainly tell you, in the back of Tram, you very rarely see just teams exchanging and flying into the back of the Tram, but the damage just came in each time, and the teams were evaluating. We need to push off this damage. There's enough. Even though we have to push across the map, we need to capitalize, and that was just back and forth, tug-of-war the entire game.
It's just crazy the confidence of players as well. Like, I call out this 2 one-shots to the back of a Tram, and I'm last player alive. A lot of players here, I'm last player alive. I need to survive. I need to get out of this situation. But if you're good enough and you're quick enough, you can turn it into a situation where instead of just staying alive and keeping 1 death and not picking up kills, you can put it to a +1 for your team if you play it well, maybe even a +2. And these players know that. They evaluate every single situation that they find themselves in. They know how efficient they have to be, and that's how they judge. Is it a good time to go, or is it a good time to back off?
Absolutely, you put it perfectly there. Every single play in Halo Infinite, at today's level and pace of play, every single play has a cost-benefit analysis on how much damage is done. Am I the expected player to push in here and capitalize on the kills? And what we saw there was some of the highest level of Slayer play we've ever seen, where once the decision was made that the right amount of damage was done, that these teams and these players were going to fly in, they were going to capitalize. That's how that game stayed tied all the way to the 28 or so mark. In the end, a 36-30 lead. A lot of people would have been very comfortable placing their bets on a FaZe Clan win with a 6-kill lead on the home stretch. However, not SSG. A big rocket grab, a big set of plays from Bound also on the flank through A courtyard all the way into the L to help with that rocket grab was an absolutely pivotal moment as well, and really good composure for them as well. You're going to see after that game. Short break here for the players on the main stage gives us a chance to look at some stats as we get ready for some capture the flag.
See efficiency rate, essentially, and this is something that was brought up a little bit earlier on in the previous days, and this is when you pull a flag, how many times is it going to go home? How many times are you going to convert? Well, look at the success rate for FaZe. Now, we know they're a heavy slaying team, so it's usually that they're not going to pull a flag unless they feel fully comfortable that they are going to be able to convert it into a point. On the other side, SSG's is lower for sure, but I would say you are going to see more flag pulls coming out of SSG. They cause more disruption, whereas FaZe are all about making sure it's the perfect scenario to execute.
Absolutely. Also worth noting here on this third map, no surprise, both teams are undefeated in this specific game type here on CTF Empyrean. Both of them are 1-0 in this map, and of course, only one of them will remain undefeated. After this next game 3 will be the go-ahead game in the series. And already, Mark, I'd say we're teed up for a pretty fantastic grand finals.
We certainly are indeed. I mean, being tied up at 1-1, give me any, I mean, you asked me what game type though I want to see played between any of these amazing teams. It's always going to be Empyrean and CTF, because it is the real test of every single asset and every single facet of your team's ability, right? It's hitting big shots with sniper rifles. It's controlling different areas of the map at different time when different power-ups are popping. And then it's about execution, clutch kills on flag runs, making sure you're taking the right route. Everything that you could love to see as a Halo fan is really encapsulated on this game type. And when you've got 8 of the best in the world, it's just a pleasure to watch. And to be the go-ahead game, you couldn't place it better.
And you saw the players on your screen there, big slaying numbers from both of them in capture the flag, and no real surprise there. I think Royal 2 and Stellar actually are great examples of players that we talk about in their careers are playing some of the best Halo, both of them we've ever seen over the course of their very long and illustrious careers, which is a special thing to say with how much those two have done.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see the development of Stellar as well. I mean, we jokingly went back and watched our first cast together. Wasn't very good. Wouldn't recommend that you do it. But I mean,
please don't watch it.
Please don't watch it. But Stellar, he was a young kid at that time, wasn't he? You know, short hair, completely different look. And
almost didn't recognize him.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, is that Stellar? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Stellar. And then the lower third came. I was like, oh, okay, it is Stellar. But I mean, from where he was then as like, you know, the Eco and Stellar were always talked about as the next up-and-comers, right? It was always, oh, Eco and Stellar are really good. You talked to Tox back in the day, and it was, oh, Eco and Stellar are going to be the people who give us problems. Well, you know, they were right. It's as simple as that, and Stellar has become one of the best in the game, without a doubt. And I mean, right at the start of Halo Infinite, I think after the first event, I was like, made the bold statement. I was like, I believe at this point in the game that Stellar is the best player in the game. And to be that consistent, to be in a grand finals for every single event up until now, apart, of course, from Charlotte, where they just managed to slip out. Not many players can say they did that in their career.
No,
it's ridiculous.
Absolutely not. Also, you just saw Elamite on screen. Big shout out to Elamite, of course. Well, the hard work with the SSG rosters last year, going through a lot of team changes, a lot of time to find their footing now, and now picking up this roster. Of course, they have found some early success here in year number 2, coming in with the first seed and now also finding themselves in the grand finals, looking to reclaim the throne that they've also often held in the Halo Championship Series.
You can also see how good these teams are at stopping those flag runs when they do come in. And it's interesting to see, you look at a FaZe and their efficiency. We're always saying, hey, they're really good at capping flags, which move in well. Look at SSG. Look at their return rate. They are unbelievable at making clutch plays and prioritizing the right kills at the right time in order to send that flag back home. So those stats really do tell the story and indicate how close we expect this, not just this series to be, but every flag game type, including the next one we're about to see.
Yeah, that's a great rate of return there, 85%. If I can get an 85% return rate on anything, you know, I'm going to be investing a lot of Spacestation fans investing in their squad to see if they could take home this championship and the first championship for the org. Of course, in Halo Infinite, all 4 players on your screen here as they get ready for game number 3.
I want to talk a little bit about FaZe as well, because I think the FaZe have started to recognize, I want to give a lot of credit to one player in particular, recognize what it's going to take to win a championship here. And I want to give a lot of credit to Frosty, because I think that Frosty has always been the guy. He's been him when we're talking about Halo players, right? And he's always the one making these crazy, flashy plays. He's the one picking up snipes. He's leading the way. And, you know, he's always been left with the weapons to play with. Like, okay, Brad, you go do your thing. You win us the game. Well, now he's got a new teammate in Renegade. And I think the amount of respect that he has for Renegade's ability, it's just kind of amplified by the way he's been playing in this tournament. He's taken a little bit more of a supporting role. Yeah. He is saying to Renegade, I believe you are the guy to go and win us games. I will be there if you drop those weapons or if I find myself in the vicinity to use them, but I think you are the man for us to go on and win a championship. You take that role, I'll be there to back you up.
It's true. It's been amazing to see just how well that dynamic has worked between these players. I think when Renegade burst onto this roster, everyone's thinking, okay, there's a lot of power here, but what exactly is the dynamic going to be? Exactly how is this going to work when it comes to the bright lights on the championship Sunday main stage? So far, so good. We're tied 1-1 in our grand finals here heading into game number 3.
You call it Empyrean, I still call it Pit. It's game number 3 and we're underway here. Tied up at 1-1, everything balanced perfectly in our grand finals. Snakebite is going to pick up the first set of rockets here. Already fired 1 to try and get some trades going. Snakebite's going to pick up a second onto Penguin, but both snipes also going to be picked up here, and I'm pretty sure that that's just been stolen away as Bound is being aggressive with the overshield.
It's a great play from Penguin there. Not only is he flying into the court for a reason, he wants to eat that rocket so that the overshield can still be in play here for Bound, but it's a nice 2v1 from Frosty and Snakebite to take down Bound with the overshield that is neutralized.
I mean, the confidence of Bound, you understand it, but Frosty's pretty good with this thing as well. He picks up 1 body shot. Stella's still inside a sword, though, being a problem. Now you're going to see, after what is one of the craziest and fastest starts we've seen, a little bit of time here to reset. Both players still aware that they've got snipers to play with. Frosty picking up another one. Almost managed to slide past here as well, but Stella inside a sword is doing so much for his team at the moment, providing cover fire with that snipe.
I mean, it looks just like the opening to the last game, right? Everyone piled in the back of the tram. This time, everyone's piled in the back of the sniper tower. You can just tell that this is high pressure, high pace Halo.
Frosty having to stand still as well inside of the mauler. Stella knows he's here, and Frosty's going to have to leave, but this time he's got a teammate to do it with as well. Stella can't quite connect, but Bound is trying to push through the flag and cause some problems. Stella knows this. He's trying to do the damage and keep his life as effective as possible to help Bound out in this situation. Look at the kill feed. Bound's picked up 1, and somehow Bound is still alive, being a nuisance.
Look at this delicate balance between Stellar and Snakebite. Snakebite stays alive as long as he can, but eventually he's taken down there as 4 will die. The flag run begins.
Now we've got to see if FaZe can stop the flag, but Renegade up Spawn is going to have to do a lot of damage. He picks up 1, but it's going to be exchanged immediately. The flag is almost down the long haul and will be all the way through. Bound turning into Mr. Objective. The combination of Bound and Stella turns into a flat cap hit for Space Station. They will strike first.
And they do it under the 2-minute mark as well. Very nice work from Space Station. And you could tell, once again, it's just like that last Slayer that we saw. This is slow and deliberate competitive Halo, taking the time. Look at the delicate balance what we saw between Stellar and Snakebite, right? Stellar knows he needs to hold green. Snakebite doing whatever he can to buy time for his team. And slowly but surely, it's very methodical Halo from both sides. A very crazy tug-of-war that we've seen on each round of Slade rotations.
Now, FaZe have 1 map control. That was 4 dead. Rockets are going to be coming up as well. Renegade going to be flanking through green. Gets the kill onto Stella. He was the problem. Eco doesn't check both ways when he crosses the road and gets hit by a snake. That's going to hurt for sure. And the Rockets do go over to Renegade and FaZe. But Spacestation, having lost 2, are able to fight off Spawn here. The numbers aren't quite adding up here for FaZe.
3 dead. Frosty's your last player alive. Trying to put as much pressure as he can on here, but he'll have to wait for teammates off the spawn.
Oh, Bound makes him pay as well. Just Frosty tried to switch to that battle rifle to snap on with that headshot to close out that kill, but Bound too good in that scenario. Now Penguin's thinking about maybe stealing away a sniper. Maybe he's going to use it to hurt FaZe even more. Eco's there to support him, and I love what we're seeing from Spacestation. This is a deliberate strategy. They are trying to steal the sniper away from FaZe.
Look at this battle here. Royal 2 tries to stay alive as long as he can. Royal 2 buys the time. It's a good trade for Penguin. In the end, though, Royal 2 stays alive long enough to force that trade. You got to think Penguin might have been able to eke out a bit more if Royal 2 was not able to stay alive on that pit ramp.
Interesting to look across the stats at the moment. It's Frosty's leading the way for FaZe. 8 and 4 for him. Stella with the sniper rifle for the 2nd time in this game, looking to add to his 6 kills. And I did say that, you know, it's a real standout, the fact that Stella has been given the responsibility to pick up the sniper rifle on this team when you've got the likes of Bound there, who can obviously do some pretty nutty stuff himself. But Stella pretty much holding off the FaZe push on his own at the moment. There's one. Converts that into a kill. Snakebite's going to have to wait for those shields to come back as the body shot is still probably ringing.
Oh, and that's a nice kill. Stellar somehow stays alive as long as he can. And that flag will be stopped there on the first PR.
It's going to be stopped, and look at this. I'm pretty sure that SSG might be thinking about running one themselves on the other side of the map. They're trying to run it through the courtyard. Renegade's going to slow it down, and now Snakebite, who was last player alive, has got some important work to do here. If he can hit this, then maybe there might be a chance for FaZe to counter Cappy. Out PR Stella puts him in the ground.
Nice job there, as you said, finally go through the courtyard. 7:39 left on the clock here, still 1-0 in favor of SSG. Good time to get into a listening here with FaZe Clan.
I'm trying to, man. I will.
Yeah, can we go high side now?
Everything 30.
Yo, one shot green. There's second one. There's second one. One shot in green.
I got him. I got him.
Dead.
Two dead.
Rockets OB in 20, guys. One shot.
They're first shooting me. I got
Nice. All right, everything in 15, guys. Everything in 15. Nice, dude. 3 dead.
All right, let's Rockets.
Everything in 10, guys. Everything in 10.
Watch. Trying to nade him.
Yeah, PJ's playing safe for Rockets.
There's one. I'm getting over.
5 seconds, everything.
He's in sword, PJ. I have to rat. In sword V. Is you dropping on it? Just 2 on 3. 2 on OB.
Nice trades, PJ.
Nice, last 2 on OB.
Yeah, Rocks are down in green.
Yeah, they're gonna ape. Yeah, all good. We said wave Rockets. Make sure we're playing together here, okay? Yeah, he's our training. He's going green. Repulsor. How's it? Our side's one. Run away, our green. One in a runway. He's gonna chow. Oh,
Bounce in the game. Bounce picking up an overkill.
What a way to come out of that listening here, as Bound is just absolutely dealing the damage and doing exactly what he needed to in this series. He's going to try to even run the flag over towards the tower. Not going to be easy to do here. Still 2v1 on the map.
This man is a game changer. He makes things happen for SSG. But have FaZe done enough to just slow the momentum, to quell the flames that were just ignited from Bound with that overkill? Eco going to pick up 2, keeping the pressure on. He might be able to get a touch on this flag, and important Bound to win! A triple kill from Eco that might turn into a 2nd flag cap as well.
Wow, if that doesn't sum up the slaying power on Space Station Gaming, what does? It's an overkill followed by a triple kill as well, and that will easily escort their 2nd flag home.
Eco's going to run it under the bridge downtown. And it's going to be Space Station who go up 2-0, and after the triple, I mean, Eco's got every right to pick up this sniper rifle.
Guess what? It's early days here, early afternoon here on Championship Sunday, and Space Station says let's lock in for a long evening of a grand finals here as they lead 2-0 in this 3rd game, looking very strong.
I mean, the game has been decided by big plays so far. First cap, Penguin causing so many problems, and Bound staying alive, combining with Stella, but that was all about Bound blasting an opening through FaZe's side of the map, and then Eco following up as well. But now Eco's got some defensive work to do. Still plenty of time here for FaZe. Renegade just about stays alive, and now Eco has pressure. He has to take down Renegade. He has to deal with Frosty as well inside of the sword, but he's played his life so well here.
Oh, look, somehow they trade on the flag as well. Stays alive, as you said, that's 2 dead, and Eco so carefully plays his life. How big is the body shot on Renegade? The fact that he hits that body shot on Renegade on the plat so that he can swing around to the flag and easily clean that up, that keeps things things nice and calm for the Space Station side.
So interesting to see. You always look at stats and you're like, okay, stats are cool. You know, Eco's 10-10. If you were to say Eco's had a 10-10 game, it would not tell the story whatsoever. But now FaZe have a chance to move that flag. SSG are 3 in the death screen. Royal 2's got to move that objective.
How about Renegade as well? Once again, he dies on the flag. He flies right back into the flag. He wants round 2, and that's what he gets. He also gets a sniper rifle as a reward. Frosty should be able to grab the overshield on this escort home as well. There are still 2 dead for SSG. FaZe looking good on this run.
Just got to force this through. They have the overshield, they have everything they need. That's another kill being picked up, and if I know anything about FaZe, if they can get this one home in the next 5 or 6 seconds, they're not just thinking about the fact this is 2-1, they're thinking about going for a double kill.
That's right, Frosty wants to stay alive here as long as he can because they already have the double in mind. Almost does it though. It's a very good prioritization of the S1 kill from SSG to shut down the hopes of a counter.
2-1 then, as we enter the last 4 minutes of this game. Plenty of time, like I mentioned, for FaZe to make this comeback. Snakebite holding down Green on his own at the moment. The human turret just firing away. Penguins disappeared off the map for some reason, or maybe exploded in a way we didn't expect. And maybe that's going to be the opening for FaZe to push forward.
It's a great trade for Snakebite. He's always going to trade there on the mid-bridge. Make sure to get that one. That was 2 dead for Space Station. Now 3:34 left on the clock. You got to wonder how heavy SSG will be with the pressure. Will they try to play a little bit of mid-map, or will they just continue holding forward here as they continue to lead by 1?
Renegade's been a nuisance. Renegade's on the tower. Frosty picks up another one as well. Stella should be able to trade it out, but not without Frosty doing damage and allowing Snakebite now to move through the training. Bound trying to shut him down, and it looks like it's a play call coming in here from FaZe to just slow down for a moment, wait for those respawners, hold mid-map, and then we'll make our play.
See what they can do here. Snakebite can stay alive. Down here at Overshield, he has a lot of pressure on him, a lot of friends. He's making one of them. Trades out, however, that will now be SSG holding down bottom.
Look at Bound. And the dance around the pillar. Frosty's going to join him for a little bit of a tango, but both will fall over at just the wrong time. 3 dead here for SSG. Renegade can't quite clean up that kill onto Penguin. A couple of frag grenades going down as well. Penguin just surviving for that long. I mean, talk to me about how important that is.
Oh my goodness, Penguin's last player alive there in the back of the tower. If he dies, that very likely we see a very different composition here coming in from FaZe, but somehow just on the weapon switching, Renegade doesn't get what would have been an easy burst finish, and SSG holds a little bit more structure on the map.
Bound. Poking on that tower. Renegade not quite connecting with that shot. 20 seconds till rockets come up. 20 seconds till the overshield come up. And with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this game, they have to go to FaZe if we want to see this tied up. SSG, if they get them, that could be game-winning.
How does FaZe time this? 10 seconds left, as you say. Not a lot of time to start getting some damage and some picks. Keep an eye on the kill feed. That'll determine where the weapons and the power-up goes.
Stella just got 2 somehow. Managed to pick up 1, and then got that stick almost immediately to clear out the long haul side of things. Now the numbers were in the hands of SSG. Renegade is one of the last alive, is being chased down by Bound. Bound doesn't turn the right way. Maybe thinking about using the rockets here, just burning them. Manages to pick up one on his way down, alongside Eco giving him the help off the back of the assist. But that was a little bit of a scary moment there for Bound.
Scary indeed. We'll see exactly where that overshield went as well. Eco's going to stay alive here with the heat wave, and Bound somehow stays alive and burns both rockets. Had he not, it could have been dangerous territory. Penguin still with the sniper rifle. You hear off screen just taking faces.
We know what he can do with it. If you watch the most recent online tournament, you certainly will know that Penguin is no stranger to making plays when it really does matter. But Eco, he's got something that does work at a little bit closer range, and Snakebite says, I see you, buddy. Time for you to go and have a sleep.
Nice little double kill here for Snakebite, and man, has he been impressive. We talked about what he did in the Saturday of Charlotte. Man, Penguin still hitting shots from the backfield as well, a battle of the snipers, but Snakebite, an unbelievable weekend for him so far, but still 1 or 2 series to close it out.
Oh, just got caught. Maybe screen watching for a second there, which allowed 2 players to sneak up. Penguin just holding his side of the map, and the good news here for SSG is this is all they really need to do, right? They have the lead. They have to hold on for 50 seconds, and Penguin is just saying, you shall not pass this sniper tower.
That's right. Now, keep in mind, with the size of Empyrean here, with 44 seconds left, there is 1, maximum 2 pushes left for the side of FaZe. Can they do it with 37 seconds left on the clock?
Penguin's only got 1 sniper rifle bullet to play with here. So they do have to keep in mind that if they do make a push, and they are successful with it, there might be a way for FaZe to force their way into the base. 1 sniper bullet doesn't connect. Penguin and Stella now last alive, and FaZe are flooding through.
Here comes a FaZe flood. As you said, it's a full green long haul push, and they get 2 kills. Can they continue the slaying?
Stella's still alive, though. Stella slowing the progress down. Renegade will be taken down as well, and you have to wonder, with those kills, and certainly this one on Snakebite, if that's enough here for SSG to go up in this game.
Royal 2 in no position. Royal 2 taken down. That'll be it as the time ticks down.
The time ticks down, and SSG will close out game number 3. They go up 2-1 in the series, but boy, was that close.
Down to the wire, and you have to think, SSG once again just playing the perfect slow timing on those caps. They know what they need to do. They're not flying through green and long and hoping that the kills come. They're sitting in green. They're sitting in long. They're seeing if they get the right damage on the first BR, on the plat, on the cuts, on the spawners. If they do, that's when they push. And as a result, the flag caps that they start often pay off. They get the 2 big ones on the board, as you saw in that game. It's not easy to do, and then they play with that advantage. They hold mid-map, and they were able to do so for the final 7 or so minutes of the game.
I mean, one thing that's always fascinating I love when we see examples of what we like to talk about, right? And adapting to the pace of the game, understanding where your advantages are. SSG at the start of that game were flying forward. You saw the clear game plan to try and steal the FaZe sniper away, to get up onto their tower, to really put the pressure onto them. And it worked for them with 2 caps, right? They got that first cap on the board. Bound went a little bit wacko mode and got that overkill. Eco follows it up with the triple himself for the second, but from then on, they recognized the situation of the game. It's like, hey, we got a 2-flag lead. Like, we don't make many mistakes. We don't have to push. We don't have to do anything wild. Penguin with that sniper rifle just sat on the tower and said, hey, FaZe, if you want to get in the base, you're going to have to go through me.
And look what the difference maker was, right? A bound overkill followed by an Eco triple kill just to get that flag to the mid-bridge. You have to work and work and work against a team like FaZe, and especially on a game type like Empyrean CTF. But guess what? SSG was up to the task. No matter how many rounds of slays might have been required, they're able to get it on the board. 7 kills in a row as they run that flag home. And that was the difference maker. You have to get an overkill and a triple within about 30 seconds of each other and to bring that flag home. It's not easily done. However, it will result in another win for SSG as they take the lead in the series 2-1.
Fascinating stuff. We're talking about this series right now. FaZe Clan and Spacestation. You can see the series score in front of you. It's 2-1, obviously in the favor of SSG at this point. But this next game type is very interesting because neither team have played this yet in this tournament whatsoever. We have no record of how they played it with this lineup. Now, the interesting thing to point out with the oddball stats is that FaZe have been pretty damn good. And of course, we did see these 2 match up in an oddball game, not on this map, a little bit earlier where FaZe Clan clutched out such a close game.
Yeah, it's worth noting their overall oddball record as well. FaZe 3-0 in ball. Spacestation Gaming 1-2 in ball. And as you mentioned, receiving one of those from FaZe themselves. On your screen here, and a little bit of a 1.18 KD coming in for the FaZe side, unsurprisingly, and a little bit of a negative side there based on the losses coming in for SSG.
Yeah, but not too surprising to see it, right? Because we know that SSG likes to play a little bit scrappy. They're not too adverse to having these little transitional setups with 2 players alive. They'll hold on to that oddball for an extra 5, 6, 7 seconds to try and extend that lead. But if you're looking at 2 players who love this game type, you can see their KDs there. It's going to be Bound and Renegade, surprise, surprise, leading the way in the numbers for their respective teams.
Like you say, surprise, surprise, these 2 powerhouses are absolutely dominating across a multitude of game types. As we look at CTF specifically, Royal 2 is a big standout as well. 1.31 at Dallas and CTF coming into this series. As we look at also at Bound, like you saw earlier, 1.28 leading the side on the SSG in terms of overall slays in CTF specifically, but no precedent in terms of how that game type was played as we get ready for oddball on recharge.
Now pressure back onto the shoulders of FaZe. Keep in mind in this grand final, they have a series advantage. The last thing you want to be doing though is thinking about that right now this early into the series. But for SSG, it's a chance to go up by 2 games here, to have a 3-1 lead. And no, you just have to win 1 more to reset that bracket.
That's right. I mean, how much pressure here on SSG to know that they need to do this quickly. As we talked about based on the series layout, nice kills there from Frosty. He's going to get away with the camo as well. SSG knows they need to do this early, not let this series go the distance.
Frosty with his camo being so effective as well. Doubles back so nicely. Just making sure that his position is going to be so difficult to decipher and communicate for SSG, and now probably thinking about throwing an oddball back to his teammates. But instead, the call is made. You push. You go and get some kills. Snakeboy's going to pick up 2. And this camo's not been really had to use. Frosty's just been playing distraction.
Nice job there to go. Not only grab the shock, but also, of course, going to grab that ball, start that rotate, and just hold down now for the pipes angles. The team should be able to escort that on the gold hold, and that's a nice big first pick as well.
Certainly is. Eco might be thinking about getting his head taken off as well in a few moments' time, but instead it's Bound who flies in to make sure the shock doesn't have too much of an effect. But look at this early hole coming in here from FaZe. Eco's going to be trying to break through on the gold stairs and manages to at least pick up 1 kill, but the ball is already out of here. If they can pick up the kill on Penguin, he's trying to cut off this angle, then it would be good news for FaZe, but SSG are pinching, SSG are collapsing, and then Snakebite is last alive, almost manages to take 1 down, but FaZe don't complete that rotation. SSG should be able to get some ball time.
Snakebite does everything he can. Royal 2 actually wins a pretty big battle in tower as well. It won't slow down the grab for SSG, but it will at least set up FaZe for a little bit of an easier push here off the respawn. They're already in long haul.
Spacestation now holding that ball at pipes, and we have seen these two teams where they play this recharge oddball game type. It's not usually a case of a 30-second hold, a 40-second hold. They're both so efficient at breaking. It's usually 5, 6, 15 seconds at a time that you're going to see that score start to tick up a little bit, and Spacestation, who did have that ball in their hands, now find themselves in the death screen. 3 of them will fall, make it 4, and FaZe now have a chance to get that ball in their hands. Frosty's going to have it again.
Really great discipline and management once again. Snakebite staying alive as long as he could on the sneaky. He gets kind of a little bit of a play ball, but once again, buys enough time moments ago for Royal 2 to get that big win against Stellar. All of that about 35 seconds ago paved the way for this current hold and all of those deaths.
Renegade manages to get the kill onto Bound as well. No trade coming in, and that is the camo taken out of the hands of Spacestation. And that's usually what you want to have if you want to break through a setup. And at the moment, FaZe Clan doubling up on the lead, and Renegade, he's going to pick up another.
2 dead here for Spacestation. Renegade wants more. Taking a look at anyone he can see on the map. Pretty quickly knows that they must be in pipes.
Yeah, but look at this rotate coming through. I mean, Bound is going to be taken down as Frosty finds 2. But it's such a good call on the rotate coming in from FaZe. Efficiency, something we always talk about in objective game types. And FaZe's been a little bit guilty, maybe, not being the most efficient overslaying. But in this circumstance, they get that ball out of pipes. They run it towards Elevator, and they make SSG have to change their plan.
And really, it comes off of what we've been talking about this entire time. Just continued slaying dominance. And when you see Bound just flying out of Whirlpool, eventually it's 3 dead for FaZe, but not before they go up 43-16. Things will slow down with a momentary 3v3. We'll see if Spacestation can hold here.
Need to hold. If they can, then maybe this game is going to be pretty close to being tied up around that 43-point mark that FaZe have managed to put on the board. For now, it's about holding the crosses. It's about doing damage and making sure you're not first picked, and Penguin is going to be first picked. Trades come in, but Bound now is going to be flooded by 3. Spacestation, again, cannot hold, and FaZe are breaking very comfortably.
It's a very good FaZe push. Teammates coming in there, but luckily Frosty will live to tell the tale. Going to just maybe think about rotating here based on how heavy the pressure is on gold.
I mean, what's surprising to me, I mentioned how Frosty has been willing to adapt his role on this team, do what it takes to win. He's got the most objective time on the team at the moment. He's been the one going for that oddball, recognizing the situation as quickly as possible, and now he finds himself as last alive.
Let's see what he can do as a solo. If he takes down Penguin, it'll be huge as the solo player in a 1v4, and now he's just flying around doing even more damage. This is beautiful. This is all you could ask for, even more than you could ask for your last player alive.
I mean, he's done everything you want him to do. Bound now trying to stay alive and trying to be a problem on the batteries for him, but Frosty, like you say, as last alive, buys time for FaZe. That means that SSG don't get the ball. It means that they don't close that gap. It's around 19 points the difference, and maybe now you're going to see SSG a little bit more comfortable with this hold. 3 will fall from FaZe Clan. Penguin has the camo, and Frosty's last alive.
Even though it was a great effort from Frosty, in the end, slow and steady Spacestation Gaming climbing back into this game. Now they're only down by 8, and with camo in hand as well.
Royal 2 versus Penguin. Oh, Renegade! He announces himself to that fight as well, and Penguin probably thought, I've got a guaranteed kill here. But that's how good the communication is looking for FaZe. However, SSG tie the game up. They now go into a lead with 50 points.
How many times have we seen that from Renegade? There's someone at top gold, and somehow off-screen, Renegade is shooting from that angle. He picks up another one as well.
All this carnage is going down. Bound's running away with that oddball. That's what you need to do. Out-rotate FaZe. And at the moment, SSG are doing it. Snakebite breaks through, though. 2 dead for SSG.
And once again, back and forth here. FaZe right now outslaying 34-29 overall, but this game is still so close. Kills being traded out, 2 dead each side.
Pace of the game starting to pick up once more. Nobody getting away with no shields. Killing spree here for Bound. He's 8-8 in this game, but heating up at just the right time. SSG have turned this game on their head now. 64 points and rising with an elevator setup, and all of FaZe trapped over a gold.
It's been amazing to see this entire series. Truly, every single kill, every single push is so calculated. The only time that teams are pushing are if they have that mathematical, that risk has been assessed, and they're pushing in on that advantage. But as you say, the kills are traded out constantly. Here in the back of elevator, big help coming in from Eco on Bound.
I mean, every time you see in a 1v1 at the moment, the help is arriving. But FaZe are flying through. Royal 2 gets the trade. 2v2 on the map right now. Frosty needs to do something for FaZe if they want to break through. Snakebite's going to be there to assist him. Snakebite will be able to grab that ball, but here comes more pressure. This time it's from Stella. He gets the kill as well. Penguin will pick up another, and SSG will hold the elevator.
And finally on the timing push, we finally don't have another player from FaZe pushing in here as we take a look at that camo popping right now.
Camo going to be popping up, and the kills that were picked up by SSG may allow Penguin to move in and pick it up. However, Renegade, more than aware of the situation. He finds the kill. Camo's going to be taken down as well. You saw Frosty had got that into his hands. FaZe now on the precipice of not a very good situation. Renegade has to make a play, and at least he's got the camo to do so. But look at this route coming in from Stella. He's trying to escape back to spawners, but Renegade cuts him down.
Not over just yet. Big responsibility here for Renegade, though. They have 3 dead. Eco's your last player in long haul, and now only 3 points away for Spacestation Gaming. This has to be a perfect hold here from FaZe.
FaZe get that ball in their hands. Eco's still alive somehow, and Eco somehow gets a kill, so pressure now.
Oh boy.
Renegade doesn't get the back smack, but does get the kill. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to go a little bit Super Saiyan here because multiple players have fallen on his team. He'll pick up one and gets another one onto Bound, but Penguin, he's out of here with that oddball, and SSG will close out round number 1. FaZe had a chance there at the end, but SSG holds strong.
They did. Penguin just sneaks away with that ball over to the stairs, and you won't believe this, the comeback there was incredible. SSG was being outslayed 21-11 earlier in that round, and they somehow come back and win the round of ball. An unbelievable comeback. It took them quite some time, just over 3 minutes total of play to bring that essentially slayed total to a tie, and in the end, even win the round and sneaking that one out.
The ability to stay in the rounds for SSG is something that we're certainly going to keep our eyes on. Never out of it. It's almost like it's the only team you're kind of looking at and you're not paying too much attention to the slays. If they're being slightly outslayed, they're usually winning objective game types still. And you can see Penguin, he's got the first camo in this second round. Can he put it to use?
That's the question here. Got to think FaZe with a lot to think about after that first round. And Stick, nice job here from Renegade. Comes in, forces the trade on the camo. That will certainly be a win and a trade he's happy to have overall as the control for pipes and gold will continue. And man, FaZe, you thought they were going to run away with that round. Certainly had the slaying advantage throughout its entirety, but Spacestation just finding a way at the end to make sure to have a huge, huge hold there to close out the round.
Snakebite now moving around with this green gun, should be able to maybe turn 2 here. Switches away, but just gave the opportunity for the 2 bursts to come in, followed by that beatdown from Eco. And we always talk about how this game is a game of inches. Even in individual battles, you can see it there.
3 dead there for FaZe. This will be time now on the board for Spacestation. Really our first hold of this second round. World 2 is going to spawn up, which means all 8 players on the map. Let's see how well Spacestation can hold here. Rotate, thinking about maybe a little bit of a gold pressure.
Yeah, you're going to see Spacestation looking for kills. Where do they fall? If they do pick up the first 1 or 2, that oddball will be moved to where that action happened. At the moment, though, Eco's going to be pushing in on Royal 2. Royal 2 loves a trade. He loves going +1 even more, taking Eco down.
Wow, you think Eco definitely expected to get the trade there. As a result, it's 3 dead. Ball's not really played. I believe still top gold here. It's also going to be a free shock rifle for Royal 2, which spells danger for Spacestation Gaming.
Certainly does indeed. Penguin does get the first kill, but look at the info. And look at the push coming in from SSG. They do not let Royal 2 get too comfortable with that shock rifle in his hands.
Talk about that pressure. Eco, your last player alive, man. Stellar just flies into Whirlpool, but FaZe answers back on that pressure to make sure that it's a 2v4 trade, and it's perfectly timed here, as Frosty's also going to have camo grapple.
Gets the information as well where the spawn's coming in. Might have been tickled just a little bit by that frag grenade to drop the shields, but nothing too much to worry about here. Play coming in from Penguin. He's just behind enemy lines here. Can they get that kill? Penguin going to be baited in. Has no idea that Frosty is here, but here comes the flood again from SSG. They get 2. The ball is now going to have to be potentially played by FaZe, but SSG keep it in pipes. They pick up the kills, and Renegade is now last alive.
Well, they might even have caught the ball off of the bat ledge because there was certainly a play ball opportunity there. However, Spacestation makes sure that the ball stays comfortable in the pipes, and they will continue scoring. Mark, you talked earlier about how Spacestation is a team that even if they're being outslayed, can win objective game types time and time again. They're still being outslayed by 3, but they're leading in round 2 as well.
Gotta say, a little bit surprising, a little bit disappointing maybe to see FaZe wilt that easily without hold. Frosty has the camo, they have the oddball, they have fallback control.
Shock as well.
And Shock, like you say, and somehow or other, SSG managed to find a way to break through the setup. Certainly a miscommunication maybe. Maybe someone just losing an important individual battle, but I'm not worried about that oddball too much for now, until we see where those spawns are coming in. And now you're seeing a little smart rotate, moving towards the spawners. And the great thing here for SSG is if he could get it to the back of blue, there might have been a playable opportunity.
Interesting note, I think Baum was actually looking for the slide to see stairs. He doesn't hit the slide, so he had to actually go into a repulsor tunnel, which would provide these angles there for FaZe. I think he wanted to take a little bit of a different route. FaZe now going to have the ball all the way outside here on Sword Plat.
Yeah, really smart position here from Snakebite as well. Even though he's kind of in a difficult position, he gets the play ball. Most importantly, you know, he's not just facing away from where the action is happening. He's still involved, and you can see why that was important. Picked up 1 kill, did damage to another, slows down SSG once more. Oddball is going to be reset, but now all eyes on the camouflage dropping bottom middle.
Ooh, this is a big kill here. Renegade takes no damage as well. He'll have the shock on bat ledge, which will provide an opportunity for FaZe to try to get back in this. It is worth noting how low scoring this round is specifically. Very different from our first round with only 139 left. Just 26-17. It's still a 9-point round.
Trade after trade after trade. FaZe not being able to get the oddball in their hands quite yet, but they do have the kills to go alongside it. There's 3 dead now, and Snakebite is going to say, to Renegade. You do your job, which is to kill Stella right now with his shock rifle, but Stella again is last alive. First spawner gets into a position to make this uncomfortable for FaZe. Ball is down. Still that 6-point difference between the two teams.
Roll 2 with a big win there. It will eventually be traded out. However, Snakebite needs to pick up this one, and he will, unsurprisingly. 2 dead for both sides. Let's see how Snakebite holds here at backseat. Might just play it. He does indeed. Makes the safe play. Now it's just a 5-point round with 1 minute left.
I mean, it's a really smart play from Snakebite there. He'll get a trade at the end of it as well, but the reason that he decided to play ball there is because he realized where his teammate had spawned, right across the map over at Gold, and if he gives away that odd ball and SSG managed to keep it on the map, it's pretty much gifting a setup over to Spacestation. But just to go back to your point, look how close it still is. Still 5 points left, and there's 5 points, between the two teams, and there's only 42 seconds between the two squads.
FaZe Clan get 4 dead there with FaZe. They should have a ball grab. They do, and there's also a spawner here on back Ellie. Maybe even some split spawns based on the damage that came in. Yes, they will split spawn as well. A few players here at Gold. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's just a 5-point round.
5-point round, but 2 kills going over to FaZe. Royal 2 with a big double kill as well. And SSG find themselves 4 in the death screen. The timing of the push perfect, and with that push, with those kills, FaZe Clan turn this one around. They go into a lead.
And what a time to do it exactly when they needed to strike. Now they're up by just 1. 20 seconds left. The next kills will decide this round.
Camo coming up. Problem is, I don't think SSG have time to worry about it. Trades coming in. Royal 2 taking a flank. Snakebite's out there. Nobody close apart from Bound to really get that odd ball out of their hands. Snakebite going to be forced to play ball, but here come SSG. Maybe they're thinking we do have time. Eco gets the pick up, but the positioning from Royal 2 here is exceptional. He picks up 2. Penguin, he gets taken down as well. Royal 2 just saves the round here for FaZe.
What a play there from Snakebite. When he was top Gold, you were wondering what he might do. Is he going to hold the ball? Is he going to rotate, maybe go long haul? Instead, takes the ball, plays it all the way, not just to batteries, but to bottom middle. It forces SSG to just dogpile onto the ball. Stellar can't wrap the corner. It's a great round here. We're right into our final sudden death, 3rd round here of Oddball.
You love how close this series is. It's a pleasure to watch these two teams whenever they do go against each other. Fierce rivals. Neither wanting to give an inch whatsoever. 1-1 in this game. This is, like you say, the deciding round. I mean, what a difference that round was, right? It was so close between the two teams. Just 2 or 3 points. It comes down to 1 or 2 right at the end. And Royal 2's pretty good when he goes up against Camo players from that ledge.
Royal 2 knows that angle. I think Stellar knows that angle as well. If you've watched any Halo over the past year, you know that angle. You know exactly what we're talking about. Few players have found themselves victim to that angle, but I got to tell you right now, guess what? FaZe still stepping up in the Slayer department. They're now outslaying 100 to 91. Can they continue it on here? 3 dead. Royal 2, your only player alive. That will lead to early time for Spacestation.
I mean, every player on FaZe Clan putting up a huge amount of kills at the moment. Royal 2 is leading the way, and a lot of those came in those clutch moment at the end of that game. And I love the decision making, just as we see SSG with this hold inside a pipe. Just to take a second, you know, he knows Camo's coming up. He knows where the push is coming from SSG in that last round. So it makes a little bit of a risky play to just rotate towards C-Plat and get those angles to do the damage. It's one that can either win you a game or lose you a game, but for now, it's going to be plays coming in from Eco that he's looking to turn into game-winning ones.
That was 4 dead yet again for FaZe. Spacestation still holding in Gold. They're going to drop for the bound hole. A good time at the 30 mark to go into a listen-in with Spacestation Gaming.
Okay.
They're triple.
Hell. Weak hell. Weak.
Up and Kevin.
Sure.
Sure.
2, 3.
Top red, I think.
Half wall, one shot.
One shot pipe.
One shot, half wall.
One shot on ball. One shot on ball.
2 there. 3 there.
Grenade. Nice, grenade.
Ammo soon, I'm coming to you. Let's go back.
Bottom here. One shot,
ready? After reload.
Shot pipes. 2 more. 2 more pipe go weak. Bottom here still.
Bottom here dead.
Frosty and Snakebite.
Watch out, turbine. We got him.
Snakebite's half wall. Or Frosty's half wall. Going pipes.
Yeah, and top A.
Let's live.
I'm gonna get ball.
Frosty's on you bound. I think we need kills. Guys.
Fine. I'm just getting the ball out. Wait. I can get ball. all the way to blue. Okay, yeah. Top cat now on me.
I have your help, Brandon.
I need it.
Just top cat, Royal 2. Just top cat.
Bottom tower. 2 dead.
3 dead. Renegade.
He's on me.
He's C.
Here's in.
You guys gotta push it out now. Push it out now. Fuck the ball and push it out.
Got an is. Turbine weak.
Watch out.
Might be glass braided, okay?
Yeah.
Bottom BR.
Hold red.
Go on, you guys.
No, bottom BR again.
Right here, Brandon. C stairs.
Go Adam, you can stay back silo, we can melt.
One guy.
Back silo. On the jump. I played it. Go red.
Yeah, he's on the silo jump.
Long clip.
Out the listening, back into the gameplay. It's SSG who have commanded a lead here. One of the biggest we've seen so far in this game, this round number 3.
Yeah, FaZe holds off pretty well, right? When we got to that listening, it was 30-0, so not really a lot of time lost. However, a lot of time lost on the clock. By the way, through all of this, the slaying difference has slowed down just a bit. Now it's a 6-kill lead here for FaZe, but FaZe is still out slaying, but it's not translating to points on the board.
This is something we've always questioned, right, with this FaZe lineup. A lot of slaying potential. Are you turning it into wins in games? Are you picking up the oddball? Are you getting the plays, the kills in the right place? Well, Stellar, he's going to put 2 in the death screen with that push. Royal 2 not being able to convert on those kills, and they're the important ones. They're the ones that matter.
They really are, and those are also the kills that you expect every single player on FaZe to convert there. Just a little bit of tough target tracking when you got multiple players coming. Oh! Killing spree for Stellar with the shock as well. They will continue to hold here. 61-21 in your 3rd round.
And the great thing for SSG here is they're picking up these kills. They're looking really strong, but they don't have to worry about ball time too much right now. FaZe have to continually think we need this up ball in our hands.
Yeah, well, look at this double nade there from Eco. Just great pre-nades coming into tower. Will shut down Renegade, which is exactly what you need to do. Eventually, 2 will fall for Spacestation. Is this the opening and the opportunity for FaZe to bounce back?
We talk about Eco's decision-making there. He knew he was getting a shock rifle player was trying to kill him, but also recognized that the most important kill on the map was Frosty. So completely disregarded the first and tried to concentrate on a second. Didn't quite work in the way that maybe he would have wanted with the kills going their way, but FaZe starting to look a little bit desperate here. You can see they're forcing fights. They're flooding in. Renegade picking up 1 and Royal 2 with that ball in his hands. Maybe there's an opportunity, but a big 1v1 to be won here by Renegade.
Yeah, Penguin was your last player alive. Bound was a spawner, and Penguin somehow wisely stays alive. Just going to wrap around and hope for the help to come. All 8 players up. Let's see what kind of damage he could do for the opener.
Oh, has Penguin got the time in here? Royal 2's got no shields. Flies through. He does get the time in. Frosty now in a 1v1. Penguin!
Whoa!
Smashes through the FaZe setup.
We said, what can he do for the opener? How's that? 3 dead for FaZe. He's your last player alive. He takes a beautiful route from Stacks to the Mangler door, and he gets underneath the FaZe radar.
I mean, FaZe just lost track of him. It's as simple as that, like you say. Not showing up in their radar whatsoever. He gets through Royal 2, gets picked off. He wins a massive 1v1 engagement. And then he gets that ball out and causes some more problems. SSG, those kind of players are going to win your games.
Exactly. Those are round-winning plays coming out of Penguin. What more can you ask for? Last player alive, he takes a hell of a route to pick up a double kill and blow the setup wide open. However, it's once again 2 dead for SSG, maybe 3 dead in a moment. Can FaZe turn this into more points? They're down by 50.
Starting to look a little bit desperate here for FaZe. They need to get the ball in their hands, but just a reminder, if you missed the winners bracket final, one of the rounds between these 2 teams ended 100-99, so that's how close it can be, and there is no doubt in my mind that FaZe can turn this on its head.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time actually as well. 1:35 on the clock. Of course, the clock will stop whenever the ball is held, so still a lot of time to play with here. However, minor man advantage. It's a 2-man advantage now for SSG.
Gonna be 3 as Eco picks up another one. Frosty last alive. Odd ball is in a position as well where SSG can pick this one up, and let me tell you, if they play this one right, then we might have to start thinking about having a long evening here in Dallas.
Oh, I think we already are, and you know that Stellar's thinking about the same thing. It's another killing spree for Stellar. We've lost track, to be honest, at this point, and now, just like that, SSG goes into the slaying lead as well for the first time across 3 rounds.
2 dead here for FaZe Clan SSG. Penguin with the ball in his hands, and he's going to see a victory screen on his monitor as well. SSG will win Recharge Oddball. 1 more game, and we reset the bracket.
Wow, as you said, what a series it's been so far, setting us up for a long evening here at DreamHack Dallas, and we would love nothing more than to see this go the distance. As you see, a lot of games already under the belt of these players. Are going to take a minor break here on the main stage, but what a poetic match to watch from our stat screen on set. The entire game, FaZe leading anywhere between 5 and 11 slays, even while losing each round. Spacestation is winning outslayed. In the final moments of our 3rd round, they will end the game outslaying FaZe 132 to 131.
Wow, that is a crazy turnaround coming from SSG, and a lot of that was down to Stellar and Penguin, I feel, in those final moments. I mean, we always talk about, you know, kills are great. Kills are fantastic. You need kills in Halo to do anything, right? But it's the pivotal ones, it's the important ones that completely change the complexion of what you expect to see happen next. Penguin staying alive, bottom middle, sneaking through to the Mangler door and getting that double kill. that won them the game. It's as simple as that. And if you're FaZe, it's a miscommunication. You're going, how did we not think about Penguin where he was?
Also, how about Penguin being the one that grabbed the ball at batteries, right, when they took their eye off the ball as well? He won that round as well. So late game plays from Penguin secure both of the rounds for SSG. But I couldn't agree more. That is going to be a moment, regardless of what happens in this tournament. That was such a pivotal moment that FaZe will be watching the VOD on that. They're going to be watching all 4 players' POVs and thinking, how did we allow a player whose bottom stacks, here's the play right on your screen, how do we allow a single player to come through, kill our carrier, and then win another 1v1 in back elevator to shut down any hopes of a hold?
I mean, you saw as well that Frosty got first shot in that battle. Frosty was full shields, and Frosty, he just got turned on. I mean, Penguin was perfect in that fight. And usually you would expect Frosty to be able to convert on that situation. But if you're FaZe, you're kind of like, whose responsibility was that? Well, it's all of your responsibility. Everybody has to be tracking.
Right.
Where is Penguin as last player alive? Who saw him last? What can we expect to see? And who isn't watching bottom elevator?
Absolutely. You have to think in the columns there needs to be something. I mean, you hear it from the best teams during listen-ins. There are call-outs like, we have lost track of one, right? We're losing one. We don't know where one player is. And especially, though, Penguin, your last player alive. It's an example of that needed to be prioritized, and maybe they just didn't think he would get to Mangler Door as fast as he did. However, he got there, and boy, did he ever make the most of it.
He certainly did indeed. Now, questions to be asked of FaZe Clan. They've had some really tough series so far in this tournament, of course, and we're going to talk about Slayers and we're going to talk about games that are going to be coming up in just a few moments. I mean, you're looking at KDs, you're looking at damage stats that are coming in on your screen right now, but I want to talk about how, you know, in that first series it was FaZe and it went to a game 5, and FaZe have been involved in many game 5s, and even though they're down at the moment in this series 3-1, they are good at sending series long. They are never checked out of a series. They are always in a position to turn it on its head. And who knows? Even though in our grand finals we're not going to see a game 5 because we got a best of 7 here, it's going to be an opportunity maybe for FaZe to keep that in the front of their mind that they've been here before and they can turn a series on its head.
And let's not forget, this game was close until the late game, right? If you didn't happen to catch this version of Aquarius Slayer when these two teams played this earlier this weekend, this game ended 50-38. That's a blowout victory at this level of professional Halo. However, that game was close up until the 30 mark, and it was FaZe that found really great late game composure that they lacked in the last game that we just saw. We'll have to see if they can repeat on Aquarius Slayer.
And of course, we mentioned this previously when we were talking about Slayer game types. Eyes are going to be unbound. Did you see his KD on that previous game? I think it was 0.39, which was a very, very low KD for a player like Bound in such an important Slayer game that could decide a series. Well, he's got an opportunity to decide a series here. If he puts in a massive performance on this game type, adjusts what he was doing, and somehow puts those stats a little bit closer to 0, then maybe we're going to see a bracket reset here, and SSG are going to force FaZe to go again.
And you also have to think on the side of Bound. Bound led that game in kills, 37 and 32 across all 3 rounds. Bound is firing on all cylinders. He's leading the entire lobby in slays, and if he can bring that last game slay energy into this one, they're going to fare pretty well in the Aquarius Slayer.
They certainly are indeed. Another thing to keep an eye on is camo control. I mean, you saw what Trippy did with it for OpTic yesterday. Absolutely nuts. I think he got 5 in a row and ended up putting up 21, 22 kills in that Slayer game on Aquarius. It is so vital that if you aren't in a position to get it, you're contesting it, hunting that player down before he can get away and really cause some problems. And another thing that's being controlled extremely well is the heat wave. I think it's something that really isn't kind of talked about enough on Aquarius Slayer. A heat wave player can dominate one side of the map on his own.
Right, and especially with the things that we're seeing in this series, right? Players are able to hit wild movement into 1v2s that they have no business winning. Let's look at what Penguin just did in that last game. You give any of the players that are in that scenario as last player alive a heat wave, they could totally turn down what is otherwise a big advantage for the other side. They can slow that down, even get 1v2s out of it, and make sure that they set their team up for success off of the spawn, and maybe even maintain map control.
Yeah, it's so fascinating, this series, and you got to think about FaZe right now. They're probably thinking, you know, how are we in this position? How are we in this position? But at the same time, someone's got to say, hey, we played these guys before on it and we smashed them when we matched up on this exact game type. So it's a real kind of dichotomy of what is going through the minds of FaZe right now. How do you pull yourself out of, you know, a couple of back-to-back map losses and try and flip the mentality back to, hey, we beat these guys. There's no reason this series isn't going to keep going.
Absolutely. That's what they have to remind themselves. And a long evening here is what Spacestation's ready for, and already leading in this series by quite a margin, only 1 game away now from sending us to a grand finals reset. Big numbers coming out of that third 3 rounds of oddball. You have to think that's a lengthy oddball, right? It's starting to get now deep into the series, and I think a lot of stamina is going to come into play. Let's not forget, FaZe coming in the way that they did. They've had less games overall under their belt. SSG coming into the series pretty hot.
Yeah, they certainly are, and something I just noticed there is you can see the players are getting ready to get into this game. The cheeky little smile coming in from Kevin Smith. Now, usually, Eco is all business. but you can kind of sometimes get a little bit of an indication of how SSG are feeling if you keep your eyes on him through the, we'll say the pre-game chats and lobbies, and just the corner of the mouth turned upwards there. There was a little smile on his face, and that gives an indication that SSG are feeling it right now. They want to get into this game. They want to close this series out and give themselves a real opportunity at becoming champions here in Dallas.
Yeah, you mentioned Eco there, 1.05 in Slayers overall, doing pretty well and making sure to stay positive throughout the game so far. As we look across to the FaZe side in the Slayers, there's some standouts, unsurprisingly. Renegade right now overall 1.21 in Slayers, not far behind its Royal 2 on a 1.20.
Yeah, no surprise to see those names positive. I mean,
I think they've been positive since birth.
Yeah, exactly. I think Royal 2, a lot of people would say probably the best KD player in the history of Halo. You know, the man does not go negative, and if he does, trust me, he will make some excuses as to why that happened. But it's up to FaZe now to deal with this, to put themselves in this situation. They've been in this situation a couple of times. They've already pulled off one reverse sweep at this tournament, and now they're going to have to find a way to find form, turn this series back on its head, and ask questions again of Spacestation. It's Aquarius Slayer. This is a game type we have seen already between these two teams at this tournament. FaZe took it this time. If Spacestation can, we are resetting the bracket.
That's right. We'll see FaZe once again. A little bit of confidence, maybe in the back of their mind. The fact that they won this game 50-38. When they last played Space Station, maybe just that extra boost, maybe the little bit of mental fortitude they need to make sure that they have the stamina, the endurance to take this series the distance. But in order to get there, they will need to take this do-or-die Slayer before they get into our next series. They want to send this first one the distance if they can. Not going to be easy, though. Space Station looking hot.
They certainly are indeed. We're going to get into this game as soon as we can, of course. We'd like to just build the tension for a few extra seconds. But I think everyone who's watching this at home at the moment, there's kind of an extra level of interest, right? Coming into this tournament, the talk was all about OpTic gaming. Can you pull off the 4P? And I would say if we didn't have that FaZe Invitational online, that probably would have been the story, right? Yeah. Because OpTic was still the team to beat. They were still the one who were winning the majority of the online tournaments. But there was a lot of discussion about, you know, should OpTic have been third seed coming into this tournament? Well, you're looking at how the results have gone in the tournament, and everything has kind of worked out in the way that the form would suggest from the online tournaments. And SSG really did throw a spanner in the works, you know. And I say that because it's crazy to say, you know, these guys are probably the most consistent team in the entirety of Halo Infinite, only missing out in the grand finals once, but SSG just reminded everyone, it's like, all this talk of OpTic and FaZe, all this talk of OpTic and FaZe, what about us? We're pretty damn good as well.
Yeah, like you said, I think the timing of that FaZe Invitational qualifier was perfect for SSG, because I think, like you said, the story was all about OpTic and FaZe coming out of Charlotte, and rightfully so. It was one of the best grand finals we have ever seen, not just in Halo Infinite, but in competitive Halo history. It was unforgettable, and that took the story in the community. It's all about OpTic FaZe. Can FaZe take down OpTic? And SSG's thinking, I don't think people remember what we've done in this game, and even before this game, they're very happy to be where they are. They earned their first seed in an unbelievable online tournament run. They've done the same here with incredible sets of play, and they've continued that on in our grand finals as they lead 3-1.
It's almost like OpTic and FaZe fans were arguing with each other, and Space Station fans were kind of trying to put their hand up in the middle of it. It's like, guys, we won a few as well, but we'll have to find out if SSG are going to have to continue and refine that form again. As we go back into our grand finals now, they need one more map to reset the bracket of FaZe, who have already won this game type, looking to keep it going long.
Man, and how much pressure here on this Aquarius Slayer for the side of FaZe. They need to know that early on, they cannot be the ones making mistakes. They need to place a fantastic Halo Snakebite somehow stays alive in a 1v1 against Stellar.
Take his time here to get the shields back as well, because two players have already picked up kills, and the first camo, speaking of pickups, is going to go into the hands of Frosty. Now, Frosty, last time these two teams met up, he had a huge amount of assists, led the way for his team. And this time, with the camo in his hands, maybe he's going to assume the role of being the one to pick up the kills.
We talk about how FaZe plays the best under the most pressure. We've talked about that this weekend already, and we've seen that be the case even in a Slayer. Also, on Slayer Aquarius, you remember, we saw them play some of their most disciplined Halo, they've ever played against a few lower-seeded teams. We saw that bring out the best in FaZe, and you got to think with everything on the line, that's how they're going to play here in this Game 5 as well.
Look at how elusive SSG are being right now. Frosty's done so much damage, but no kills have been picked up. Camo has now disappeared. That's not going to be effective on the map, and now he has the heat wave to play with. So if you're looking at power on the map, it's all in the hands of FaZe. They got that first camo. It's only a 1-kill lead off the back of it, though, and this is something we saw in the first Slayer, right? Early camo control, early power-up control, going over to FaZe, but it was SSG who came out with a win in the end.
You could just tell how much pressure. My goodness, Frosty connecting from distance with the heat wave, going to get another one as well. Make that a double kill. He's going to pull it on the screen.
Up for him. It's a triple kill here for Frosty as he shows how effective that heat wave could be in the back of the base. And we said the game was close. Well, Frosty's just blown it open.
Yeah, FaZe starting to just pull away here. It's an early 3-kill lead for FaZe as they start to put the points on the board.
3 kills, the difference between the two. And this is where you want to kind of keep it if you're on the lower side of that scoreline. But Snakebite and Royal 2 are going to combine, and the 4-kill difference is a massive one. We do see big swings. We talk about it on Aquarius Slayer, but at the moment, the kill feed is only painted in one color, and that's red.
And oftentimes you see Aquarius Slayer can be a relentless, just high-pressure game type. This is looking a little bit different. You can tell how much is riding on this Slayer because it's a lot more calculated on the pushes. It looks so different from that game number 1 where they're flying at each other. Here, instead, we're seeing a lot more timing pushes, a lot more calculation going into the movement around the map.
Well, at the moment, Snakebite's looking for the call out on P1. Unfortunately, Stella's managed to evade him. Stella will be taken down by Frosty, so finally they do find out where B went, and Frosty's going to turn a single kill into a double. It's 20-16, a dangerous-looking lead starting to pick up here for FaZe, and Frosty, well, you're not going to be able to see him for a few more moments.
Oh, look at this play from Frosty as well, just slowly moving around the map, not shooting just yet, just a few pings going down for the info, a 3v3 on the map as he pushes into blue.
I mean, cue the Jaws music as he walks in, picks up one on Stella, bound trapped on the fridge as well. Damage being done on those stairs, the pink stairs, but Frosty's going to get spotted out. He doesn't get the trade. And Bound and SSG bait him in beautifully.
Depending on how the score goes from here, that could be a moment that we reference back to because that was a big opportunity for FaZe and somehow shut down for SSG. However, FaZe continues to convert and they pick up the heat wave off the kills and now a 7-kill lead, 25-18.
Even though it was the camo player who went down, the opportunity was not missed by FaZe. It's been converted at a 26-20 as Stella picks up the 20th kill here for SSG. FaZe keep that cushion.
Nice shots here as well from Royal 2, just continuing to hold top middle as well. It feels like they have held not just the lead on the scoreboard, but also top middle as well. The fade away! Triple kill with the thrust from Royal 2.
Oh, what a thrust that was! Royal 2 just sends himself backwards, hits the perfect shots for the triple kill. And at 31-21, that is a hammer blow for SSG to deal with.
When wow, with a 10-kill lead here now and all the hype, all the pressure maybe coming off here. Let's get into a listen-in with FaZe.
Nice camo now, guys. Camo now.
Camo, guys.
Yeah, try to help you get this clean. Yep.
Have car on me?
Do the same thing. Do the same thing.
Yeah, keep looking.
I'm holding main car. I'm holding main car.
I have camo, guys. I'm just backing up. One shot top blue. One shot top blue.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
got
John. Lots on John.
Top car. Yeah, one shot P2. Nice. You want blue vent, guys? Yellow vent. Blue vent. Yeah.
I'll see him.
Still yellow vent. He's just sprint.
Nice. Good job, DJ.
Nice. Huge. I just want yellow. Top car again. Top car again. Yeah. Car 3.
One shot blue engine. Absolute.
I can
there. He's on the pistol. One in. He's just walking at it with camo.
Eddie, man.
Nice. One more eco. They're swanning blue. They're gonna swan blue.
One in.
Oh, nice try.
Two there. One low, one high. One low, one
bridge
high.
reach seller. You can ape that.
There's 2 pistol. No. We're fighting 3.
One shot engine.
Yeah.
I think we should. One shot
engine. I did.
Yo,
car 3 right now. I'm hiding blue street.
Here.
Work together, guys. Work together. Yo, we'll fight P1 or something. P1. Yo, kill front yellow.
In front blue.
Yellow fire.
I'm looking yellow fire.
There's 2.
Yeah, they're gonna try to
help. One shot yellow fire, Brad. One shot yellow fire.
Nice, PJ. Good kill. Last guy yellow streams. Push it up. Last guy's yellow.
Cross him.
I'm behind him.
Back into the game, and FaZe are looking to close the game out. Frosty picks up the 42nd kill. It's a 12-kill differential, and it's this man on your screen who's been the catalyst of everything. He's 12-6.
And how about a 12-kill differential also being the difference maker? 50-38 the last time these two teams played this game type, and it's looking like deja vu and fantastic news for FaZe fans.
Oh, Stella almost got turned on himself. The sidekick was a problem for a few moments. Renegade comes in to trade the kill out, and I think that SSG probably recognize at this point, Andy, as experienced as they are, as good as they are, that they might have to play yet another map of Halo Infinite here. FaZe are looking so strong.
Yeah, they want to end this series, so they're quickly realizing that this map will not be the one to do it. It's been an unbelievable game number 5 here from FaZe.
3 camos in a row for FaZe. That's been the difference maker, as well as the man on your screen. He's 13-7, 6 assists to go alongside it as well, and he's reading them like a book. A couple of grenades went down, but didn't quite get the contact they would have wanted. Royal 2 looking to move in now quietly once again, going about his business. There's 3 shots, there's a trade. It's going to be done, and FaZe Clan answer back on Aquarius Slayer.
And what a run that looks like that is their game type, especially when we talk about these two teams facing off against each other in that exact matchup. It's a repeat of the first time those two teams played, and you have to think that's probably in the back of FaZe's mind, and if we're honest, probably also in the back of SSG's mind as well, after having only played that game type about 24 hours ago in an earlier series. FaZe will repeat, take the game, and bring the series now overall within just 1 game and look to force us all the way to a Game 7.
Well, the cool thing is here, if you're an SSG fan, you're starting to worry a little bit. It's like, oh, goodness me, FaZe looked pretty good in that one. You have to say it's one of FaZe's best game types, right? Aquarius is a map where they dominate a lot of different teams, whether it be Flag, whether it be Slayer. But the next game type we're going on to is a SSG favorite. It's Street Strongholds, one that they can certainly put the pressure back on.
They certainly can, and just to tee this up, Spacestation Gaming is 2-0 in this game type. FaZe 0-2 in Dallas. What did we say earlier? If FaZe wanted to win this tournament, the fastest track to do that in terms of the series layout was the earlier games. Those were their game types where they had the advantage. Now we're getting into the later part of the series where Spacestation Gaming has the advantage, not just historically, but in Dallas as well.
Some of these replays, that triple kill from Royal 2 though, that was the final thing you felt that really put the nail in the coffin for them. Just that thrust perfectly timed as well, and the shot just snaps onto him. To really extend that lead for them. That's going to fill him with confidence. That's going to fill everyone with confidence. And one thing I took away from the listening with FaZe there, they sound pretty positive. They sound like they're here to play, and they sound like they're all responding to each other in the way that you would expect from a championship winning team.
Yeah, we talk about how important that dynamic is on that squad, and they sound great indeed on the comms, and you would with a 12-kill lead in Aquarius Slayer, and I couldn't agree more. That's another NBA Finals-inspired thrust fadeaway. Just beautiful timing there. The confidence from Royal 2. The thought there is that when there's a player in the courtyard that they're hung out to dry, and Royal 2 knows that, so he thrusts back for the triple kill, does it with style, and now we have a 3-2 Space Station lead as FaZe will look to force a final Game 7 of the series.
Yeah, if it goes to Game 7 as well, FaZe could close it out right here, right now in that first series, and SSG won't have an opportunity to reset the bracket, and those are the thoughts now that start coming into the back of your head. If you're SSG, previous game thinking, just got to win one more, boys, just got to win one more, but the more games that slip away, you start thinking about the fact that maybe the whole thing's going to slip away from you. So they've got to answer back now, and it's the perfect game type and map combination for them to do so. It's Street Strongholds, SSG, damn good at this one.
Really good at this game type. That's going to be in the back of their mind as well. As we said, undefeated in this map game type combination specifically. FaZe yet to win this game type here in Dallas. Might we just see a bracket reset here and now in game number 6? Looks like not just yet because it is a false start on the main stage.
Making sure that everything is where you need it to be before we get into this game, but again, you see FaZe, they're locked in. Space Station, they're locked in. They want to get this one going as soon as possible. As do we.
We can't wait, if we're honest.
I want to do it now.
I want to do it right now. So do the guys on all sides of the stage here. We can't wait to get into this 6th game. But like you said, that's a big, big advantage here for the side of SSG. But let's not forget, with a team like FaZe, doesn't matter what the historical record might be, they're going to know how to play this game type. They're going to have a lot of time to watch VOD, not just from Charlotte, but from all of the online 4Ks as well as they approach this event. And they'll know exactly what SSG is going to want to do, not only in the opening, but the overall strategy as well.
Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here, because obviously we've got this map in front of us, and there's a long way to go. You know, this could be an SSG reset in the bracket right now. We might not go to the Game 7. But you saw it coming.
But
I want smart man.
Go on, I want to hear
it. It's very interesting, the Game 7, when you're looking at the records, right? Because 1-on-1, FaZe find themselves. They lost to Hive yesterday, 50-37. That's a blowout, and it's going to be Live Fire Slayer as our last game. And you look at the other side, there's a loss also coming in for SSG in this tournament. And I'm pretty sure that was against OpTic Gaming. So both teams a little bit 50-50 on that game type, which makes it kind of fun to try and predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, certainly could be a little bit of a coin flip there. A slight game advantage coming in for SSG. But as you said, losses across the board in Live Fire Slayer. If we get there, which to be honest, we're not ever opposed to a Game 7. But we'll go ahead and see. Game 6 first on your screen. As we mentioned, that's going to be Stronghold Streets. And if we know anything about this game type with how this series has played out so far, this will be an absolute high-paced bloodbath of a game type here.
And it's going to come down to individual moments. There's going to be times on the map where there's only one player alive from both teams, and there's a 1v1 engagement to defend a stronghold, to reset a stronghold. And that's where the game is going to be decided. Also, of course, the Rockets. We've already had a Streets game in this series, which was taken away, of course, by Space Station, who kept it close even without the power weapons. But when they got them, that's when they took over the game. That's when they closed it out. And that's going to be such a vital part of this game as well. FaZe looking to tie up the series. It's 3-2 for Space Station. If SSG win this one, we go again.
These two teams in the biggest series of their season so far. It goes without saying now. 3 dead off the opening here for SSG. Royal 2 with a rocket crowd.
I was 4 dead off the break. That's about as quick as a start as you could ask for. And at the moment, SSG, Eco spawned twice, dying twice.
Wow, look at this trip cap immediately. FaZe Clan is wasting no time. It's a perfect opening for FaZe Clan.
Oh, FaZe Clan, look, they might be taking over a little bit here. It is a perfect start from them. Eco taken down as well. Manages to get the trade at least. So it's a 2v2 on the map, but 34 points already on the board. The triple cap is still in effect here for FaZe.
Like you said, 3 times Eco's come off spawn and been taken down already. It's already now 43-0. C will finally be capped, but Renegade has something to say about that. Flies in with the Bulldog and only takes minimal damage.
Bulldog goes woof woof bark, takes him down, and Penguin now finds himself as the last player alive again for FaZe Clan. And we've talked about the high skill ceiling. We feel like FaZe have the highest skill ceiling when it comes to them playing at their best. Well, at the moment, this is how good they can be.
Interesting there. Look at the dance between Penguin and Snakebite. Eventually, Snakebite's going to have to double back here over to C and finish it. Does not know where Penguin went. Penguin finally comes around for the trade, and that's what we're talking about at this level of competitive Halo. The dance is so drawn out because both teams have a perfect understanding based on their team's composition of exactly which way they can and can't move around the map. You're going to see consistent trades like that.
Really interested to see Royal 2's decision making here. That is brilliant from Royal 2. I want to take a second to appreciate that. Yeah, he comes out if it gets a 1-for-1 trade, but stepped into the stronghold, saw the spawn and decided, hey, I know if we're stepping in this stronghold that someone's going to try and take that pizza jump angle. Instead of trying to just cap it and get 3 shots away with someone just flanking onto him, takes the 1v1, gets that kill. SSG do a good job to trade it out, but that's just prime awareness coming in from R2.
Yeah, it really is. You're going to continue to see more and more of those mind games as well, right? One step ahead of whatever the play might look like is what you're going to expect to see from both sides of the stage. 3v3 here momentarily.
Well, the momentum from that previous game kind of started to flow over into the start of this one we see on our screens right now, but SSG have stabilized. They've found a way to finally slow down this momentum and have control of A and B. But off the back of it, you can see that FaZe have picked up another set of rockets, and it's another double kill here for Snakebite.
I mean, that's what we talk about, individual plays. Yeah, it looks easy picking up rocket kills, but at this high level, you need to make sure your rocket efficiency is at 100%. There's nobody else you trust more than Snakebite to hit those. Spacestation, though, still with AC control.
AC control, but not for long, as you can see that FaZe are going to be making the play to convert A back into their hands. Stellar taking some damage here from Snakebite. My goodness, those shots were good. And Renegade and Frosty, they capitalize off the back of it. SSG4 dead, and forget about the record books at this point, Andy. FaZe have looked phenomenal.
And it's a perfect PD trap as well. Frosty stayed alive back A for quite a while. He's going to back off just a little bit here to Cafe to pitch the angles, but right now they will continue scoring with a very comfortable BC hold and continue even to apply the pressure at A.
Yeah, it's brilliant coming in from FaZe Clan. I mean, you called it perfectly. Frosty already pushed up, already damaging spawners, and unfortunately, just the pieces fell apart a little bit. The idea was there, but SSG, huge amount of credit to them. They read the situation perfectly, and somehow they've managed to not only keep B in their control, but flip A off the back of it. So FaZe are going to have to break again.
Not over just a killing spree there for Renegade. He'll eventually trade out with Bound, but as you said, it's a great push from Spacestation. Not easy to do out of PD to get the kills you need to get A and B, and now putting more points on the board. They're down by about 60.
That lead is certainly being cut down, though, piece by piece, inch by inch. Spacestation Gaming are starting to get a little bit more interested in this game. Eco going to fly forward. He's going to fall, though, and it's going to be 3 dead again for Spacestation. B is the call. Bound trying to stay alive.
What?
Just about manages to do so, and now he's got Stellar Spawn to support.
Oh my God, look at Bound staying alive. How does he stay alive? Those are the bold, crazy plays that we expect to see from Bound. He gets a spawner, but it might not pay off in the end because of the great collapse coming in from FaZe.
You saw Royal 2 didn't ever get desperate to get the kill, though. He knew what the situation was. He waits for a little bit of help to come in, and not only do they kill Bound, they get 2 kills off the back of it. It's another set of rockets here going into the hand of FaZe Clan, and Spacestation, you can't let this happen.
Another killing spree here for Renegade as well. Right now they're outslaying 39-21, just about doubling the kills of their opponents and also doubling their score as well.
Penguin last alive, he's trapped in PD, and at the moment, it's not looking like this is the game type that maybe SSG wanted to see. It's FaZe who are taking control and looking for yet another triple cap. But do not count SSG out, even though this has been a hot start. SSG can triple cap themselves and turn this game on its head.
Renegade was your last player alive for a moment. The reset does come in on A here, and Renegade just being an absolute nuisance staying alive. Might even pick up another one.
Oh, Bound's a menace, though.
Beautiful answer that clear from Bound. Snakebite, however, will be there to clean up the scraps, but we're getting now to the 140-73 mark, and as you said, still a lot of games still to play here.
A lot of game, and it's going to be a battle maybe for B. I mean, just to see what the play call is from FaZe. Are they going to try and flip the ends here? Are they going to try and play for C? As B is taken away from them by Spacestation. It looks like entry damage and the call will be made off the back of it. Eco, though, Penguin focusing their fire to fall for FaZe. And all of a sudden, I mean, this has been FaZe so far in this game, but look at the score. It's 140, 96, and rising. It's Spacestation. They are back into this, and it's 100 points the mark they cross.
Frosty was your last player alive. Unbelievable team shot coming in from B, and B stairs there to isolate the players on the spikes. FaZe was not ready for that team shot. In the end, it leads to continued BC control, and just like that, it is a 25-point game.
And the crazy thing is, Andy, look at the slays. It's not close. Spacestation are being outslayed heavily by FaZe, and they are still very much in this game, still scoring as finally FaZe break through onto B.
Just like you say, it's 48-30 in the slay column. It's a 20-kill difference, but here we are, only a 17-point difference on the scoreboard.
SSG staying in this. You have to wonder if they start to heat you up, if they get a couple of rockets, if they can make the most of the sandbox, if they can make something happen. But look at the kill feed. 2 rocket kills again for FaZe. Every single power weapon has gone to them every single time, and now it's a triple cap for
Triple cap continues. Eventually B will start to flip. That should be a comfortable flip for Spacestation Gaming, but like you said, when these teams are so closely matched, the Rockets will decide big rounds of slays and big rounds of points on the board as well. They cross the 180 mark.
Snakebite's going to be able to pinch here. You can see Frosty and him working alongside to try and help Royal 2 survive. Royal 2 can't do so, but by creating that space, now Snakebite has an opportunity to convert B. He gets the conversion. He's still alive here somehow or other. The Bulldogs here as well. Stella peeks around the corner, will be traded out. 2v2 on the map.
Snakebite putting on a clinic. Somehow he just gets his heels in to control that little beast reset. Also now still BC hold for them, 202 to 123.
200-point mark has been crossed. Spacestation, who did make an effort to come back in this game to really send it deep. Well, now FaZe are starting to look like they want to end it here and now. A is going to be flipped into their hands, and you can see already Frosty, he's already inside a C. He's already putting pressure on the tram spawners, and now he's going to hit the shots onto Bound as well. The rotations from FaZe have been exceptional.
While calling the botanist there, Frosty just flies through, fires a few shots through the ferns, and picks up a kill against a red gun player. Not easy to do, especially up against Bound, and it's a killing spree as well.
Stella as well. There's 1, there's 2. Maybe it's going to be 3 for him. If Stella falls, Bound falls as well. Penguin last alive. Flip B is the call coming in from FaZe, and they will continue scoring.
Big run here needed from Spacestation, and some very big pushes as well. Can they do it? Can they end this series here, or will we see a game number 7?
Well, if they can get the Rockets, maybe there's a chance. First kill going their way is going to be useful. Renegade trades it out though, 3v3 on the map. Frosty now moving down towards the laundry. He'll get taken down as well, and this is a similar pattern to maybe what we saw in the previous game, where the last set of rockets that FaZe did not get saw Spacestation have a chance to get back into this game. Royal 2 wants him. Royal 2 might get him as well with those shots.
That's big. Bound's gonna maybe, no, he doesn't get the rockets. They trade out, so 2 dead for both sides. For the moment, Stellar was the last player alive. 1 rocket left in the courtyard.
Have to make the play onto C here. 234, they only need 250 points here to win FaZe Clan. B is the call, and you can see FaZe have stacked it up, but the reset comes in at the last second as Penguin gets the kill onto Snakebite.
Ooh, sneaky there from Royal 2 on the dumpster. Able to get 1 kill, but still 2 dead here for FaZe.
No mistakes left here for SSG. FaZe just need to be patient. Need to wait for some numbers, but here comes Eco. Eco gets the trade and the reset, and FaZe Clan find themselves 3 dead. Bound a bit taken down though by Renegade. Stella inside of A, and oh my goodness, everybody, there's a triple cap here for SSG.
What can Renegade do here? He needs to make sure he gets a kill out of this. He does. Somehow stays alive as the last player.
2 dead here for SSG. The triple cap will be stopped. Bound though, he'll be able to move towards B, and control and scoring will still be in the hands of SSG. Snakebite a 1v1, but here comes Royal 2, the long-time duo, to join him.
It's a beautiful team shot there. He was not expecting to get double teamed there in music. Eventually he will fall.
Frosty gets 1, they flip B. They might be about to close this game out. Spacestation Gaming are about to reset the bracket here in Dallas. We might be going the long way. No, FaZe, actually, excuse me, I've misspoken. It's FaZe who are in charge. C gets flipped by SSG, and A now gets reset by FaZe. 250. Just a few moments away here for FaZe. A desperate play on B. It won't happen, and FaZe keep this series going.
Look at that, somehow, with fantastic late game work coming in from FaZe to close it out. It was a trip cap, let's not forget. It was a trip cap around the 170 mark for Spacestation. That is dangerous territory, as we saw up against OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming at 240 earlier, and Spacestation at 134. They trip cap, they come back and win. We know that Spacestation can bring those games back very easily. But FaZe, they hold strong. They maintain that B hold to close out the game, and they force us to a Game 7 in our grand final number 1. Take a look at some highlights, but if FaZe takes this, they'll take the tournament. However, Spacestation Gaming looking to send us to a second best of 7.
Thank goodness you got your head screwed on. I got well into that. I was getting carried away, and now, like you say, it all comes down to a Game 7. And the but that we talked about earlier, it's a strange sentence I didn't think I'd say at the commentary desk, but it makes a little bit more sense because we're talking about the Slayer game type, right? We're talking about the game type which both teams have slept through their fingers a little bit. And it's very unpredictable to see what is going to happen and who is going to potentially win the championship. Could be FaZe, or we could go again if SSG can answer back.
And let's not forget, just in case you're just joining us here in the room at DreamHack or online, standing room only, by the way, we hope you're doing well here in Dallas. Just in case you didn't catch it, Spacestation Gaming was up 3-1 in this series. They've had multiple chances to take this series and get ready for a second best of 7. Instead, FaZe has rallied back with their backs against the wall, do or die, in both of our last 2 games to now force us to a series and potentially tournament deciding Game 7 Slayer.
I mean, FaZe have shown great resilience. There was a couple of moments in this series where you're kind of looking at the main stage, you're looking at the players like, who's going to be the guy? Who's stepping up here? And a little bit of dejection sometimes on the side of FaZe. I mean, they don't like losing games. It's very simple to see that from when you look at them. But Spacestation now, well, I mean, you look at that. It's a tough series for them to answer back now in this Game 7. You go ahead 3-1, like you say. You've got all the advantages you could ask for. And then it's not just the way that they've let 2 games fall through their fingers and slip away. It's the style in which it's happened as well. FaZe have just taken them apart in the last 2 maps.
They absolutely have. And let's also talk about the slaying difference yet again in that last Game 6. FaZe outslayed 84-50.
It's not close.
By 34 kills, an unbelievable number. That tells you in the slaying department that FaZe knows what they're doing. Their objective efficiency, though, still questions to be raised when you outslay a team that heavily. However, they get the job done. That's what's most important. They get the extra W on the board. Now we'll look at their overall Slayer stats here at the HCS Global Invitational.
And you can see that there's one more in the last column for Spacestation Gaming and a couple more on the side of FaZe that will wins. And most importantly for FaZe, Game 5 wins, series-winning wins in Slayers that have come at the back end of a tight series. So for FaZe, you would say, if you're looking through the tournament, they've been the ones that have iced up and really made these games count.
They have. One thing we got to also note, we talked about it earlier, but shout out to our stats man in the back, Easy Mac, pointing out, we did see FaZe suffer a 50-37 loss on Live Fire Slayer to Hive, the artist formerly known as the Avengers, just yesterday. If we take a look at the record that SSG has, they're 2-1. They have a 50-35 loss to OpTic, however, a 50-40 win versus Native White. They're 2-1, and you do see FaZe at 1-1.
One thing to point out here that is very easy to adjust for SSG in these Slayers against FaZe. It's just got to do a better job with overshields. Got to do a better job with them. Power-ups have always been in the hands of FaZe. Yeah. The last game, Rockets was always in the hands of FaZe. That happened in the previous Slayer on Streets as well. And you can't let it happen. It's just too simple for good players to put those to use. Now, with the overshield and the sniper rifle on the map here, SSG, if they're not going to be able to use it themselves, they need to get it out the hands of FaZe. You need to play it in the way that Snakebite was using ammo up of some of those weapons when he felt like he was about to die. And you're looking at stats here. You're looking at Slayers in this series. These are the players who have performed the best.
Yeah, what an interesting damage differential, too, right? These two are very, very close in terms of their overall KD and kills, but a huge damage differential just tells you about the play style of these two players, right? Penguin's getting in, doing the dirty work. Royal 2 sitting back and picking up the same amount of kills while taking a lot less damage. 2 things that I'm focused on in this particular Game 7, Mark. The first is, where's the opening damage? We could see time and time again, FaZe is not just getting the opening damage, but they are also going to convert on that. I'll pause the thought for a second, though, because a very important stat line coming in from the back. Map deciding records. FaZe is 4-0 here. SSG 0-2 on a series deciding game.
Well, the story is here before we head into this final game is that we are going to have one of these teams potentially end that drought. FaZe, if they win this game right now, we're going to win the series. They are going to win the championship. SSG, they've got a long road ahead of them, but they have to win this game in order to reset that bracket and set us up for another best of 7. So this could well be the final game of DreamHack Dallas, and FaZe Clan are going to hope it is.
They certainly are. And FaZe, as we said before we saw that stat line come up, two things that I'm going to be looking out for. FaZe is getting the opening damage. That's converting to the first kill. That's converting to the rocket grabs. Earlier in this game, it would convert into a sniper grab as well as overshield control. The second thing we need to watch is it feels like SSG may be playing a little bit less confident than normal, right? We need to see Bound flying out. We need to see Stellar flying out and making those low percentage plays that could result in really high risk, high reward plays. When they play confident, they can be at their best. I think in the last two games, FaZe has got the opening damage, which has given them confidence, control, and it has snowballed into power up and power weapon control. We need to see, as you alluded to earlier, Spacestation really controlling the pace of the game.
First 4 kills are going to be vital here as well. I mean, you look at the opening strategy of the last 2 games, and FaZe got a 3 dead in the Aquarius Slayer, and we saw how that game went, and then they got a 4 dead off the rip in that street stronghold. And from there, it was so difficult for Spacestation to get back on the map for a good 60 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Not only they're pinned on split spawns, but they've got to go against Rocket, Stalker, Bulldog, whatever it might be. And here in this game, they cannot afford to at least trade out some kills to allow themselves back on the map and really force FaZe to fight a fair fight.
And one thing that's most interesting as well, Slayer Streets and Slayer Aquarius, which are the Slayers we've seen so far in this series, are typically really fast-paced Slayers. Live Fire Slayer gives you the biggest opportunity to slow the game down. And with as much as riding on this game, you have to think going to be so much caution from both sides to make sure they're not the team making the big mistakes. However, when that overshield's popping, guess what? You gotta go. And that'll be the ultimate test here in game number 7. We are underway.
It's a game 7 here in our grand finals. FaZe looking to close things out, and we're looking to reset the game because it's not quite ready yet. But when we do get back into it, the story will still be the same here, Andy. FaZe, if they win this one, will be our champions. If it's SSG, we reset the bracket. And I love going back to what we were talking about at the start of the tournament as well, right? We were saying this is a team here on our screens, FaZe Clan, who was built to win championships. One of the most difficult, I kind of alluded to this at the start of this final, one of the most difficult team changes, spoke to Snakebite about this, he's ever had to make, making the change from Lethal to Renegade. It was one of the toughest things he's ever had to do in his entire career, and the reason it was done was to try and win championships, right? And if you don't win championships after having to do something like that, it can really weigh on your mind. But a championship win here maybe will validate that decision for the whole roster. Yeah. And for Spacestation, it's been a drought for a long time as well. Was Bound the right guy? I think everyone says that Bound is the right guy. He's proved that he's the right guy, but the only thing that's missing from that resume now is a championship.
That's right. That's the only thing missing. And also, you have to think about the trajectory. What this means for the year, right? We are now into the heat of the regular season here as we get ready for back-to-back-to-back events all summer long. There's a lot of Halo to be played here. And what it would mean for the trajectories of these teams. Both of these teams not just wanting the championship here, but to be the title holders heading into the rest of the events for the year.
Yeah, and I mean, the next event is only 3 weeks away.
Yeah.
So we're going to be flying through LAN events. There's going to be no waiting for these teams to really adjust too much. A little bit of practice is going to be going in, but we are going to be going straight at each other once more. But you can see the fist bumps are going down. And everybody who's watched esports events knows that means the game is about to start. The game 7, right at the end of this series we were hoping to see, is about to take place.
What a series it's been so far as well. What a weekend it's been at DreamHack Dallas. This could be your final game of the weekend here if FaZe is able to close it out. However, SSG looking to send us the distance, to reset the bracket for another best of 7. Everything riding on this game. 50 kills to win, 12 minutes on the clock.
And what could be the most important 30 seconds of opening strategy for these two teams to decide who is going to have the momentum, who is going to get those weapons, and who is going to get map control to turn it into a lead. For FaZe, this could be championship match for SSG. They want to go again.
Crowd here excited at DreamHack Dallas, and so much riding on this matchup between these teams. Only one game to decide the series.
Bound gets the first kill. Bound gets the sniper rifle. Much, much better from Spacestation. It's only 1 kill, but FaZe haven't got control. Now Renegade's going to get spotted out, has to back away. But only for a second as the trade will come in.
One thing you might have heard all over the weekend in terms of these listenings is we take a look at the overshield popping up. Snakebite sitting right on it. Great shot against Bound, pinning him back. The flank comes around as well.
Penguin's going to win this one. Snakebite somehow stays alive and gets 2, and that might be an overshield now going into the hands of FaZe.
Ooh, Stellar hits the body shot as well, but Stellar cannot convert. It's perfect timing, perfect push coordination from FaZe as well. Now they lead 4-3.
4-3, but they have the ability now to push. Royal 2 is on the tower. Penguin, he's in the death screen as Snakebite flies forward with that overshield. Overshield looking to take advantage and get the snipe out of the hands of SSG as well. The Overshield push from FaZe was effective. They have a lead and they have the weapons.
Man, Stellar stayed alive. You might have noticed it off screen. So long back tower. Eventually he ekes out a few extra kills, but still, as you mentioned, that will be now a 3-kill lead off of our opening for FaZe. And once again, as I said, this map is going to allow these teams to slow things down just a bit, just because of how much pressure is on these teams. We'll slow down at 8-5.
Trades come in and around green. Snakebite drops down to keep the pressure on, though. It's going to be another kill going into the hands of FaZe, who are now up 9-5, almost doubling the amount of kills that SSG have on the board for now. Game slowing down because the Overshield is going to be coming up in around 20 seconds. Controlling this side of the map, so vital to have the advantage of the Shroud screen being available to you, but you have the height over at the tower.
Like I said, this map is going to play as tactical as it comes. As Shroud screen in the hands of Snakebite, by the way. Here comes Bound, though, just flying into C-Box. That's going to provide some equal pressure from the other side to give some good angles for SSG. Here goes the Shroud.
Shroud goes down. Overshield gets grabbed. Even though 2 kills do go over to Spacestation, it's the second in a row now for FaZe.
If that nade hit, I swear, a fraction of a second earlier, Snakebite dies. Killing spree, though, for him on screen. Somehow, he sneaks away and still has 50% overshield left as well. There it goes, though.
Snakebite's 5-0 in this Game 7. He has been, in my personal opinion, the standout player for FaZe so far in this tournament. So many Game 5, so many big moments where he has produced the goods that makes him one of the best players in Halo's history. 11-8 the score, though. Even though Snakebite has started this game well, there's a little bit of resilience being shown here by SSG.
Heavy nest C pressure here for FaZe. We'll have to see if Spacestation tries to take advantage of that. Instead, they try to go low. Those kills will be traded out. So far, though, 2v2 on the map. Snakebite making a low push here.
Yeah, having to stay alive as well. Doesn't really have too many shots in that heat wave to play with as well. And for the fact that SSG have let 2 Overshields sneak away, well, kept this game pretty close, but I tell you what, Snakebite at the moment, he's 6-0. Sniper rifle coming up as well. The kills being timed perfectly again for FaZe to grab one of the power-ups.
Like you said, Spacestation Gaming keeping it close really just until moments ago. Now a 6-kill lead is a pretty heavy one here, and FaZe going to look to just play very, very disciplined Halo. They also have sniper control up on the top of the tower, and what a better time. It's a perfect opportunity for a listen in here with the FaZe clan up by 6.
Pillars go me and Ness, one shot, Ness. Yeah, he's
OB in 30, guys. OB in 30.
You wave on Chris. Play Brad.
Top tower, Brad. He's chasing Brad.
Oh, shot down, let's go.
Go, actually, no, they have 4 bullets. They have 4 bullets, I think. OB in 20, guys. Another one.
I'm dead. OB,
Everyone come in.
Done. Oh, on OB, careful.
OB in 10.
Cuts
I can flank.
One shot cuts. One shot on OB.
Yeah, we're all split here. Careful.
No, I can get
OB in 5, guys. OB in 5.
Nice,
Matthew, behind us. One in.
You guys should go fight the OB together. You guys need to go. He's smaller than Brad. Brad, if you finesse that too.
I got so much damage. Smaller too.
I got it.
Nice, John. Back up him again.
Yeah, I'm backing up.
Fine.
Chris, how long for you?
It's not for a bit. Ew, listen, can we re-hit cuts?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
Shoulder heat wave in like 5 seconds. John, I'm sliding out.
You're so.
3-kill advantage, 3 Overshields in a row now for FaZe, and you have to say Spacestation felt like, from our point of view, that they were in the position to grab that.
Took the words out of my mouth. It felt like the angles that they had gave them an opportunity to at least challenge that sniper at tower to try to go for that overshield. Instead, Renegade ekes out with it, but just like that, it's still a 4-kill game at 21-17.
Timing on the heat wave as well. You just saw they've picked that up as well. So the difference between the 2 teams, still 4, which is very manageable for SSG. But they cannot afford to keep letting these power-ups. That's the difference through their fingers, because otherwise the lead is going to be so difficult to pull back. Renegade in this game, 6-6. But that play, that grab of the overshield might be a difference maker.
Whoa! Renegade wins a battle he had no business winning there. Now another battle here as that overshield gets ready to be battled for yet again. And you have to say, it feels an awful lot like Streets, right? FaZe is winning, but by just a little bit with full power-up control. What happens if SSG starts to get some OVs?
Somehow Penguin stayed alive long there and managed to extend his life long enough for teammates to get in a position to keep him alive. 24-20 is the score. Spacestation starting to get a little bit of control of the map now, but as you say, all eyes really from everybody here and at home are on where that next overshield's going. It's about to pop in around 20 seconds or so. Repulsor is going to be in the hands here of Stellar as well, so he can get up close and personal. Now he's getting all the information of where those spawns are coming in, so SSG are going to be careful not to get pinched here.
What happens with the C push? Kills being traded out, and like right now, 2v2 here. This is big before the OV pops in 11 seconds.
Love this from Stellar, trying to be aggressive, trying to put pressure on, but needs to survive. Royal 2 trying to challenge him himself. Another flank coming in. He's going to go back up the chimney. The reverse Santa Claus. Royal 2, though, is going to pop up and say hello. Takes it down to the death screen for a few moments as that 6-kill lead is starting to extend here. But the overshield does go to Eco, but no back smack.
Somehow Eco stays alive. It looked like the backwhack was going to come in, but Eco stays alive. They get their first overshield of the game, and the game is still within 5 somehow.
5 kills the difference, but like you say, most importantly, finally SSG get control of an overshield. Renegade is going to be trying to flank through green, get some good angles, gets one onto Eco. And the game really is on a knife edge here. The series is on a knife edge. The tournament is on a knife edge.
Once again, we could not ask for a better grand final between these two. 34-27, the FaZe lead now goes to 8 here. Snakebite with a sniper rifle in hand. That was 3 dead. And now continued control. What kind of angle is Snakebite going to take here on the nesting green spawners?
One headshot here and maybe we might be thinking about FaZe running away with this one. Winning a Game 7 Slayer once again. Oh my goodness! Sends one to the heavens. And it's blessed on its way down. That plasma grenade is a game changer.
Guess what? The slaying dominance continues from FaZe Clan. Now they're up by 11 kills in this game, which is really where it counts. 4:47 left on the clock. This is the home stretch for FaZe, and you have to think this is looking like it might be their event.
Snakebite 12-6, double positive in a Game 7. Renegade chasing down Penguin for the killing spree. He's got Bound in front of him. Have a sleep, my friend. Puts him in the dirt as well. And the triple kill might have just sealed the deal here for FaZe.
They're doing it with style. It's a 12-kill lead here. Only 8 kills to go for FaZe Clan. And what kind of miracle does Spacestation need to bring this game back?
Stella gets 1, but you feel like maybe this is just too much of a mountain to climb. Frosty gets another. It's 7 to go now for FaZe. Overshield is pretty much the only way back into the game for SSG, but you know that FaZe are going to be challenging a couple of trades, and they move within maybe 4, maybe 5 kills of closing this out. Royal 2 gets the first kill as well. Eco gets taken down to no shields, but where is the overshield going? Frosty with the spike grenades doesn't get the kill. Did Stella get it?
Looks like Stellar should have that overshield, should have it clean on scoreboard here. He does get it, but oh God!
He got shredded!
Absolutely tuna melted there. No overshield to play with. That's a huge, huge team shot coming in from FaZe Clan. There will be no overshield to play with, and still, just like that, a 9-kill lead for FaZe. And they sniff him out as well. He gets taken down.
The bottom mid push coming in from FaZe, but they're 4 dead! And even though they only need 4 kills, all of them are in the black screen right now. It's 11 to go here for SSG. There is a chance.
How does FaZe play this here? Now it's a 6-kill game. First pick for Penguin as well. Not so fast. Even though FaZe Clan now 7 kills. Somehow Frosty off screen gets 1. If he can get 2, this would be huge. A 6-kill game, 47-41. So
only
FaZe
3 deaths to play with though for SSG.
Continues to trade. As long as FaZe continues to play this trade game, they will take the tournament. However, easier said than done.
Sniper rifle up top middle. This would be big for SSG. Do they want to overextend to try and get it, though? Because this way you can kind of keep FaZe at an arm's length. Renegade might be the player to watch here, playing for those spike grenades. Penguin's got the sniper away. Pressure on his shoulders.
There is just enough room for error here, where Spacestation could make this happen.
Double push coming in from FaZe. Double push coming in from FaZe. It's the flank from Renegade. Snakebite picks up 1. It's 2 to go now for FaZe.
Stays alive here, bottom mid. So far, so good here. They get that first trade. Can they sneak out another one as well? No! 43-48. 219-49 on the board.
1 more kill here for FaZe, and they will be your champions. The drought might be over. The team change will be verified, and FaZe, they managed to do it, and who else but the captain? Snakebite steps up on the 50th. And FaZe Clan with their first Halo championship. They're back on top.
What did we say? This roster was assembled to do one thing. The biggest roster change we could think of in quite some time. Renegade joins the squad. And not many months later, FaZe Clan will take the stage as champions here at the HCS Global Invitational at DreamHack Dallas.
Might have been the iciest performance we've seen. Game 5, Game 5, Game 7. FaZe Clan, they win them. It's as simple as that. Give it up here, Dallas, for your champions, FaZe Clan!
And we wouldn't have it any other way. All the way to a Game 7 before FaZe can call themselves champions. And there's one thing we can say for sure on set. They've earned it.
They certainly have indeed. They have been absolutely phenomenal this tournament. But like I say, it might be the iciest tournament the win that we've seen. They went deep. They had Game 5s and Game 7 to win. Well, at the end of it, they got a championship. Let's see what they have to say. Let's send it down to Blaze for the interview.
Thank you so much, Onset and Bra, for the cast. DreamHack, give it up one more time for FaZe Clan, as they are your champions of the DreamHack Invitational. Now, I'm going to start here at Renegade, because Renegade, this is your first victory in red with a FaZe Clan jersey. Tell me about how this feels for you, because this was the goal, to play with these guys and be back on top.
I mean, it feels amazing. We got the win. We clutched up on the whole team. But, I mean, the season's still starting, so I'm glad we got this win, but back to work.
What was it like playing up against those guys once again on this main stage here? You know, you used to team with them, but now going up against them, you know, how was that for you?
I mean, it's bittersweet, you know? It's bittersweet. Like, I like them. I wish them the best, but, you know, someone has to win.
Somebody got to win, okay? And you're a champion once again. Gonna move down here towards the middle, okay? Frosty, once again, okay? It's been a while since you got the trophy. Tell me, how's this one feeling for you?
Feels great. We finally put together the team that we wanted, put in the work. I mean, we had a 3-month break in the off-season, or like mid-season. But yeah, we've been grinding super hard for this win, and that's what we came out and did.
That's exactly what y'all did, okay? Moving on over here to the Snipe Guy Royal 2, okay? Absolutely frying all tournament. Talk to me about how this one feels for you, man.
I mean, it feels great. We had a rough season last year. Just couldn't get any momentum going. You know, a lot of second places, sixth places. It was kind of rough. But you know, picking up Renegade, they're just all eyes forward, and this is what we formed the squad for.
Definitely is, okay? Now, in this series, you guys were down 3-1, okay? What was going on through your head? What were you guys talking about to really say, let's end this now. Let's not go for another reset and have to do this again.
I mean, we just take it one game at a time. It's 3-1, and we're just like, I mean, it's just one game after another. I mean, we just know how good we are, and even though it doesn't matter if we're down 3-0, 4-0, 9-0, like, we know we can win, so that's what we did.
Keeping it simple. You guys been in these situations plenty of time, okay? One game at a time. PJ, come on in for me a little bit, okay? Team captain over here, man. How does it feel to win with this squad? Like I said, this was the goal, and you guys finally got this one done.
Yeah, it feels great. You know, Charlotte ended pretty poorly for us. You know, we felt like we really had it, but we were really humbled by it. Just had to get back to work. Obviously, coming out here and getting a win is big for us, but like John said, we just got to keep moving forward. You know, long season ahead, so right back to work for us.
Definitely a long season ahead, okay? And with everybody out there supporting you, what's one thing that you want to say to those FaZe fans out there?
Just thank you so much for all the support, all the love, everyone here. Thank you for cheering on all the Halo players. You know, just much love. Thank you guys so much.
Now, I want to talk to Coach, too, for a little bit, okay? Because, Coach, Royal One, you've been with these guys through thick and thin, getting them to their best now. Talk to me about the evolution of them over this last year to really get back to this point. What are you proud of when it comes down to these 4 players?
Dude, I'm so proud of our resilience and how hard we work. Like, not everyone sees how hard we work when we practice online, but, like, we knew why we lost Charlotte. We went home the very next week, and we just tried our best to get better and button up the fundamentals, and like everything that we did bad in Charlotte, we did good here, and I'm so proud of the guys for how hard they worked.
Definitely a victory, well-deserved here on the main stage. Now, it's been about a year since you guys touched the trophy, so I'm going to let you have your moment right now. Everybody, once again, give it up for FaZe Clan!
FaZe are your Global Invitational champions. What an incredible series that we just watched, and I cannot believe what just unfolded in that best of 7. We went all the way to game 7. Honestly, if I could have predicted it, I think I would have said it would go a game 7, if not even a bracket reset. The closely matched series that we saw is honestly to be expected. I think Spacestation played lights out. They really pushed FaZe to their absolute limits, as they do to every single person they come up against. But FaZe, the resilience, like Royal One said, is so strong on this team. It's never over. You can never count them out. Absolutely exceptional. Clutch, give me your overall thoughts and feelings about this win.
I mean, the level of Halo we just witnessed was the best Halo Infinite as of yet. These guys are really pushing each other. The distance is there. Taking a look at the series layout, I mean, it was those games 3 and 4 where Spacestation really took a commanding lead, and those are weak game types for FaZe. But FaZe's mentality was not broken. It was not shook, and they somehow figured out a way down 3-1 in order to create this comeback in a game 7. I mean, that was an unbelievable performance on both sides, but hats off to FaZe for staying in that series.
Hats off indeed, and I've got to say, somebody with a hat on right now, highest KD on FaZe Clan, Snakebite 1.17. This guy has just been stepping it up all weekend long. Tony, talk to me about what you've been seeing in this individual.
I mean, Snakebite's been incredible, whether it's that game number 1 where you had Snakebite with that 25 kills leading his team in slays, but also having 93 seconds of ball time in his team. I think maybe 223 seconds total. It was incredible. So from everything that Snakebite's done when his team needed him to play objective, he was leading the objective. When his team needed him to slay, that 7-1 start in that game 7 really got the ball rolling for him. Snakebite and LeBron, you know, the only two captains I could think of that have been down 1-3 and overcome recently. And who knows, maybe just like LeBron, Snakebite might be the greatest of all time by the time his career is done.
I'll go ahead and say something about Snakebite, because I know a lot of people can't really talk about him about biases, you know a lot. But
I do.
This kid and how special he's been to the Halo community, his career so far, and what he continues to do, it never ceases to amaze me. Like, what he did back in, like, when I teamed with him, he was the clutchest player of all time. Every game 5, every game 11, steps up. What does he do here? Grand Finals, has the highest KD ratio on his team, but it's that game 7 start, that 6-0 start that gives his team the momentum, gets the wheels turning for them. They start to feel themselves. They get to play from the lead because Snakebite's perfect play at the start gives them everything they need. I mean, there is nobody in this league that I would want on my team in a big moment than Snakebite.
Yeah, he's pretty good. For sure. Let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly how this one went down, because my goodness me, absolutely incredible stuff. And I've got to say, the journey that they have been on is one that honestly they need to be proud of. You know, they didn't honestly skip a beat. This is just so clean, so great, considering how competitive this tournament has been, Tony. I mean, the fact that, yes, they did get a little bit shaky on day 1. I feel like that is classic FaZe for us. 3-2 against Hive, but then really push the boundaries as we get onto the kind of deeper situations with some of our top teams. I mean, Spacestation beating them in the winners finals, turning things around on its head when Spacestation potentially could reset that bracket. It's a very, very impressive tournament run.
Yeah, it's funny, when I think about FaZe's journey right now, the first that comes to mind is that they were tested multiple times, whether it was pool play, whether it was early Saturday as well. But also, the other thing that pops in my mind is, at the end of the day, when you're running late into these tournaments, it's that clutch factor. It's that ice. It's knowing what it takes to be a champion, know what it takes to win, and the best teams, they do just that.
The big thing for me throughout FaZe's journey is, coming into today, I was like, SSG are the best team here, or they have looked like the best team here. FaZe is going to have to elevate their play if they want to win this tournament. They did just that. Every single series throughout this tournament, FaZe got a little bit better. They played a little bit better. They made less mistakes. People started capitalizing. They were more efficient by the end of the tournament. It's no doubt that they were the best team based off what we just saw, but it is that growth throughout this tournament that we may have just witnessed the start of history, because this is what this FaZe team expects. They just needed to really capture this moment in order to set themselves up for the future. You heard it from Renegade in the interview. He's already got his mindset on practice tomorrow.
They certainly do indeed. I've got to say, though, we need to talk about a tournament MVP, and that actually will be Renegade, the new addition to this roster. He's been frying all weekend with the rest of his team, and my goodness me, he's been such a difference maker. These guys picked him up because they thought something was missing in terms of Halo Infinite and what they needed to achieve to take down the top teams here. They've done just that, and that's so impressive, the fact that they had to give up so much experience and history, and they put it on the line here for Renegade, and it has paid off. So it's really exciting to see that come across the board. What have you made of Renegade, Tony, so far this weekend? I mean, overall this weekend, it's over.
I honestly can't say I'm really surprised that Renegade's going to take that MVP. When you think about the wins that FaZe were able to get, you're not even just in the Slayers, but also in the objective, you know, whether it's outslaying by 30, 40, sometimes 50 kills. You're going to lead on your main Slayer. You're going to lead on Renegade. That's what he brings to the table, the openings he's able to create, the damage he puts on the table, and all the real estate that you're able to capitalize on because of it. Renegade was brought on this team to be a main Slayer, and that's what FaZe did. They outslayed everyone.
Certainly did just that. I mean, the rest of FaZe Clutch were just phenomenal all weekend, but I do have to give props to Spacestation Gaming. You know, obviously FaZe being the champions here this weekend, but Spacestation Gaming, they're not far behind. It's marginal. It is so close. They are so good, and the competition level we have is so good. I mean, the same with OpTic Gaming. You could say the same for so many of the teams that we've seen here this weekend. Have you had some favorite moments from the weekend overall, not just about our champions, but some teams that have really surprised you?
I think you got to talk about Quadrant and the conversation that we get to have kind of the rest of the year based off the performance they did just this weekend, right? They've set themselves up to be a serious threat to everybody at the tournament every single leg of the way. So as we continue on this 2023 HCS road, Quadrant's name is going to come out of a lot of people's mouths, especially if they keep playing as well as they did this weekend.
Certainly will indeed. Tony, I've got to ask you something that really excites you about the next time we're going to be at LAN together based on what you've seen this weekend.
Watch out for Spacestation Gaming.
Yeah.
They might have lost, but there's one thing we can't deny. They looked the best when it came to the online tournaments coming in. When it came to map pool and going from pool play into Saturday, but they only dropped 3 games before getting to that elimination bracket finals. Spacestation Gaming looked clean. They look better and better, and now I think they're going to look angry going into the next major. So watch out for Spacestation Gaming.
Watch out for pretty much every single team we have here in the HCS because they're all pretty nasty. The competition level, that bar is getting raised when I didn't think it could get raised anymore. So incredible stuff. But folks, that's going to do it on the desk. We're wrapping things up here. Thank you so much for tuning in all weekend. I hope you guys have had a good enough time watching some of the best Halo in the world. It is the Global Invitational, of course, so all of our teams qualifying from all over the globe to be here and compete. A huge congratulations to FaZe. Absolutely incredible stuff. Commiserations to Spacestation Gaming, but I'm sure they're going to bounce back next time. We will catch you very soon at the next LAN tournament. Don't worry, not too long to wait in between. Thank you so much, and we'll catch you for more Halo Championship Series.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.